Who have been here before, welcome back. It's great to be back in person. Before we get started, of course, I would like to acknowledge that we are here in Canberra standing on the traditional lands of the Ngunnawal and Ngambri people, and I'd like to pay my respects to their elders past, present and emerging. I'd like to acknowledge any Aboriginal or Torres Strait Islanders, Torres Strait Island people who are here today. And I'd also like to acknowledge the lands of the people whose the lands of the people whose lands you may have travelled through on your way here, because I know a lot of you are from out of town. I'm going to be quick. It's my job to thank some very important supporters. First of all, I'd like to thank the Konrad Adenauer Stiftung. It's been a pleasure working with Bertel this past year or so, and your team, Eva, Sophia and Juliana. It's been fantastic. I'd like to acknowledge the support, as always, of the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade, without whom we could not function. This year, we're particularly lucky to have the support of the Australia Awards Scheme and the New Colombo Plan. These two schemes have supported 25 each of their scholars to come to the conference, and it's been great to see them interact with our own Leaders Network, the AIIA Next Gen Network. I want to give a very warm shout out to my friends at the Embassy of Spain, who hosted us as well for a fantastic reception last night after our masterclass sessions. So that's all I have to say. There is one person I also want to thank, and that's our introductory speaker, Zara Kimpton, who has, of course, provided funding to support fellows to both come to the conference and to come to the gala dinner tonight. So thank you so much, Zara. That was a wonderful gesture. And I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Bryce. So I was going to say my name is Zara Kimpton, but you actually have heard that already. On behalf of the Australian Institute of International Affairs, I'd like to welcome you all here to this year's National Conference on the subject of New Frontiers in Australian Foreign Policy. It's wonderful to see everyone back in this room after both the 2020 and 2021 conferences had to be postponed while in the planning stages. The AIIA National Conference is now a major highlight of the international relations calendar in this country, and this year we have our largest audience ever. I think it's almost 400 people. This reflects the quality of our speakers and the importance that the AIIA plays in helping Australians from all walks of life understand our role in an ever-changing world. We're delighted to welcome to this opening session 4 keynote speakers: David McAllister, MEP, Chairman of the European Parliament Committee on Foreign Affairs, followed by Geraldine Doog, AO, a Fellow of this Institute, who will engage in a keynote conversation with our National President, Alan Gyngell, who's also a Fellow of this Institute. Our final speaker in this session will be Senator the Honourable Simon Birmingham, Shadow Minister for Foreign Affairs. We also welcome all those speakers who will contribute to our other 4 sessions. We're grateful for the time they've spent travelling here to Canberra and preparing their contributions. We also welcome all diplomatic representatives, including heads of mission from around the world. For the first time, we also have a large group of AIIA Fellows created over the past 15 years in recognition of their contribution to Australia's international relations. This year, we're also delighted to have a group of New Colombo Plan alumni, Australia Awards recipients, and AIIA Next Gen leaders. And of course, we must not forget all our members. The AIIA is the only membership-based organisation in our field that is represented in all state capitals and the ACT in the Northern Territory. We currently have about 1,300 members, and I'm pleased to see that every state and territory organisation is represented in today's audience. Today's conference follows our series of masterclasses, which took place yesterday at the Coral Bell School of Asia-Pacific Affairs at the ANU, where over 100 of our younger members from around the country were privileged to hear and interact with a group of our AIIA Fellows and collaborators. This year, each participant was also able to attend 2 different classes, as well as listen to a speech by Assistant Minister for Foreign Affairs, the Honourable Tim Watts. They're all in the audience today, and we look forward to meeting and hearing from them during the day. We're also indebted to those distinguished people who gave their time to help those young AIIA members achieve their career goals. At our last conference in October 2019, the world had never heard of COVID-19, although it must have started to incubate, must have started about that time, because it wouldn't have had 19 in its name if it hadn't. Little did we know then that the world was about to face one of the biggest challenges it's ever faced. Although we had addressed this issue at our 2019 conference in our session on the health of the planet, when co-editor of the Australian Journal of International Affairs, Dr. Sarah Davies, spoke presciently about the threat of pandemics. In response, technology enabled the world to produce several effective vaccines in relatively short time, and these have enabled people to now go about their lives without the terrible fear we all experienced when it spread so rapidly around the world, killing thousands of people and culminating in a current death toll of about 6 million people worldwide. Technology has also enabled people to work and engage with the outside world from home. If this hadn't been the case, the world would have been in an even worse situation. However, there's no doubt that we are now living in what can only be described as an unstable and quite dangerous world. We've all been watching Vladimir Putin's antics over recent years, but even this time last year, many of us would not have predicted that he would actually invade Ukraine earlier this year. Near the time, it became evident that Western intelligence knew quite a lot about what was going on, so that in the end the invasion was not expected. However, what has come as a surprise is the way Ukraine, led by Volodymyr Zelensky, has fought so valiantly to defend its territory. Putin has also succeeded in uniting most European countries and reinvigorating the NATO alliance to the extent that both Sweden and Finland have just been admitted as members. Putin would not have expected that outcome. However, the next big test will be the upcoming northern winter, where not only Ukrainians will suffer with lack of electricity and heating, but the whole of Europe will be affected by the reduced supplies of natural gas, the largest part of which had previously come from Russia. Higher energy prices may force some European factories to close, and if things are going badly, people in Europe may become less supportive of the war effort. The energy crisis resulting from this war also means that this year's COP27, to be held next month in Egypt, will be a very different affair to that led by Boris Johnson in Glasgow nearly 12 months ago. Countries like Germany are now looking again at their brown coal reserves, especially if it's a harsh winter. I've just read Kevin Rudd's latest article in the November edition of the American journal Foreign Affairs, headed "The World According to Xi Jinping." It's a serious analysis of what China's ideologue-in-chief really believes. Rudd tells us that Xi has developed a new form of Marxist nationalism that now shapes the presentation of China's politics, economy, and foreign policy. His goal is for China to become the preeminent Asian and global power by 2049, the centenary of the founding of the People's Republic of China. China has embraced a new policy of economic and trade coercion against states whose policies offend Beijing and that are vulnerable to Chinese pressure, as we now know well in Australia. Xi firmly believes that the West is in structural decline and that China will be the winner of the ideological war unless the West somehow lifts its game. This won't be easy. Last week, we observed the 20th Communist Party Congress held in Beijing. One cannot help comparing what is going on in democracies like the US, with the storming of Congress last year, and Britain with the shenanigans of the past few days and months, with the way Xi and the Chinese Communist Party are now cracking down on any dissent amongst the population and demanding that CCP members demonstrate loyalty to him personally. and it now appears that he may rule for another 10 years or even for the rest of his life. China is still our most important trading partner, so that our panel discussion this afternoon on new ways forward in the Australia-China relationship will address many aspects of our relationship, including what we can glean from the Party Congress about shifts in China's foreign policy. The Chinese economy is also not growing as fast as in the past, and this has ramifications for the world economy, where many countries are now facing recession. Another situation of concern is deglobalisation, which has the potential to adversely affect millions of people, especially those in poorer countries. Globalisation has lifted many people out of poverty, but recently, as Adam Posen wrote in Foreign Affairs, populists and nationalists have erected barriers to free trade, investment, immigration, and the spread of ideas. It is in Australia's interest for us to resist protectionism and the fragmentation of the world into competing blocs. But in the Financial Times last week, Edward Luce wrote that Biden's China decoupling is a declaration of war. The US has endorsed a zero-sum metric in which China's rise is seen as being at America's expense. The WTO has now reduced its prediction for trade growth in 2023 from 3.4% to 1% as the global economy faces strong headwinds. All this affects our prosperity. New challenges and pathways for Australian trade will be addressed in one of the 2 breakout sessions, which will take place immediately after the lunch break. There are no easy solutions to the challenges the world is facing. It's important for us to hear all sides in the debates on the topics we've selected for discussion over the course of the day. You may not agree with all the points of view expressed, but I hope that when the conference concludes late this afternoon, you will have a greater understanding of the issues involved so that you can all come to your own individual conclusions as to the best way forward. Now I would like to introduce our first keynote speaker, David McAllister, MEP. This is the first year that we've actually invited speakers from overseas to this conference, as previously we focused on Australia looking out rather than others looking in at us. However, this year it couldn't be more appropriate to hear from the chair of the Foreign Affairs Committee of the European Parliament. Although there's a large focus on our region in our foreign policy, our institute focuses on the world as a whole, and Europe is a very, very important part of it, with 450 million people living in the EU, and in fact 740 million living in the whole of Europe. You can all read in Mr. McAllister's bio about that. It's interesting to note that he was born in Scotland and raised in Germany. He became an MEP in 2014, and he's been Vice President of the European People's Party since 2015. Yesterday on the plane flying up, I was reading the latest edition of Australian Foreign Affairs, and there's an article by Laura Tingle in which Mr. McAllister is quoted widely. So welcome, David McAllister.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I would like to thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today at this important conference. This is a great honour for me. I am in your great country for a week, following an invitation of the Konrad Adenauer Foundation, and I would like to cover 3 points this morning, very briefly, sharing my views on foreign affairs in your country from a European Parliament's perspective. First of all, I would like to cover a European perspective on Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine and the impact on the entire world. Second, I would like to talk about the new EU Indo-Pacific strategy. And third, I would like to talk about new avenues for partnerships between Australia and the European Union. Coming from Europe, coming from Germany, I can say that over the past 15 years, the European Union had to address a multitude of challenges. the financial crisis, the Great Recession, the migration crisis, a surge in terrorist attacks, Brexit, a not always smooth relation with the Trump administration, to name just a few. The world has also faced the COVID-19 pandemic and the ensuing supply chain disruptions, while the strategic competition between the United States and China emerges as the new geopolitical paradigm. As we look at the state of global affairs today, it can often feel that we are in a permanent crisis mode and that the world as we once knew it is fading away. This brings me to the early hours of the 24th of February, when Russia began a military invasion of Ukraine with a clear goal: to wipe the country from the world's map. I had the honor of chairing the European Parliament's election observation delegation to Ukraine in 2019, and I was one of the few members of a small delegation from the European Parliament which was in Ukraine just 3 weeks before the outbreak of the war, visiting Kiev, Zaporizhia, and Mariupol. The pictures from Ukraine are simply heartbreaking. Even though we all witnessed a massive Russian buildup across the border with Ukraine for months and heard Putin's propaganda about the denazification of Ukraine, what an outrageous term, the attack was a shock and a wake-up call for all of us. And as Sarah Kimpton just mentioned, Ukrainians immediately stood up against the aggression and are bravely fighting not only for their own freedom, but for all our shared values. The European Union's reaction was swift and decisive. From day one, we welcomed Ukrainians fleeing the war, mostly mothers with children and elderly. Over 4.2 million Ukrainians currently benefit from temporary protection in the EU member states. Putin's war is not only a threat to European and regional stability. This is a war against the rules-based international order. It is a blatant violation of the United Nations Charter, which came into effect exactly today, 77 years ago. And it is also a war against our model of a democratic society. This simply cannot go unanswered. We have to support the justified Ukrainian self-defense. We have a responsibility to do so, because otherwise we might face similar threats to peace and stability in other regions of Europe. Obviously, the Kremlin is following the imperialist concept of spheres of interest, and President Putin obviously considers everything which used to be the Russian Empire or Soviet Union as his sphere of influence. Like our like-minded partners in the Western world, the European Union immediately condemned Russia's unprovoked, unjustified, and illegal war of aggression on Ukraine in the strongest possible terms. In Brussels, we really appreciate Australia's very clear and very principled position against this invasion. The EU welcomes the overwhelming majority of United Nations member states which condemned Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine, called for the immediate withdrawal of its forces, and more recently condemned Russia's illegal so-called referendums in regions within Ukraine's internationally recognized borders, and demanded the reversal of the annexation declaration. The support of partners in the Indo-Pacific is extremely valuable. Let me name Australia, New Zealand, South Korea, and Japan. However, we are concerned that neither China nor India, the largest democracy in the world, have condemned the illegal war or the annexation of Ukrainian territories. We count on Australia to continue to work side by side with the European Union to maintain the strongest possible unity within the international community in condemning Russia and defending international law while isolating Russia internationally, including in the G20. We must ensure that a decision to invade a sovereign country and wage a war of aggression is understood to be a strategic failure that carries with it ruinous costs for the aggressor. We must therefore continue to enforce strong sanctions on the Russian Federation, and by the way, also Belarus, which is complicit with Russia. In this respect, I also welcome that the sanctions that Australia has imposed against the Russian Federation, including the ones implemented after the illegal annexation of Ukrainian regions. We are moving at the same pace. At the beginning of October, the European Union adopted its 8th package of sanctions. The agreed package sets out, among other things, a price cap related to the maritime transport of Russian oil for third countries and further restrictions on the maritime transport of crude oil and petroleum products to third countries. These measures intend to reinforce the pressure on the Kremlin and the Russian economy, weaken Russia's military capabilities, and make the Kremlin pay for the recent escalation. These sanctions are biting across all spheres of the Russian economy, especially in the area of high-tech components that the military desperately needs. We must all continue now to send military equipment and lethal aid to help Ukrainians in their heroic self-defense. The European Union values greatly Australia's military assistance to Ukraine, such as Bushmaster protected mobility vehicles, heavy armored vehicles, and demining equipment. The European Union itself doesn't have weapons. Our member states have, and they are delivering weapons to Ukraine. But for the first time in its history, the European Union itself is now using a dedicated tool to finance lethal military equipment for a third country, the so-called European Peace Facility. In an unprecedented and unanimous reaction, the EU decided to commit a total of, until now, 3.1 billion euros to fund and coordinate our military assistance and to deliver military, including lethal equipment, to the Ukrainian armed forces. The European Union has committed even more funds in order to provide Ukraine with humanitarian aid and with the economic and financial assistance it needs to keep its economy afloat. Team Europe has provided so far 19 billion euros to Ukraine. Last month, the European Parliament approved under an emergency procedure the second tranche of 5 billion euros under the macro-financial assistance package to Ukraine. You will probably have followed that just last week, EU member states recently agreed to host training for up to 15,000 Ukrainian soldiers. Besides the EU, NATO, together with our partners and allies, is playing a pivotal role in providing Ukraine with the military assistance it needs to win this war. The meetings of defense ministers from Western-aligned nations, the so-called Ramstein format, in which Australia and EU member states participate, is a useful tool to develop new strategies and initiatives to assist Ukraine in combating the ongoing Russian offensives. It is, however, crucial that all Ramstein participants stand by their words and quickly increase their deliveries of more heavy artillery equipment and air defense systems to Ukraine in this very critical phase of the war. This brings me to the televised address of Mr. Putin on the 21st of September. He warned that if the territorial integrity of Russia were threatened, it would certainly use all the means at its disposal to protect Russia. Putin's announcement constitutes another major escalation and a nuclear blackmail that the world hasn't seen since the Cuban nuclear missile crisis in 1962. A threat of the use of nuclear weapons is simply unacceptable and dangerous. The Russian Federation, as a permanent member of the United Nations Security Council, bears special political responsibility for maintaining peace and security in the world. Nevertheless, the Kremlin completely disregards the international norms, rules, and principles that we have all signed up to as members of the United Nations. The international community must consistently and categorically condemn any threats to use nuclear weapons. While addressing Putin's nuclear threats, we also need to fight the battle of narratives. Russia's narrative establishes a causal link between the international sanctions and food insecurity, inflation and poverty to the detriment of developing countries. We all remember images of Mr. Lavrov as he toured Africa in July, blaming the West for the looming global food crisis. Food insecurity has risen because of Putin's war of aggression. Russia has mined Ukrainian grain fields, attacked merchant shipping on the Black Sea, and blocked Ukrainians from exporting their own grain. Russia is also plundering Ukrainian grain for its own profit. Without explicitly defending the Kremlin's explanations as to the causes of the conflict, some countries in Africa, in Latin America, and in the Indo-Pacific might fall for the Russian narrative. This battle is far from won, and we need to step up communication efforts adopted to local languages and social media. Australia's expertise in fighting against foreign interference and its network in the Indo-Pacific are of great importance in this regard. Furthermore, gathering evidence of war crimes committed by Russian authorities and armed forces is indispensable. Deliberate attacks against civilian targets, massacres of civilians, torture, rape, and kidnapping of children are simply unacceptable. The responsible government officials and military leaders and perpetrators of war crimes and crimes against humanity, including genocide, must be held accountable. The EU civilian mission in Ukraine is contributing to the effort to secure accountability of war crimes. Australia has highly skilled personnel who could contribute to the success of this mission. We also value that Australia has filed an intervention with the International Court of Justice in support of a case brought by Ukraine against Russia for violating the Genocide Convention. Earlier this month, the European Parliament called for the establishment of an ad hoc international tribunal for the crime of aggression against Ukraine, quote, where Putin and all those Russian civilian and military officials and their proxies responsible for masterminding, launching and conducting the war in Ukraine would be prosecuted, unquote. I am convinced Australia will support us in bringing Russian war criminals, including Mr. Putin himself, to justice. Ladies and gentlemen, we must help Ukraine end this war, and we must start helping Ukraine rebuild. The European Union is working on a comprehensive recovery package for Ukraine. It should be focused on the country's immediate, medium and long-term relief, reconstruction and recovery, and the investments must be aligned with the need for reform in order to truly pave the way for Ukraine's accession to the European Union. The European Parliament believes that the recovery package should be jointly led by the EU, international financial institutions and like-minded partners. I hope we can continue to count on Australian support. On the EU's Indo-Pacific strategy, through one of our member states, France, the EU is part of the Indo-Pacific region, which has become the center of geopolitical gravity. Its growing economic, demographic and political weight makes it an increasingly important region in shaping the international order. Last year, the European Union put forward, for the first time, its strategy for cooperation in the Indo-Pacific. We are currently stepping up our strategic engagement with this region. The EU's approach is designed to foster a rules-based international order, a level playing field, as well as an open and fair environment for trade and investment, tackling climate change and supporting connectivity with us in Europe. Our strategy is an invitation to our partners in the region to address common challenges and uphold international law and defending values and principles to which we are committed. Of course, we see Australia as a crucial partner in this context. The European Union is the top investor, the leading provider of development cooperation, and one of the biggest trading partners in the Indo-Pacific. Together, the Indo-Pacific and Europe account for over 70% of global trade in goods and services and over 60% of direct investment flows. So we are very much interested to further boost trade and investment. The priorities of Australia and the 27 EU member states overlap in particular with regard to infrastructure, investments, connectivity projects, clean energy, and transport. These are all important areas of joint interest. The Indo-Pacific is a vibrant part of the world in economic terms, but together with the dynamism, the regional order is increasingly challenging, especially in the already mentioned view of the geopolitical competition between the United States and China. This produces tensions not only in trade and supply chains, but also in broader political and security matters, as we observed in the recent Taiwan crisis. Many authoritarian regimes in the region are suppressing democratic principles and human rights, which puts its stability at risk and directly affects also European security and European prosperity. Furthermore, there are conflicts over land and maritime borders and a lack of trust among the main players in the region. That is why we have such a special interest that the regional order remains open and governed by accepted rules and norms. To this end, the European Union wants to strengthen and enhance cooperation with our partners and like-minded countries, democracies like Australia, New Zealand, South Korea, Japan, India, and of course the United States. As the European Parliament's rapporteur, the author of a report specifically centred on the EU and the security challenges in the Indo-Pacific, I've been reflecting how the EU should protect its interests and work more closely with our partners in this part of the world. Regional security pacts such as Quad and AUKUS are important elements of the security architecture in the Indo-Pacific. Yes, last year the European Union was taken by surprise by the announcement of the Australian security partnership with the United States and the United Kingdom, and the cancellation of a submarine contract with France. This put France, and hence the European Union, in a difficult position. The current challenges to stability in the region call for more cooperation and more coordination among like-minded partners. I am therefore pleased that Australia has found a constructive solution with France and that we can now move forward. I definitely see the potential for exploring cooperation between the European Union and the Quad in key political, economic and security areas. I would like to stress the importance that we give to a meaningful European naval presence in this area. EU member states have been eager to contribute to uphold freedom of navigation and overflight and help local partners to improve their awareness capabilities in the maritime domain. France, with its 1.5 million citizens, its overseas territories and a military presence, has been the most active member in this respect. The European Union's cooperation with Quad can be an anchor for our efforts to engage in the region, allowing to diversify relationships with like-minded partners. While cooperation in joint naval exercises between some of our EU member states and Quad became a reality, there are other areas such as cybersecurity, disinformation, hybrid threats, countering organized crime and illicit trade, where closer cooperation can be mutually beneficial and should therefore be developed. Together, we should aim to proactively reduce vulnerabilities and dependencies. Both of us have strong economic links to China, a vital global player that is increasingly engaging in coercive economic actions. The European Union is dependent on Beijing in many sectors such as technology, semiconductors, and certain raw materials. We need to diversify our partners. To this end, the EU will host a joint summit with ASEAN on the 14th of October. The increasing Chinese assertiveness and military build-up, coupled with a debt-trap diplomacy which provides considerable leverage over the region, adds to the tensions and to the challenges to the rules-based international order we all want to defend. The tensions around Taiwan are a matter of very serious concern also for us in Europe. Both Australia and the European Union must continue to stand against any unilateral and forceful change of the status quo. China also has a strategic, economic and military interest in the Pacific Islands, reaching from Papua New Guinea to Kiribati, The April 2022 Trade and Security Agreement between China and the Solomon Islands has been a further wake-up call also for us in Europe. Let me be absolutely clear. The EU did not pay enough attention to the Pacific over the past years and decades. Only recently, we have started to fully realize the strategic positioning of this region and the need for strengthening bilateral relations also with the Pacific Islands. We need to provide an alternative to countries receptive to Chinese influence. This is why the EU has put forward the Global Gateway Investment Strategy. I understand that Australia is increasing its official development assistance to the Pacific by over $500 million Australian dollars. Further strengthening the bilateral and multilateral relations in the region, as well as bringing our positions close on the Indo-Pacific strategy, would be beneficial for both parties. And finally, let me say a few words about new avenues for partnerships between Australia and the European Union. We are like-minded partners on the international stage. There are many issues of common interest and concerns we should work on both bilaterally and multilaterally. I'm looking forward to strengthening our bilateral relations on the basis of the EU-Australia Framework Agreement that entered into force just on Friday, after being signed in 2017. Now we should advance towards an ambitious EU-Australia Free Trade Agreement. The latest round of negotiations took place last week from the 17th to the 21st of October. The next one is expected to take place in February. A free trade agreement with the European Union has the potential to open up a market for Australian goods and services of almost 450 million people. It would help Australia also to diversify its trade from China. The EU is currently Australia's third largest trading partner and second largest source of foreign investment. An agreement between us could boost our trade by about a third, according to estimates. We ought to use the ongoing negotiations of the free trade agreement to provide the necessary base for a strategic partnership as regards critical materials. Without secure and sustainable access to the necessary raw materials, the green and digital transitions in the European Union's economy and our defence capabilities will be at risk. Lithium and rare earths will soon be more important than oil and gas. The EU must avoid becoming dependent again on unreliable partners. China has started using raw materials as a real geopolitical tool, as Russia is weaponizing food supplies and energy. Australia, as a major global supplier of lithium, can provide certainty to EU businesses as a reliable partner. I am in favour of concluding the negotiations on the free trade agreement next year in order to allow for ratification still under the current legislature of the European Parliament, which will end in May 2024. There are other areas of cooperation I briefly want to mention: climate change, cooperation on energy. We could also explore the association of Australia to the European Union's innovation programme Horizon Europe. The negotiations are starting soon with New Zealand and Canada. Why not with Australia? And the European Union also share the goals of reducing poverty and inequality. Let's work together in regional and international fora on working on these matters. The EU is ready to build flexible cooperation based on shared values and priorities such as maritime security, hybrid threats and the fight against terrorism or non-proliferation. Australia has contributed to an EU-led maritime capacity building mission in the Horn of Africa and the Western Indian Ocean. The EU would very much welcome increasing our naval cooperation with Australia. And finally, earlier I mentioned the need to fight against Russian propaganda on the global level. The EU has to counter the Kremlin's propaganda and Chinese interference also at home. The European Parliament has set up a special committee on foreign interference in all democratic processes in the European Union, including disinformation. We want to learn from Australia too. That's why a group of our members visited Canberra last month and studied with particular interest Australia's recent legislative actions, such as the Espionage and Foreign Interference Act and the Foreign Influence Transparency Scheme. This, I believe, is also an area where we could increase our cooperation in order to counter the malign influence of autocracies on the global rules-based order. So, ladies and gentlemen, to conclude, many challenges lie ahead of us, including growing instability, strategic competition, and climate change. Since the pandemic and since the invasion of Ukraine, more Australians and Europeans understood and understand how interconnected we are. As like-minded partners, we can face these challenges better if we work on them together. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. Now, we welcome questions from the audience. We have microphones at the front of the room. Are there only two, one at each end? Right. So those that would like to ask questions, please come to the microphone. Could you please state your name and any affiliation when you make your question, and try and keep them short too. Thank you. Now, we have one here. Penny Wensley.
Thank you very much. I'm Penny Wensley, a Fellow of the Institute. David, thank you for a compelling, crystal clear and highly informative presentation. You mentioned the 27 members of the EU. You mentioned Ukraine in passing and possible accession. Could you tell us a bit more about the prospects for EU enlargement? Thank you.
Thank you so much for this question. Well, the European Union in the moment has 27 member states. We used to be 28, but the United Kingdom decided to divorce. Being half British, proud holder of a British passport since I was born, I deeply regret Brexit, but we have to accept the decision taken by the UK government. So we're 27 member states of the European Union. On the other hand, if you count the countries in Europe, we're roughly about 50. And this was once again visible just 2 weeks ago when the new European political community met, where 44 heads of government came together in Prague. So the European Union is open for new members. The Treaty on the European Union is crystal clear. Article 49 says a European state can apply for EU membership if it shares our common values. Now, that's an important definition. A European state can apply membership. It has to be a state and not part of a state or another kind of international organization, and it has to be a European state. So Australia participates in the Eurovision Song Contest. But unfortunately, there's no option for you to join the European Union. Now, in the moment, we have ongoing accession negotiations with Montenegro and Serbia. They both started in 2014, but in the moment, they're not really progressing because both countries are not delivering the necessary reforms. We are waiting to start accession negotiations with North Macedonia and Albania. And the other two countries in the Western Balkans are not quite there yet to begin accession negotiations. Bosnia-Herzegovina has to fulfill a number of criteria, but it would be granted candidate status, and Kosovo is a different question because 5 member states of the EU have still not recognized Kosovo. And then what the European Union did is we granted candidate status to Ukraine and also Moldova, a highly symbolical step. But of course, when President Zelensky and President Maia Sandu applied for EU membership, it was clear that we would say, yes, of course you have the option to join the European Union. So we've granted candidate status. Both countries have started a long way towards EU membership. This won't happen today, it won't happen tomorrow, it won't happen the day after tomorrow. It's hard work to join the European Union. to fulfill all the necessary criteria, but the symbol is there. We have granted both countries this European perspective, and we will try to support them all the way. Georgia has also granted candidate status, but the Georgian government still has to deliver first on more than a dozen preconditions. So let's see how far they get in the next few months. And finally, Turkey. We are with Turkey in accession negotiations now for more than 20 years. In the moment, we're going nowhere because under President Erdogan, unfortunately, Turkey has given up on many joint European values. So the accession negotiations with Turkey are in the moment, as we say in the European Parliament, in the deep freeze. And it's up to the Turkish people to open the deep freeze and take them out again. As long as President Erdogan is continuing these kind of policies, I don't believe that in our lifetime we will see Turkey join the European Union. So we have 10 member states, 10 countries waiting in the queue to join the European Union. Let's see how long it takes. Thank you.
Do we have any other questions? Now, if you're going to ask a question, you really have to be at the mic because we're actually running a bit behind time, so we don't have time. We have one over here. Thank you. And then you'll be the next, and you'll be the last one, actually. If you go over there. Thank you.
Am I next?
No, the lady there.
Thank you. My name is Dr. Helen Steng, and I'm a research fellow at Monash University. And thank you so much for that speech. And I think it's really important that you brought up the Ukraine war and the role of the refugees and the role of the European Union in bringing in refugees. And I was just wondering whether you could talk a little bit about your view on taking refugees from other countries, maybe the situation in the Mediterranean Sea and sea rescue on the Balkan route, and just how different the response of the European Union was to Ukrainian refugees, to refugees from other countries. Thank you.
The member states of the European Union share the same values. And one of our values should be that we shelter people in Europe who are fleeing from unjustified prosecution, who are fleeing their countries to save their lives. And we have taken millions of refugees in the last years, and we will continue to show our humanitarian responsibility. Some member states have different views on who qualifies for asylum, who qualifies as a refugee. We have countries in Northern Europe and Western Europe who have different standards than some countries in Eastern Europe. But it's up to the nations themselves to decide whether they want to shelter people and how many. But for instance, my country, Germany, has led the role in this. We have sheltered millions of people, and we can't take, of course, everyone who's fleeing his or her home country, but we will continue to show our international responsibility. Ukraine is our immediate neighboring country. A number of member states have immediate borders with Ukraine. The war in Ukraine is not only a war of Russia against Ukraine, this is a war against the entire European peace and security architecture. And that's why the EU immediately said that we will shelter all Ukrainians, and I mentioned the numbers, nearly 5 million people have come under the temporary refugee directive, to integrate them in our countries as long as they have to stay away from their home. And as soon as the war is over, we will rebuild this country together with the Ukrainians who have left the country. So I think I tried to answer your question. I know that sometimes Europe is presented as being too harsh on dealing with refugees and asylum seekers. If you look up the numbers, I think you will see it's actually quite different, and we will continue to show our humanitarian responsibility. What we have to differ in Europe is we have to have avenues for legal migration, regular migration into the labour market on the one hand, and on the other hand, we have the responsibility to deal with refugees and asylum seekers.
David, this is working. Yeah, Russell Lansbury, University of Sydney. David, thank you for an excellent speech. But Germany appeared to be somewhat reluctant to get involved in the Ukrainian situation initially. What explained that, and how do you see the future?
I'm a member of Angela Merkel's Christian Democratic Union. We were in power for 16 years, and we are now enjoying the short time in opposition to recover. So I'm not in a position to defend the German government. We did that for 16 years. But having said that, Germany's position on Ukraine should always be closely coordinated with our partners in the European Union, our allies in NATO, and in the entire Western world. Germany has shown remarkable support for Ukraine. Germany has been in the lead when it comes to preparing sanctions against the Russian Federation and providing humanitarian, economic, financial support to Ukraine. Germany is much more dependent on Russian energy deliveries than other EU member states. That's why using energy deliveries as a weapon hits Germany very hard. And like all countries, we are suffering with high inflation rates and rocketing energy prices. And the German heavy industry is highly dependent on affordable energy. Looking back, we have to make sure that Germany never ever again becomes so dependent on energy deliveries from one country, especially in this case, the authoritarian Russian Federation. So that's why at the beginning, when it came to the sanctions packages, Germany was a bit reluctant, considering what does this mean for the German heavy industry when we cut the energy deliveries. But we've carried all 8 sanctions packages. Now we need to make sure that the sanctions packages actually work. There are still too many loopholes. And a final point when it comes to military support. My father served in the Second World War on the British side. And I often discussed these matters with my late father, especially when I served in the German military for 2 years. And my father often asked me, why is Germany such a pacifist country? And I said to my dad, well, looking at history, there are even worse things than Germany being a pacifist country. I mean, the German mindset is still very much coined what happened in the worst part in the history of mankind, the era of National Socialism in Germany, which brought terror and tragedy and devastation to the entire world. But we have started to reshape our foreign policy. You know that since 1990, and Germany is more and more being an active partner at the international stage. If Germany is a bit more cautious in sending our troops abroad or sending military equipment to third countries, there might be some reasons. But I must say that in the recent weeks, the German government has taken brave decisions. Finally, we are going to fund our German armed forces better than we have done for many, many years and decades. The so-called Zeitenwende announced by Chancellor Scholz, 100 billion euros additional investment in our armed forces for Bundeswehr. I welcome that. I also welcome that Germany has started to deliver weapons to Ukraine, but perhaps I'm allowed to say this in Canberra, I think that Germany can still do more. And I'm very sure that Germany will still do more, because we have to give the brave Ukrainian women and men the weapons they desperately need to win this war against an imperialist war of aggression started and totally unjustified by the Russian Federation. And I do hope that the German government will continue its internal debates on this. I have the impression that 2 of the 3 coalition partners are on the right way forward, and it's now up to the German Social Democrats to take brave decisions.
Thank you very much, Mr. McAllister. That was a very, very interesting presentation. So now I'd like to move on to our second session in this second part of this session. Today we have a new format. We're going to do a keynote conversation between Geraldine Doog and our National President, Alan Gyngell. Now, firstly, to welcome Geraldine Doog. Many of you will, or she's very well known to all of us as a presenter on the ABC Radio National's Saturday Extra program, which specialises in foreign policy, regional issues and agenda-changing commentators. Look, you have Geraldine's bio in your program, and because we are running a bit behind time, I think I'll just welcome Geraldine to the stage. Alan Gyngell is also very well known to you all as our National President. His bio is in the program. He has recently updated his book, Fear of Abandonment. Sorry, oh God, Alan, oh dear. Fear of Abandonment, which has been updated. And there are copies for sale, and Alan will sign them, so they'll be in the lobby. So welcome to both Geraldine and Alan. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Zara. Have you ever participated in the keynote conversation?
No, I haven't, so this is a nice novelty.
Me neither. Look, it's wonderful to have you here, Geraldine. I'm sure that, like many in this audience, my Saturday mornings since you started in 2005, I think, have begun by listening to the informed and civilised interviews you conducted on Saturday Extra. Not quite news, not quite current affairs. I've always thought of you as a proto-podcaster.
A proto-podcaster.
Okay. Giving space to people to comment about important things. But my fanboy status wasn't the reason that we invited you here today. Some months ago on the program, I heard you talking about the reasons you'd instituted a new feature called A Current Affair.
A foreign affair.
Oh, sorry, A Foreign Affair, dealing with the world around us. And you said that you thought that these issues needed to be better understood by the Australian people, and that's exactly the role of the Australian Institute of International Affairs, to help Australians know more, understand more, and engage more in international affairs. And for 90 years, since the ferment of the discussions that took place during the Paris Peace Conference after the First World War, when people from the US and the UK and Australia and the other allied nations said to themselves, how can we stop this sort of thing happening again? And one of the conclusions they reached was that there needed to be much more informed inclusion of the international of the publics in the discussion of these questions. So this seemed an ideal chance for us to explore with one of Australia's most admired and experienced broadcasters this very question. How do we engage the Australian public on these international questions better? I know I know how many calls you have on your time, and I know how generously you've committed yourself. But let's start there. If there is universal agreement on anything in the world at the moment, it is that we are living through rapid and profound changes, both in the geopolitical system and in the natural order, with climate change and so on. Just over the past 2 weeks, if you read the Biden administration's national security statement or Xi Jinping's report to the 20th Congress, same points are made. So my first question, what have you concluded about this question? How do we make international affairs interesting and understandable to a general audience?
Well, Alan, regrettably, I think it's gone backwards, the participation in international affairs within Australia, even though, I mean, it might be a heresy to people like you who are sitting here, who are quite, self-evidently engaged, and we've got more people doing international relations degrees than ever before. But look, my sense is that we have gone quite a lot more domestic. That's understandable if you're given, I think, COVID. I was sort of listing it all as I was thinking of our conversation. Bushfires, floods, and, you fund someone, you have Jeremy Fernandez in Tobago is more important than somebody in Beirut sort of thing. I mean, and constant budget cuts, really, which finally hit the news department. For years, we had very clever CFOs who managed to sort of shield the news department from the budget cuts that came and went. It varied, you know what I'm talking about. But they couldn't any longer. And my view is that there became a real sense that we had to do some choosing. And I think that international coverage definitely was sidelined more than it had been. Now, I think there are I've really thought a lot about this because it distressed me. And I think that there is an abstractness to a lot of international affairs coverage that Australians don't sit well with, especially, and I think there is a transactional and tone and an ambiguity, none of which Australians sit well with. This is my sort of growing view as I evaluate the feedback I get to Saturday Extra, where I've observably said, I've said our remit is economics, foreign affairs, regional affairs. It's interesting, the wording you use. I sort of use our place in the region, our place in the world, as opposed to even the term foreign affairs. So I think that Australians are, they attach to fear and crisis because it's tangible. And I think a lot of, and even David's presentation, a lot of sort of notional things that are critically important, that are very easy, I think, for a lot of Australians to say, oh, I'll leave it to somebody else. Now, did they do that more in the past? Well, my instinct is that strangely enough, because of globalisation, I mean, this has been very well written and various people have suggested that there's a counterintuitive stress on much more domestic identity search and possibly localised identity search. So that as this globalised world offers, people thought initially, so much more of a chance to define oneself as a sort of macro player or a macro identity, it's gone the other way. Social media has augmented that so that there's actually a smaller and smaller search for identification and self-conviction. And I think all of that has played a role in the ambivalence, deep ambivalence that I think a lot of average Australians show in being connected with this vital area. I mean, it's also true that some very good market research done for the ABC News. I mean, there's a lot of nonsense market research done within the media that you can sort of ignore a lot of it, but there was some very good material presented to ABC News about 5 years ago, as I recall. And it had two things that I've never forgotten, and I think I've said to you before. They warned that ABC News, that's the broad news agenda, that covers a whole lot of the ABC's outward-facing focus, it was losing the outer suburbs and first-generation migrants. That it was actually covering the inner city and the regions well, but that it was not covering these crucial areas. And it really hit home, I think. I think there was a sense that, that had a ring of truth. And I think there was a totally prudent desire to make sure that the needs of those areas were covered. And despite the fact that you might say to me, well, surely a lot of those people are part of the diasporas and they're interested in their countries of origin or in international affairs, I don't think it's absolutely true.
Yeah, now look, why this is one thing that's interested me for a long time. Immigration has transformed Australia in profoundly during my lifetime. But one of the things it hasn't transformed really is Australian foreign policy. If you go back to the 1960s, you can see this the three commitments of support for a great and powerful friend, engagement in the region around us, support for the rules-based order. There's not all that much difference. Why do you think immigration hasn't had a bigger role in this? I think, for example, about a very similar country, Canada, where immigrant groups, the Tamils, for example, have really deeply shaped Canadian foreign policy. What is it about Australia? Is it that our immigrant groups are only now becoming, politically more significant, or is it something about Australia itself? You get here, it's big, it's a long way from anywhere. The problems of home matter less. Yeah, recede.
Look, I must say, I think about this too. I think, again, it is something about this search and reach for a perceived Australian character, and that is actually a real strength for us in many ways. And I could come back to that in terms of how we think. But I think that it subsumes, we don't look kindly upon people who maintain very strong relationships to disordered, or what is perceived to be disordered countries. I mean, people say to me, and they'll frequently bowl up, why don't you cover more of countries that are sort of in ongoing issues? And I say, because the interest levels in non-solvables is extremely low. Australians believe things can be solved. They invest in that, and they'll invest hugely in something that is soluble, but something that just rolls on and on. I mean, I would offer Pakistan as an example. Pakistan, I mean, I know you'll hate this answer from me, but a few years ago I thought, Pakistan it just rolls on. I'm doing the same stories year in, year out about Pakistan, and you feel the listeners and the viewers just say, oh, not again. Unless it's an acute crisis like a flood. I mean, this is where I think is the real trick. So you get this amazing attention to detail, to things that, and they will contribute very well. Somebody sets up an appeal, bang.
Indian Ocean tsunami was another example.
Exactly. Yeah. But the ongoing sense of something that nobody can solve or chooses to solve, no, they're just not interested. So I think that plays a role in the diaspora. And if they are perceived to be stirring up trouble from their nice, neat, safe arrangement in Australia, I think that is marked down extremely strongly. And I certainly get that in feedback. So for both of those reasons, I think it hasn't worked the way it has in other countries.
Yeah. I can understand all of those questions, all of those responses rather, but how do you decide who to get on your program? This goes to a generational issue. Tim Watts, the Assistant Foreign Minister, was talking yesterday at the masterclasses that we had, and he talked about how much the Australian debate about foreign policy was captured by greybeards and the aged. And I sort of shrank in my seat at the back of the back of the room. Is do you see different generational differences in the people you interview, and how do you ensure that younger voices?
Maybe I've fallen into that category. I do love people with corporate memory, I have to say.
Yeah.
I love people who can tell a story and contextualise it, because I happen to believe that part of the way in which we can cut across this sort of regression or torpor or whatever it is by personalising it and by people giving short timelines, historical timelines. I don't mean in, as if they're giving a lecture, but can actually contextualise, is immensely helpful. And I find it, it's... So you reach for people who can make it live. John McCarthy's here, and John can really bring a sense that you feel that you're hearing somebody who has been there, done that, who's seen things. And sometimes John can get a weary look as if we're here again, but he does actually, he proposes something too. He often recommends something. Now, this is something that I notice, like the International Crisis Group is particularly good on this. They always have their list of recommendations so that it's not just a sort of a chorus of the damned, where we hear again ghastliness. There's how do we get out of it? Look, I had a very interesting conversation that has really lived with me, and I'm still processing it, with a woman at the Lowy the other night when the Indian External Affairs Minister, Mr. Jaishankar, was there, and I had a conversation with a woman who worked in his office. And it was a very enjoyable evening. She didn't know me, I didn't know her. And we were discussing the fact, I said, seriously, because you could feel that he was enjoying the night and he was enjoying the conversation, and he was getting on very well with Michael Fullilove, and there were a couple of cricket exchanges, but it was much more than that. It wasn't cricket and curry, the great thing that has been the problem, I would argue, in Australia into relations. And I said to her, do you really think that friendships matter? Everyone says friendships and values matter, but is it true? Oh, yes, she said, it absolutely is true. And I said, yes, but it's not friendships the way a lot of arguably personal friendships evolve, is it? No, she said, it isn't. And I realised, and we both sort of realised together, particularly for women who are very relationally orientated, and, if you set up a friendship with, well, certainly I believe, if you set up a friendship with somebody, it's a friendship. It's not a networking event, it's a friendship. And you do have levels of trust and commitment and investment. They are more transactional. But that's fine. And, I may never see this. I will. I have emailed her already, as I would, being a good media woman. But I'm not going to set up a deep friendship with this woman, probably. But it will matter. And it sort of suddenly hit me. This is what a lot of foreign affairs work is, and vital for that, because as she said, she does develop levels of trust about me, similar to the Indian External Affairs Minister and his opposite numbers here, that he may not choose to develop with other countries. So this is the sort of discussion that is hard to have with Australians.
Mm-hmm. Well, let's talk about an important friendship. National friendship. This leads on to something. I was prompted in this by Zara noting the article by Laura Tingle in the current edition of the Foreign Affairs, and you, Geraldine, also have a really persuasive, to me, article about the challenges facing Penny Wong. We actually have in the audience today Maury Schwartz, who's the publisher of Australian Foreign Affairs and Quarterly Essay, and Black Ink, who's just accepted our invitation to become a fellow of the Australian Institute of International Affairs, because I really can't think of more important media shifts we've had in recent years than AFR. Hugh White's here, and a lot of the debate has been taken out up through Black Ink publications. But anyway, in your piece, you say the big test for Penny Wong will not be China; it will be the United States. And how we deal with the US during this during this period as it tries to work out for itself what its role in the world should be. And I think that's right. You note that it can be hard to counsel Washington, that friends don't always, like as Kevin Rudd discovered with China as well, to be told the truth. So I thought that's terrific. But getting back to the interest of Australians in practical action, how should she do this? What should Australia be doing with the United States at the moment, do you think?
Well, I mean, yes, Hugh will remember certain interactions that remain behind closed doors where we did get to see just how much the Americans did assume all sorts of overlaps. And when the overlap between maybe our national interests was revealed, my goodness, the pushback was very strong. I'll never forget it, as I say in the piece. Look, and I've met, frequently you're taken to events where American forces are present and American commentators, and they are stunned, actually, to realise, like stunned into saying very little while they look at you and then move away from your table. Seriously, I've had that happen where I realised I'd gone too far, because it sort of does annoy me the way, I must say, I'm particularly alert to people talking down and assuming things about Australian attitudes which they don't bother to find out about. Now, it's not just the Americans who do that, but I do feel that after they get over the very, very pleasant interaction, and there's can be very harsh indeed, and they just choose not to engage. Look, I think that I can't think of anybody better positioned in a way than Penny Wong to carry that out, to actually quietly and calmly articulate how Australia is considering this. I mean, we are reconsidering, but that's all we're doing. I mean, goodness me, look at where we are. We're trying to work out exactly where we sit. I mean, it is amazing. I just noticed this this ANZUS-style defence pact. I just pulled it out from the Fin this morning. Terribly important announcements, sort of on the inside pages of the Fin Review. And I think we did it on the news on Friday night to some degree, but like international coverage is sort of number 4 or 5 on the 7 p.m. bulletin, because the view within the media is that it's online that matters much more than the 7 p.m. bulletin. I understand the logic. That's certainly where the younger people are moving, but the symbolic importance of some of those standout legacy media destinations are still terribly important. And so what I'm saying is we are going through a big discussion. Is the Australian people drawn in? Only just. So my view, if I were advising her, is to draw people in more to the dilemmas we have to confront, what it does mean to engage with the region fully, and why something like this is so crucially important, and then to equip ourselves to speak to the Americans better. I'm also, because of that marvellous piece by Jeffrey Wilson in this last edition that my piece is in, about trade. See, this is where I think Penny Wong, as Foreign Minister, probably has a lot to work with, because to work with our strengths and our weaknesses, we are a great trading nation. We must have all of those sea lanes open. It's in our interests. It's tangible. It's not notional and abstract.
Yeah.
And yet I, as a member of the press, what have I said to my teams over the years? Do not bring me trade stories. They are better than, watching paint dry. They are so tedious, I can't stand them, and I will not inflict them on the listener. I have said that for years. I'm ashamed to admit it. And I've come to realise I'm going to have to rethink this. And it may well be that this is a way, I'm starting to think, to make it real, to go for the people involved, to go for the successes. We really do like to believe we're doing well and we're arriving. What does punch above our weight mean? We need success stories. We need real people involved. Exporters are real, more than diplomats maybe. Yeah. So this is where I think we're in a very much a process of change. And if I were her, I would be drawing people in to say, I need you in this conversation, please. Yeah. And then she can take that back to the Americans.
Yeah. Thanks. Zara, how are we going for times? Send it. Hustle us along. Yeah. Well, I'll put a last question to you, and then we'll go to the audience. Is this the? I accept all that you said about the media. I think it's particularly, we feel a particular lack of the sort of foreign correspondents that we had in the past who committed themselves to interpreting the world for an Australian audience over long periods of time. I agree with you about the priority given to international issues. I was watching the ABC television news here last night, and as you say, after a car crash in Canberra and a preview of Tuesday's budget, and stories about the floods, the revelation of the new Chinese Politburo Standing Committee came after a story on Boris Johnson flying back to
of course.
England. But listen, on the other hand, compared with 20, 30 years ago, you can now press a button and get the transcript of what the Prime Minister or a spokesman has said. You get informed commentary from people like Laurie Friedman on Substack.
But
news.
Who's reading it?
Well, yeah, that's right. But it's available. It's available to you. Yes. You can, there's, Twitter for all its, frailties does, give you stuff instantly. Books and journal articles are available in Australia at the press of a button, compared with having to wait, months for them to arrive from the US. So how do you manage that yourself? How do you find out about what's going on? Does it matter? Are we lamenting changes in mainstream media and so on, which for people like you and me, we grew up on, but it doesn't actually matter all that much?
Well, I think we are accurately lamenting. Look, you're right. There is this staggering, glorious subculture of interest, but I think that. I feel it has taken all my maturity, we'll put it nicely, to actually be given the chance to make such a focus on foreign affairs, because I think the younger ones are not given, to be candid, that degree of licence. Now, there are people, there are various Stans in the room, Stan's fascinated, Stan Grant, and doing some marvellous stuff, really wonderful stuff, making it very personalised, I think, for a younger audience. But look, they're rare. So despite what you say, I feel that what I say about Australian foreign affair, our foreign affair, is I want to make it a water cooler conversation, the way natural disasters in Australian politics are. Now, maybe we won't quite get to the full water cooler, but gradually I can see that a foreign affair, where initially, I said to my team, look, I want us to really make that a once-a-month event. We pick the eyes out. We ask people to come nominate what they're keen in. We have grabs, actuality, what we call actuality grabs, as opposed to people sitting there just pontificating. So again, we try to get into the colloquialisms of the moment and apply them to foreign affairs, but not just on fear. to actually say there is more to this than fear, because fear is very easy, I think. And, you know, there's some real rational fear. I totally get it. But that's taken me years, and honestly, I have to say, I still don't think it necessarily has the approval of the people who make the decisions. The commissioning of podcasts is a very interesting guide. Now, there's still very little commissioning of podcasts within the Australian scene about international affairs, yours being a notable one. There's a few, but not much, whereas it certainly is happening in other parts of the world. Podcasting is the new, I think, real marker buoy. You know, it's a barometer of a lot of emerging attitudes. People are doing their bespoke ordering. I think it's still distressing how little is organised in that score on Australia. It will come, I think, but it won't necessarily come via the fear. Fear will only drive a certain sort of, I think, very linear type of attachment. And I just don't, I mean, I honestly don't think that's going to take us to the breadth that we need.
Okay, thanks. Now let's open it up to questions. Yeah, could you go to the microphone so that we can...
I've only got time for 2 questions, so the next one you want.
Thank you. Brendan Augustine, I'm the branch president from WA for Australian Institute of International Affairs. I have a reflection which I would like to get your comment on, both Alan and Geraldine, and an observation. The first is your question, Alan, around the lack of a diaspora voice in the discussion and the conceptualizing of Australian foreign policy and Australian foreign affairs practice. I think it's a subset of a bigger problem because there is not much of a voice from the diaspora on a lot of policy issues compared to countries like Canada, the UK, the US. And I think that comes, the key part of that is the lack of representation in policy-making circles, whether in senior positions at universities, senior positions in relevant government departments, or in the political sphere. That's starting to change very quickly now, which is great. But I think for me, that's a key part of it when you look at other comparative countries. And that goes across also to media. I know, Geraldine, you've had it on your program. I remember an interview with Ramesh Thakur a few years ago where you talked about that. So do you share that observation?
A bit too long. We've got to...
That's the question.
Yes, I think I do. I think that there's all sorts of various efforts to gauge, and I know it'll be quick, involvement in agenda-changing discussions, and it hasn't been good enough. It is coming. I can see it coming, and I can see a confidence coming to a younger group, so these will start to play out. But until we name them, I fear, that's why I sort of thought I will go for it. I will say, I really think we have been going backwards, and I'm looking forward to new talents entering the discussion. I don't know whether you want to say something else.
Desmond Woods, AIIA ACT Council. Continuing on from the last question, we all wish to see the full multiculturalism of Australia reflected in our elected assemblies. And at the moment, we have a system designed to ensure that only British subjects could hold representative positions. We now apply it to only Australian citizens, which means in effect that we do not permit people who have not renounced other entitlements to even enter the race for Parliament. If one walked into the House of Commons, the European Parliament or Congress and told everyone there who was entitled to hold another nationality that they had to leave, you'd be laughed out of court. And yet we maintain this constitutional restriction. Your thoughts on that, and is it a chilling effect on multiculturalism?
I am not going to buy into that. I think I'll leave that as a comment. And no, I think I'm careful about what I do enter and what I don't, if you forgive me.
Very quick, yes. John Bruni, Sage International, Adelaide. Geraldine in particular, but also Alan, to what degree do you think there's a level of elitism in the way that journalists approach foreign affairs topics. I mean, going from my own experience, having a little bit of a spot on a commercial radio station in Adelaide, I talk about foreign affairs and engage followers, quite regularly. If you present the topic well and in an interesting manner, you'd be surprised by the kind of response you get from the general public. Who may not be formally schooled in foreign affairs. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, that's very interesting to hear you say that. I'm very glad to hear that. I do think that there has been a sort of a view that you had to have a doctorate, to get engaged, and I've never believed that, never. But there is a desire for the person to be well informed and. Gravitas is not the right word, but Have Lemahieu, for instance, from the Lowy is a very interesting, because I think he comes on, and Michael Wesley is another one, comes on very much, I think, comfortable with their knowledge base and brings it together in a very good way. What we really struggle with is people. We want people to be generalists, so you probably are, and they will not be. They say to us, oh, well, of course, I couldn't speak there. We said, well, we would like you. We'd like you to be part of a panel where you go off-piste a little bit. No, wouldn't do that. And I presume that's, concern about their own peers, judging them. So is that elitism? I think fear. It's a sort of an internal sanction applied to each other. So I'm delighted to hear you're doing that. The projectors are very interesting. You watch some of there is a sort of, again, an interest in some of these other forum for going in there, and you find that people are, they do know quite a lot more, but they don't make it their calling card. They do not make it their calling card. That's my point. Who's lionised, who's not?
Thank you very much, Geraldine and Alan. I think this was a sort of experiment doing this keynote conversation, and I think it's been absolutely fascinating for all of us. So thank you very much. So now I'd like to welcome Senator the Honourable Simon Birmingham. This is the first time, I think, that he's attended this conference. He's been a Liberal Senator for South Australia since 2007 and is currently the Leader of the Opposition in the Senate. He's held several positions in the Coalition Government, including Minister for Finance and before that Minister for Trade, Tourism and Investment. He was appointed as Shadow Foreign Minister after the election in May 2022. So welcome, Senator Birmingham.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Well, thank you very much for that welcome and for the opportunity to be here at the Australian Institute of International Affairs to address this conference, to follow such a familiar voice in Australia as Geraldine Doog, but to join such a distinguished assembly of individuals. Can I acknowledge you, Alan, as President of the Institute, Zara, to the many distinguished fellows of the Institute, members of the Diplomatic Corps, distinguished guests all. Bryce, thank you. It really is a pleasure to be here with you and to have this opportunity. I do want to begin by recognising the depth of foreign policy expertise assembled here today and across the membership of this institute. There is much knowledge, wisdom and expertise to be harnessed within your ranks, which I look forward to doing as the Shadow Minister for Foreign Affairs and hopefully one day as the Minister. This conference plays a key role in keeping the Australian foreign affairs community abreast of the challenges faced around the world, the opportunities Australia should seize, and how Australia can be an influential contributor to our region, within the global community, and in the pursuit of our national interest. I welcome the opportunity to serve in this crucial portfolio, bringing insights from time in government across cabinet portfolios in education, trade and finance, each with its own international interface, along with the experience of having served on the National Security and Expenditure Review Committees of Cabinet. Many of you I worked or engaged with during my time, particularly as Minister for Trade, Tourism and Investment in the former government. In that portfolio, I was able to see firsthand the dedication of many in the international affairs community to achieving tangible outcomes for both Australia and our partner nations as part of a strategy focused on economic diplomacy. Economic diplomacy is important to every nation, as each seeks to maximise the benefits to their people and their status from achieving stronger economic outcomes. We should never forget that our influence as a nation, Australia's influence as a nation, is enhanced by our nation's economic strength. We are just the 53rd most populous nation, yet we are the 13th largest economy. It is by virtue of our economic strength that we sit at the table of the G20, fund missions across so many nations and international institutions, provide valued development assistance to others, and are a credible national security ally to our closest of partners. However, economic diplomacy itself is intrinsically intertwined with successful engagement across cultural, security and other diplomatic domains. The many trade and cooperation agreements secured during our time in government recently would not have been possible without effective relations and understanding across nations. Equally, such agreements will, ideally, play a critical role in strengthening our international relationships beyond just the economic domain, better equipping Australia to traverse the increasingly difficult challenges we face now and into the future. In preparing to speak with you today, I was reflecting on the 5 months that have passed since the election and since my appointment as Shadow Minister. In just that very short period since Australia changed government in an orderly way, demonstrating the strength and stability of our democracy, it is staggering to consider just how much the world has continued to face, and sadly, not for the better. Like an increasing number of global leaders, I grew up in what we may now consider to be an era of somewhat rose-coloured glasses. While the world still has many challenges, the outlook then was widely encouraging. We witnessed the fall of the Berlin Wall. Nuclear disarmament was cooperatively embraced by the two global powers of the time. Terrorism then was isolated to global hotspots. Democracy, freedom and equality were spreading. With growing economic liberalism, wealth was growing while poverty was shrinking. And nations were working together effectively on universal challenges such as the hole in the ozone layer. Fukuyama's end of history now not only feels like a different era, it was a different era. If the challenges posed by COVID-19 with its economic and health impacts were not enough for the world to contend with, who would have imagined we would be here today facing threats emanating from Russia to activate their nuclear capability? Though people will debate the genuineness of the threat, it is coming from an embattled leader, closer to the end of his power than the start, and history is littered with many examples of what that confluence of events and facts can bring. As Ukraine's resistance remains steadfast and hundreds of thousands of Russians flee their country to avoid Putin's draft, it compounds the pressure on a leader who is clearly a major risk to the world. Steadfast we must remain in support of Ukraine and the clear defeat of Putin. All nations have an interest in respect of their borders and their sovereignty. We will all sleep a little more secure if Putin's anachronistic invasion of another nation is defeated. Equally, we will all be a little less secure if it eventually is successful and tolerated. Australia has joined the world in giving much to support the defence of Ukraine. We have been right to do so, and we should give more, doing so as swiftly and comprehensively as possible. Whilst the outrageous and illegal invasion of Ukraine was already underway at the time of the change of government in Australia, the dire ramifications of war in Europe are now being felt across the global economy. Spiralling energy prices and rising inflation are making life harder for households and businesses, sparking increased risks of downturn and recession potentially in some parts of the world. While COVID fades as a policy challenge in most nations, although notably not in China, the other challenges for governments are rising. Economic challenges, security challenges, budgetary challenges, energy challenges, which will only make meeting, in the case of the latter, climate change targets and challenges even harder. We are seeing these pressures mount from the developed nations of Europe through to the less developed, such as Sri Lanka, in our own Indo-Pacific region. Fortunately, Australia is better insulated from some of these challenges than many of our counterparts. We face them today with a stronger economy, comparatively less debt, a comparatively stronger budget, an energy exporter, a nation that has already increased its defence investment. But we are far from immune. There will be direct and indirect impacts upon Australia, including the potential that such pressures make effective multilateral cooperation even harder. Sadly, Ukraine has not been the only source of military tension over the last 5 months. Even though we knew the threat was ever present, were we ready to see live ballistic missiles from China being fired over Taiwan? What will the long-term impact be from the firing of Chinese missiles into Japanese territory? As if they were feeling overlooked amongst these challenges and crises, North Korea has recently sought to reinforce to our region and the world the threat that it poses to peace and stability. Yet we have been inspired by Iranians, led by schoolgirls, standing up for some of the most basic of human rights and values. Although simultaneously, we are demoralised as we see the ruling Iranian regime remind us of the depravity of those who govern for their own ends rather than those they are supposed to uplift. Regional skirmishes have flared in places like the Armenian and Azerbaijani border. The 20th anniversary of the Bali bombings recently has reminded us that the threat of terrorism remains ever present, and another COP looms large, posing yet another moment to see if global cooperation can really be brought together to address an issue that we all face. Also, in the short time since the election, we have, of course, seen the end of the second Elizabethan era with the death of Queen Elizabeth II. Her life should serve as a reminder to us all, especially those in public office, to put duty first, duty to protect against threats to the peace and prosperity of our nations, duty to stand against those who undermine the rules-based international order, and duty to stay true to values, our word, our commitments. We are amidst the most complex geostrategic environment in decades. The global challenges and their impacts on Australia and our region have multiplied. They demand effective domestic and foreign policy. As you all appreciate, Australia has historically maintained a very strong bipartisan approach wherever possible when it comes to foreign policy. Indeed, this long history of bipartisanship has been the bedrock of Australia's success as we engage internationally and have built our ability to influence global outcomes. I assure you that, as Shadow Minister, I will do my best to maintain this historic approach and offer the opposition's support to the government whenever it is in the national interest to do so. Bipartisanship, which has smoothed changes of government by providing broad continuity of foreign policy from one Australian government to another, has helped Australia withstand challenges throughout much of our modern history. It will remain necessary to help us address the increasingly complex challenges we face and those we are yet to confront. Threats against our sovereignty, attempts to disrupt and undermine our democracy, cyber attacks on government and key institutions, these are all parts of a new theatre of subversive attack that has one purpose: to rattle our people and shake faith in our democratic principles. Our security agencies have told us how foreign actors are increasingly active in our community here on Australian soil, seeking to influence and to interfere. In government, the Coalition strengthened our defences to these threats, responding with significant tranches of national security legislation, which was implemented with bipartisan support in the main to give our security agencies the tools and powers they need to keep us safe. We implemented significant new foreign interference and foreign influence reforms, which have enhanced the capability of Australia to counter foreign actor activity against us here at home and abroad. While improvements to these regimes will no doubt be made over time, our world-leading legislative reforms saw a recent European Parliament delegation to Australia study our models, and as the French member of that delegation, Raphael Glucksmann, said, Australia is at the forefront of this fight against foreign interference. Similarly, reinvigorating and elevating the Quad has been crucial to building cooperation in combating new and emerging threats across our region, while also complementing the welcome adoption of the ASEAN outlook on the Indo-Pacific. The AUKUS security partnership will be critical for Australia's defence in the years and decades ahead, building upon our deep security and intelligence cooperation amongst all of our Five Eyes partners. In many respects, the success of Australia's approach in building this framework can be seen in the bipartisan support it has enjoyed. In this forum, I want to acknowledge the work of our coalition foreign ministers from this time, Julie Bishop and Maurice Payne. They spoke to Institute conferences and events a number of times. Their dedication and commitment to the foreign affairs portfolio, along with Maurice's significant contribution as Defence Minister, placed Australia in a strong position to withstand the pressures we face and to positively influence the outcomes we seek. As I said at the outset, one of the reasons I'm delighted to be in the foreign affairs portfolio is because it builds on my former roles, particularly my time as Trade Minister. That role gave me the opportunity to work closely with the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade and provided a keen sense of understanding of its important role in representing and advancing Australia's interests. Advancing those interests through trade is absolutely critical because 1 in 5 Australian jobs depend upon trade. It was in part the Coalition's success in trade negotiations that helped Australia emerge from the height of the global pandemic so successfully. The Australian economy and labour market outperformed all major advanced economies. And under the Coalition, we finalised some 11 trade agreements, stretching from North Asia through ASEAN nations to Pacific Island nations, across the Pacific to the Americas, to the UK, and ultimately an agreement with India. This network took the share of Australian trade covered by free trade agreements from 27% when our government was elected to almost 80% by the time of its conclusion. Obviously, these FTAs have proved enormously successful in building economic outcomes as we increase two-way trade. They also help to strengthen, of course, the resilience of the Australian economy. But notably, they also deepen the connections we have with signatory countries and are a building block for further strengthening our people-to-people links in areas such as education. Recently, I had the pleasure of spending time with the Japanese ambassador to Australia, His Excellency Shingo Yamagami. He enthusiastically told me that in 2020, Japan was the single biggest investor in Australia for that year, surpassing the United States. Whilst the US may remain our largest investor overall, His Excellency stressed how Japan's increasing focus on Australia and resulting investment has developed as a direct consequence of the closer trade and other economic ties we have built. It was an early act of the then new coalition government to sign the Japan-Australia Economic Partnership Agreement in July 2014. I do note in this forum that that agreement was signed on behalf of Japan by then Prime Minister Shinzo Abe, a towering figure on the global stage for many years, a great friend to Australia, who so sadly lost his life earlier this year in an act of violence that shook us all, and I pay tribute to his legacy. These strong relationships, often founded on a bedrock of trade ties, have helped to strengthen our shared interests across governments, businesses and peoples. There should be no doubt how fundamental many of these agreements, not just the trade agreements, but also our significantly expanded network of strategic partnership agreements will be in the future. Agreements with countries that enable closer cooperation where we have shared values and interests can only build our sphere of interest. Such bilateral and plurilateral agreements work alongside our commitments to multilateralism and a rules-based international order. Australia rightly seeks to be a good partner who adheres to the obligations made under the very agreements and treaties we enter into. Our partners should have confidence in the genuineness of undertakings that we make, and we should expect the same of them. The tariffs on Australian barley and wine, as well as indirect sanctions being applied to our forestry industry, resources sector, live seafood and other industries, represent breaches of the China-Australia Free Trade Agreement and of China's World Trade Organisation obligations. These are deeply disappointing actions for which Australia is rightly using the dispute resolution mechanisms of the WTO to right a wrong, but which would be better resolved by China swiftly agreeing in a bilateral setting to end such attempted coercion. The recent contact between Australian and Chinese foreign ministers is welcome. I hope there will be more of it. The last leader-level dialogue between our nations occurred between then Prime Minister Morrison and Premier Li Keqiang in the margins of the last face-to-face meeting of the East Asia Summit in 2019 in Bangkok. I was present for that meeting. I would hope and expect a similar opportunity to eventuate for Prime Minister Albanese when face-to-face G20 and EAS events occur next month in Indonesia and Cambodia. This will also mark the lead-up to the 50th anniversary of the establishment of Australia-China diplomatic relations. Such a meeting, if it occurs, would also be welcome. The refusal of China to engage in ministerial or leader-level dialogue over recent times has been counterproductive. Whatever the differences, talking is the last thing that should be ceased, not the first. However, in any talks, it is essential that Australia remain resolute in defence of our national interest and explicit in defence of our values. Ultimately, the test of any talks will be in the outcomes yielded. Critically, we should press for progress on worrying and sensitive consular cases, which have recently passed yet more critical deadlines with no known progress, leaving individuals and families in a continuing state of despair. We should, of course, press for an end to the trade sanctions, for respect for international laws, for the safety of our defence forces, and for basic human rights to be upheld. We should also seek areas for cooperation, where possible, while keeping our eyes wide open to the challenges that appear even more evident after the last couple of days. COVID frustratingly prevented most face-to-face contact from early 2020 until around the time of the recent Australian election. This was especially true with Pacific Island nations who imposed strict travel restrictions reflecting their vulnerability to COVID. So it has also been welcome to see our nearest neighbours prioritised for visits by the new government now that borders are again open and travel again possible. Our nearest neighbours naturally held out the welcome mat to meet the new administration and would no doubt welcome that it was occurring on their own home soil. However, it hasn't all been smooth sailing. Some in the new government gave the impression pre-election that a few extra visits or a change in tone could solve complex problems. This has been exposed as overly simplistic. Take the offer of election funding to the Solomon Islands, for example. Some international media have described the handling of the initial offer made by the Albanese government, which was publicly savaged by the Songavare government, as dunderhead diplomacy. I note Minister Wong made comments interpreted by some media outlets as a criticism of Timor-Leste President Ramos Horta for his use of the media on a sensitive bilateral matter. Given the terrible public handing of the Solomon Islands election funding offer, or more recently, the offensive way, acknowledged by the government now, of the handling of the decision on West Jerusalem, perhaps Minister Wong needs to hold herself to the same standards around media sensitivities. Nonetheless, I do welcome the efforts of the new government to build upon the Pacific step-up of the coalition government, where we opened new missions, established new infrastructure funding, made available new climate funding, and prioritised development assistance. It has been pleasing to see Prime Minister Songavare visit and to hear him restate commitments in relation to security and basing, as it was pleasing to see President Ramos Horta visit and the advances being made, it seems, to resolve sensitive issues. I would also like to say that the US summit with Pacific leaders recently was so very, very welcome. And as Australia has emphasised for some time, that there needs to be much more such US engagement right across the Indo-Pacific. Having been a senior minister, I understand the importance in government of doing what you say you will do and the consequences when you don't. When President Bush awarded John Howard the Presidential Medal of Freedom in 2009, he said the award recognised John Howard's unwavering support for liberty, free institutions and the rule of law as the true and hopeful alternatives to ideologies of violence and repression. It's a reminder to us all and to the government that judgments will be made on whether we do what we say and stay true to our values. In the months leading up to the election, Labor from opposition adopted certain policy positions which it has not yet acted on. One example is Anthony Albanese and Penny Wong declaring that Russian diplomats should be expelled from Australia. Their policy statements were unequivocal. This hasn't happened, and when questioned, the government appears to be retreating from that position. Whether it should or should not occur is not the point I'm making in this context. The government from opposition said that is what should happen. It has not yet offered satisfactory explanations to Australians or others as to why not. Nor have we seen any use of the Magnitsky-type sanctions since those utilised by the former government, notwithstanding the enthusiastic calls of the now government for their use. Perhaps on these issues, Labor was just playing pre-election politics in some of these areas. But explanation, at the very least, are now due in relation to whether action will occur. Ladies and gentlemen, a fundamental part of the role of any opposition in our system is to hold the government of the day to account for things it says, the things it says it will do, and its delivery of them. Bipartisanship and support for a bipartisan foreign policy does not mean the absence of scrutiny and occasional criticism. We will seek to get the balance right. In the past 5 months, I've been pleased to meet with many people and organisations representing the international affairs community, including many from the diplomatic corps. I look forward to further engagement and working with organisations like the Institute and those here in this room and the broader international affairs community. My approach, as I've indicated, will be one of seeking to be constructive, calling out, where necessary, mistakes or actions, but looking to advance always Australia's national interest. Our national interest is always best served by holding true to our values. Values defined in the last Foreign Policy White Paper as political, economic and religious freedoms, support for liberal democracy, the rule of law, racial and gender equality and mutual respect. If we are always guided by those in our engagement with others, it will serve us well. It will guide us well. It will help us to be predictable and consistent in the decision-making we take. And predictability and consistency help other governments in their engagement with us. I look forward to your advice, your wise counsel, your ideas, helping to inform our policies and our approaches over the years ahead as we seek to build a foreign policy platform and agenda to take to the next election that maintains the consistency of Australian traditions, the bipartisanship where possible, but also seeks to ensure we enhance Australia's ability to be able to influence the international environment to secure the peace and prosperity we all wish for. Thanks once again for the chance to be here, and I look forward to a few questions.
Thank you. Look, we have time for about 2 questions. So have we got anybody at the microphones yet? You have to make your way quickly. Is that somebody there? No? Yes? Good. And well, you'll be the second. Good. You
Karen
first.
von Stronkius, University of New England. So you said that we had a bipartisan foreign policy, and in many important respects that is true. But I would argue that it has not been bipartisan for some time now. And one is climate change. And I was wondering if, given that we have a new leadership of the coalition, including you as Shadow Foreign Minister, whether we might see a fresh approach to climate change. And the other is with regard to the war on Iraq and the fact that the Parliament did not have a role in being consulted and approving that decision, and whether your coalition, your party, would be willing to consider war powers reform to the Australian Parliament for decisions to go to war. Thank you.
Two questions.
That's two questions. I'll seek to deal with them both relatively quickly. In relation to climate change policy, Australia's position, certainly domestically, has been hotly contested at times. It has been the subject of elections and the cause of some Prime Minister's downfall on both sides of politics. Internationally, there has been a steadier approach, but it is true that at the last election, the now government took more ambitious short-term targets to that election, secured a mandate and made that commitment under the Paris Framework Convention afterwards. I acknowledge that and it's consistent with the net zero ambitions both sides of politics have struck. I've personally publicly welcomed the fact that we do see higher ambition, and that higher ambition is something that in a foreign policy context clearly has been and is helpful for our engagement with partners in our region and other partners around the world, such as in Europe. The test for Australia, as it is for all nations on climate change targets and ambitions, will be on how they are enacted and how they are achieved effectively and how that is done in ways that don't damage job and other economic outcomes. Commitments the current government has made. In a domestic policy sense, we will hold them to those commitments. In a foreign policy sense, I hope we can take the commitments that have been made and build upon them in the years to come. But that, of course, will be assessed closer to the election when we see progress against those targets, and also closer to the next election when the country will not be so focused on the 2030 targets, but I expect starting to look towards the 2035 target commitments that we will have to make under the Paris Agreement. On the second question, in terms of who within our governmental framework has responsibility for exercising powers of military call-out, no, we don't support a dilution of the power of the executive and government of the day in that regard. That's been a consistent position of our side of politics. It hasn't changed. To my knowledge, it's the position of the government as well, and that we are bipartisan in that regard, that as the parties of government, we do believe that it is the responsibility of the government of the day to make those sensitive decisions.
Thank you, Senator. I'll ask two questions to Eric because of that. That's all right. Firstly, do you think...
What's your name?
Oh, yes, absolutely. My name is J.D. Namisasa, and I'm an Australian Awards recipient from the Solomon Islands.
Excellent.
Yes.
Welcome.
And, okay, so you... I guess now that you're in opposition, maybe you'll have more freedom to answer this, but the last election...
there are some greater freedoms, but not complete liberty.
Well, the last election cycle, it was widely commentated that the previous government, I guess, dropped the ball with regards to the Pacific. One, would you care to respond to that and suggest whether indeed you agree that the previous government did drop the ball in regards to the previous government? And the second question I'd ask, I follow Solomon politics quite... well, I think quite well, I like to think. And I look after the Solomon community up in New South Wales. And the thing that the Solomon Islanders keep noting is that an Australian citizen can arrive in the Solomon Islands and request for a visa and that be granted on arrival. That's not the case for Solomon Islanders coming into Australia. In fact, I had to deal with a visa application which was refused from one of the members of the community, families requiring to come into the country. I wonder what your government... I do also know that the European Parliament, in fact, the European government has agreed, given a visa waiver agreement for short stay for Solomon Island citizens, which I think is a brilliant move. I wonder then whether, as a government in waiting, you would consider that policy.
Thank you, and thank you for those questions. Can I thank you also for the contribution that you are making in Australia to the support of the Solomon Islands community in Australia, and also obviously through dialogue such as this. To the first part of your question, unsurprisingly, no, I don't accept the complete thesis that the previous government had dropped the ball, as you put it, and as some others have. It is important to remember that after the 2019 election, the very first bilateral visit undertaken by the then Prime Minister was to the Solomon Islands. That as part of the Pacific Step Up, and I mentioned some of this in my remarks, Australia opened 6 new missions across Pacific Island nations, putting us as the only country to have representation in all member nations of the Pacific Islands Forum. We established the Australian Infrastructure Financing Facility. We put in place a $700 million climate financing package. There was significant prioritisation of development assistance given to Pacific nations. So in that context, there was much done in terms of the Pacific Step Up and focus on those relations. People, of course, are free to debate whether it was enough, whether more could have been done, whether more could have been done about particular relationships. But I think we also have to be mindful of a couple of realities there. One is that respect for sovereignty cuts both ways. We can't expect that sovereign nations, be it the Solomon Islands or any other, will always do the things we would wish them to do, or not do the things we would wish them not to do. There will be times where they make decisions that we don't like. And our respect for their sovereignty means we have to accept those decisions, obviously continue to put our case, our views and our beliefs clearly to them. But that is a reality we face if we are going to walk the walk, not just talk the talk around sovereignty. The other factor is that we do face, in this environment of strategic competition, the reality of the types of pressures and engagement of others, and in this case, China, in terms of the way in which they engage. And so that is a reality that perhaps brings me back to the first point. Sometimes countries will do things we'd rather they didn't do. And we may not always be able to prevent that. But of course I do welcome, as I have said, the engagement, the visits, both directions now with borders open in relation to the Solomons. And I do hope to see that that builds closer and deeper ties. Which kind of leads into the second, which is, yes, I think there are opportunities to consider visa reforms. We've seen strong growth and take-up of the Pacific Island labour schemes over time, and indeed we've sought to enhance those in government. We were seeking also to extend further in terms of an agriculture visa. In terms of visitation rights versus work rights, perhaps, there may be scope to look further at what visitation processes can be simplified for Pacific Island nations, as well as looking to enhance those work rights that provide really important opportunities for economic support and building of people-to-people and cultural ties through the movement of individuals. So whilst not a blanket yes to we should simply throw open the borders without any visa requirements, I certainly think there is an opportunity for us to look at more efficient, more liberalised, more effective means to embed the partnerships with Pacific Island nations. One of the trade agreements that, and I'll make this the last point, one of the trade agreements that I saw delivered in my time as Trade Minister was PACER Plus, our agreement with Pacific Island nations. A logical building block for that could well be enhanced movement of peoples as we've sought to use that as an agreement to enhance the flow of trade, to enhance the flow of investment. Logically, it could also be used to enhance the ease of movement of individuals through potentially visa liberalisation. Thanks everybody very much.
Thank you, Senator Birmingham. Now, just before we go to morning tea, we've got one other quick thing that we want to do. The Ewan Crone Asian Awareness Scholarships were established, I think, in about 2015 by Ewan Crone, now the late Ewan Crone. And each year, although we haven't been able to do it for the last couple of years, we award scholarships to young members of the AIIA. This year, there have been 5 recipients of this Ewan Crone Asian Awareness Scholarships. So I'd like to announce that the first scholarship has been awarded to Tevi Bullock for support to a face-to-face course at the Asian Disaster Preparedness Centre Training Academy located in Bangkok. Aaron Z for support to attend the Asia Pacific Economic Cooperation Conference as part of the Voice of the Future program to be held in Thailand in November. Susan de Groep Hoopner to support independent research on religious populism in Indonesia. Simran Keshwani for hydrogen in the Indian green economy. And Alexander Hind for study of Indonesia's middle power discourse. The proposals were awarded on the basis of their quality, but we also had the happy outcome of awarding the scholarships to a variety of projects taking place in different parts of Asia, with the awardees representing a majority of Australian states and territories. Today, unfortunately, Tevi Bullock was coming, but she is not well, so she hasn't been able to come. We have Aaron Z and Simran Keshwani are with us today, and I'm going to ask our National President, Alan Ginjal, to present certificates to both Aaron and, oh, I'm sorry, I've done the wrong thing. It's Alexander Hind who's here, not Simran Keshwani. Sorry, Bryce gave Bryce a heart attack. So, Alan, could you please come, and Aaron and Alexander, we know Aaron is here. Where is Alexander? Come up on the stage. This is Aaron. Here's Alexander. Aaron. Alan.
Yeah, Alexander. Thank you so much. Here we are. Congratulations on that. Good. Thank you.
Well done. Good. So that concludes the first session. Bryce, I think you better tell me what time everybody needs to be back in the room now. 10 past 11? 10 past 11. Good. See you all back here then. Thank you.
Okay, we can get started. I know there'll be a few people sort of wandering in as we go, but I want to introduce myself. I first want to pay respects to the Ngunnawal and Ngambri people on whose land we are meeting here today, and reflect on the privilege of being able to be here on that land and have these conversations. I'm Stan Grant. I'm the host of Q&A at the ABC, ABC's International Affairs analyst, the foreign correspondent for many years for various outlets. So pleased to be here with you today. We have an esteemed panel to discuss this question of new approaches to the emerging strategic challenges. You've all got the rundown today, so you can have a look at the backgrounds of our speakers today. But what we're going to do is to first hear from each of them, just a little bit of a rundown on how they see the challenges of this time and how we should respond to them here in Australia and abroad. We'll open up then to a conversation here that I'll be able to begin with our panellists, and then open up to more conversation with you. So let's begin. I'll introduce the panel that we have here. Emeritus Professor Hugh White from the Australian National University, Professor Ian Hall, Griffith Asia Institute, Professor Jackie True from Monash Centre for Gender, Peace and Security, and Hayley Channer from the Perth US Asia Centre. I might begin with you, Hayley, and we can work back down the line. Just sketch for us how you see this moment, what the challenges are for us, and the strategic approaches we need to take to meet these challenges.
Thank you so much, Stan, and thanks to everyone for being in the room today. So I'm going to talk about three main things to shape my comments this morning. I'm going to talk about getting along, keeping the lights on, and don't get mad, get even. So the first thing I'm going to talk about is getting along. One of the biggest emerging strategic challenges we will face as a country in the years ahead is social cohesion. Now, if you have to wonder why social cohesion is so important, just think back to a year ago when we were fighting each other for toilet paper in the shopping market aisles. Now, I could never fight anyone for toilet paper because when I got there, there was no toilet paper left to fight over. So this point, though, is that, you know, only one thing, a pandemic and supply chain shortages, really challenged the social contracts that we have with one another and how we interact with one another. And it's not just Australia that's facing this problem of social cohesion. Think about January 6th last year, when hundreds of Trump supporters stormed the US Capitol building and 5 people ended up losing their lives. You know, that is another story of how social systems can really break down because there's a lack of cohesion within the population. And then looking more closely to our own region, look at the Solomon Islands and how at the end of last year there were violent riots when the Solomon Islands government changed recognition from Taiwan to China. So social cohesion really matters. But the strategic element of social cohesion is when state or non-state actors deliberately undermine social cohesion. So just last month we had Meta decide to ban a number of Chinese agents and Chinese profiles that were on Facebook, Twitter and Instagram because those profiles were trying to influence the outcomes of the November midterm elections in the United States. But they weren't only trying to determine the outcome of the midterms, they were also saying things that, like, President Biden is corrupt and also just sowing discontent within the American public. So that's one example from the United States. And even earlier this year, we had the head of Australia's Security Intelligence Organisation talking about how Chinese actors were trying to influence the outcomes of the Australian election. But there's also another way that Chinese actors are doing this, and that is through influencing Chinese language media in Australia and also going into grassroots organisations and doing something called astroturfing, where basically they promote a view within those grassroots organisations that's favourable to the Chinese Communist Party and pretend as though that is the normal community view in Australia. So I think we can see a really practical way that social cohesion is being undermined. Because this session is all about new approaches, one of the measures I think that we can actually adopt to fix this problem is to actually make sure that the people within our government departments and the people that sit in Australian Parliament House are more reflective and look like the communities that they serve. So greater diversity within all levels of government and within the actual members of parliament and senators who represent us is going to increase trust within the community that, yes, their interests are being represented, and it's also going to lead to better policy outcomes because the whole of society will be more equally reflected. The next point I want to talk about is keeping the lights on. So energy security. I don't know if anyone else here in the room got an electricity bill in the last month or so, but mine made me cry, and it also made me want to think, how many more layers of clothing can I wear next year in the house? And I heard a report that said next year our electricity bills are going to go up by an additional 35%. So obviously we're going to have to undertake a massive transition within the Australian economy and workforce to stop from, digging stuff up out of the ground and drilling stuff up out of the ocean and start getting our energy and electricity from the sky, from solar and wind. But if I was worried about how cold I was this winter, spare a thought for Europeans heading into winter this Christmas, especially when Russia has cut off their gas supply. it's going to be extremely tough for our European friends and partners, particularly Germany and Italy. And some of you might even remember earlier this year when a lot of the major landmarks in Berlin went dark because Germany is trying to ration and basically conserve its energy supply for winter. And if you put yourselves in that context, imagine, driving down Anzac Parade here and seeing the War Memorial dark. Or if you're in Sydney, imagine driving across the Sydney Harbour Bridge and the Sydney Opera House is dark because we're worried about keeping our homes warm in winter. I mean, what a visual metaphor for how dark the situation has become. So what's the solution to this? What's the new approach? Well, Europe is really having to diversify its energy and electricity supply, so it's going to need to find more sources of energy. And for Australia, we're really going to hurt. We are going to be colder, my electricity bills are going to be higher as we go through this period of pain transitioning to a new economy and workforce. And then my final point, don't get mad, get even. This one is all about how do we outperform Chinese models. So I think at the end of today, if China was a word cloud, China will be the biggest word in that cloud. And there's a lot of reasons for that. Obviously, China's our biggest trade partner. It's one of our largest security challenges. But actually, we're really angry with China. We're angry because of China's military intimidation. We're angry at China because of its economic intimidation. And frankly, we're angry at China because it is trying to change the US-led regional order in the Indo-Pacific and change the physical look of the region. But there is one area where we can not get mad, we can get even, and that is in the area of infrastructure. So China has its major Belt and Road Infrastructure Initiative. It's been going for almost a decade now, and for the last couple of years, Australia, the United States, and some of our friends and allies have also tried to develop alternates to China's Belt and Road. But what we need is something that's a more competitive offering for countries in the region so that we're not just trying to chase China's lead all throughout the region. We're actually providing a compelling alternative that they want to choose over Chinese models. So that's my solutions for those three challenges, and I really look forward to hearing from my fellow panellists.
Thank you. Ian.
Thank you very much. I'm going to take a step back a little bit. Look, Australia and many Australians in this room played a leading role in attempting to create a stable, peaceful, prosperous regional order in the post-Cold War period. This involved, as we all know, promoting economic interdependence and multilateralism. It involved playing a key role in things like APEC and the ASEAN-centred institutions like the East Asia Forum. And the logic here was to bind the region together economically, but also to try to disincentivize the use of force to settle disputes and to socialize the region and regimes like China's into not just into habits of cooperation, but also perhaps into political reform. Now, this effort was valiant. It wasn't entirely unself-interested, of course. It was of direct benefit to Australia. And of course, Canberra always had the Americans as an ally to fall back on if things went wrong. But valiant though this effort was, it's now clear that it's failed. East Asia is vastly more prosperous than it was in the 1990s. But major territorial disputes, Taiwan, Senkakus, South China Sea, the China-India border, these all persist, and there's no sign of peaceful settlement for any of them. And China in particular has channeled significant chunks of its new wealth into constructing a dystopian police state at home and to creating a powerful military with little prospect of domestic reform. And perhaps worst of all, China's socialised the region, including Australia, into supporting its vision and ambitions, into believing that authoritarianism is a viable and even desirable development model, into saying that its model will keep delivering ever more prosperity into the future, even though there are now signs that that's not really the case. Into thinking that China's intentions towards the region are benign and peaceful, unlike the United States' intentions, that its claims on the South China Sea or Taiwan or vast swathes of Indian territory, including an entire state, are legitimate. And its capture of regional elites is unproblematic. Its control of the diaspora and dissenters overseas and so on is equally unproblematic. And that its use of economic coercion, intellectual property theft, and so on is all legitimate. And perhaps worst of all, that attempts to push back or prevent these things from happening will lead to entirely justified retaliation on the part of the Chinese, up to and including potentially a nuclear exchange. So, as Lenin famously put it, what is to be done? What are we going to do to maintain stability, prosperity, and deter the use of force to settle disputes? Well, the situation is challenging, but Australia can play a leading role, and it's been doing so for several years. It's strengthened its security and defence partnerships with Japan, India, Singapore, Philippines, and a number of other countries. It's taken steps to defend its democracy, our democracy, from interference, and also to defend public institutions, including universities. We've launched collaborations to enhance things like cybersecurity and research into advancing new technologies across the region. We've spoken out about economic coercion. We've reoriented our approach to the Pacific, perhaps not as well as we should have done, but nevertheless we've made a start. We've broadened and extended cooperation inside things like the Quad to include not just technology, but supply chains, climate, vaccines, so on and so on. And we've embarked on things like the AUKUS initiative, which isn't just about submarines, it's also about other kinds of advanced technology. That's a lot, but we need to do more. And I think the thing that we really need to do, the gap that is left, is articulate a clearer vision of what we'd like the region to look like now, what sort of regional order we would like to see. Beyond references, I think, to a rules-based order. Here I think I'd suggest, and here I'm going to put up my hand and admit an interest, my concern is principally with Indian foreign policy. I think we need to take a look at what the Indian External Affairs Minister, Dr. Subramaniam Jaishankar, has been saying lately, and Geraldine Dukes already mentioned his name in this room. If we look at some of his recent speeches, he started to articulate quite an intriguing regional vision. A vision in which we accept the region's cultural and political diversity, but in which we entrench multipolarity and sustain it. A multipolarity that doesn't have spheres of influence, however, and that ensures that all states in the region can exercise their political independence and their freedom of choice. We need to work towards a vision in which we see multilateral institutions that are not working, not functioning as well as perhaps we might like them to, that we need to set them aside and, if necessary, replace them with other kinds of institutions or other kinds of mechanisms or forums. And frankly, we also need to recognise that the role of the United States in this region is changing. So what was once a great military, diplomatic and economic force, one that wasn't quite all-powerful but was all but, is now, and was committed to acting as a regional balancer, a stabiliser and police officer, is now looking and now becoming and looking to be something else. Of course, that's happening because the relative power of the United States is waning, not just because the power of China is rising, but the power of all of Asia is rising, including India, including even Japan, including parts of Southeast Asia, and so on. And so others in the region are now able to take on roles and assume burdens that the United States in the past has performed or taken on, and those countries are increasingly showing willingness to do so. So the onus is on us then to work out ways of cooperating with those states in order to maintain and sustain this regional order. So overall, as Australia, we really do need to start to take risks. We need to be bold, and we need to be much more confident in our abilities and our understanding of the region than I think we sometimes are. I've just completed a project exploring regional views of Australia's strategic personality, and here the results are pretty intriguing. We, our diplomats, our military, our scholars, our media, even some of our politicians, are actually regarded as competent and capable and knowledgeable about our region. Okay, much more so, sorry about the politicians, much more so than is often portrayed within Australia, of our own self-perceptions. We actually have agency, we have capability, and this is shown in the huge progress that we've made in building robust partnerships with India and Japan, amongst other things. And I just got back from a week in Delhi in which this was absolutely evident. People, think tanks, officials, academics, commentators, all talking with great enthusiasm about Australia, about what has been done and what can be done with this country that is only a country of 26 million people stuck down here in the corner of the map, with a population that is just about the same as Delhi's. Nevertheless, we've managed to capture to a degree India's imagination. So we can and we should play a key role in bolstering this multipolar, balanced region in which All states, big and small, can make their own decisions. But if we're going to do that, we absolutely need to invest, and we need to invest now. We desperately need to invest in research, not just in technology and science and so on, but also in social sciences, I would argue, and I would, of course, given my background. We've got to invest in people, and we've got to invest in the public service that is doing an exceptional job, but under great strain. We've got to invest as well, and others have brought this up today, and it's really incredibly important, in tapping the knowledge and skills of the entire Australian community, not just a segment of it. But we do need to develop a coherent vision of the region that we would like to see, and that reflects what has changed in the last 30 years, what has worked and what has failed. And we need to deliver what the whole of the region really, with one or two possible exceptions, wants. An order that is both mutually beneficial in economic terms, but also mutually respectful. The one in which self-determination, non-interference and territorial integrity are upheld throughout the entire region by all. I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you. Jackie.
Well, I'm the one on the panel who is going to speak about something other than great powers and region, and I really want to emphasise here the importance for Australia of grappling with non-state sources of power, and the importance now today, perhaps to echo the thoughts of the Honourable Simon Birmingham this morning, the importance for Australia of really shaping a values-based foreign policy. So perhaps in contrast to some of our fears, and certainly Zara Climpton mentioned it this morning, of de-globalisation, the world has actually never been so interconnected, and not just with regard to states and regions, but also with regard to the impact of politics on economics and vice versa. So, for example, if we think about the impact of the conflict, Russia's war in Ukraine is having a massive impact on other regions, right? It's not just a European concern, and it's not just having an impact on physical security, but it's also having an impact on freedom from want, the political economy of survival in Africa and in other developing regions. So, this connection is really important. The connections between climate security, food and energy security, and the geopolitical connections are crucial. And here I also want to point to, the connections between Russia's war and the Iranian regime with regard to weapons, the alliance and the human rights violations that both Putin's administration and the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps are perpetrating against civilians and especially women and girls. And this is actually also not unlike the new gender apartheid regime in Afghanistan, which is actually discrediting the entire universal human rights system. So these are concerns for Australia. They may not be in our immediate region, but they are concerns that they are hugely destabilising, not only for the Middle East, not only for Europe, but they're destabilising for the entire world. And in fact, what we've seen over the last year is the chaotic withdrawal from Afghanistan emboldened Putin. Okay, the West's actions now, in the face of the brutality and repression of human rights in Iran, will have far-reaching implications also for world order, because dictators and autocrats are also connected. They also watch what's happening in another country, and they watch the international response. And so I think that it's really important question for Australia is, will we remain narrowly focused on our immediate region, the Pacific Islands, Southeast Asia, and be the weakest link in the West's defence of the rules-based order, of human rights, of democracy? Or will we stand up for human rights and take foreign policy actions that reflect our democratic values and our identity? And I think this is really important because we are living in a contested international order, in the sense that the power arrangements and consensus are contested and they're not actually strengthening the rules and the norms. They're actually undermining them. So I recommend any of you who are sceptical about that to take seriously and read Putin's annexation speech, which was targeted not only at Russian citizens, but actually at the global south. and those aggrieved states and societies. And Putin stated clearly the rules-based order the West goes on about is nonsense. Who made these rules? Who agreed to them? The West has no moral authority to challenge the referendums because it has violated the borders of other countries. They used nuclear weapons and created a precedent. So this is actually, it's not something just to be laughed at. It doesn't just mean great power politics is returning, but it does mean that we have to take very seriously the way in which power is wielded. And now already in 1997, Jessica Matthews noted a power shift, writing in the pages of the US journal Foreign Affairs, and a power shift in the locus of global politics and national policy making. And there she was referring to the rise of non-state actors, and also the rise of not only financial and economic power, which we could also see with regard to the response to Russia, in terms of the sanctions, the banking and technology services wielded by corporations that have been removed. But she was talking about the non-state actors, the extremist online groups, the organised crime, and also the everyday citizens. And I think this is something actually to be hopeful here, if I might jump over all of those so-called evil actors, because some of the power resources that are now wielded with the use of technology, in particular the global media, social media, are equally important and growing in influence. So here I'm referring to the integrated global civil society, to civil society actors, their online and offline actions, including the protests against corrupt, autocratic and violent regimes, like the protests, the Mesa Amini protests in Iran, which Reza Pahlavi said on Thursday in the French Parliament represent the first women's revolution in world history. But also the democracy protests in Myanmar, the peace advocacy of which the nuclear weapon ban treaty is a significant achievement, and the people-to-people support and cooperation that's so often treated as the lesser aspect of diplomacy, but is actually the foundation on which we all can actually converse. And here I want to point to the amazing examples of civil society support we have seen in the wake of the evacuation from Afghanistan. Here in Australia, the many civil society and diaspora groups that supported the evacuation of Afghans most at risk and targeted by the Taliban. I also want to, point to the incredible response of Europeans with the kinning, taking Ukrainians, refugees, into their own homes, actually feeling responsible for those people who actually, there's no law, there's no reason they needed to do that. That's actually something to be hopeful for and to expand in the future. And I think all of these movements that we see based on civil societies actually enact the liberal values that support people's aspirations for security, for a better life, through democratic systems and through mutual recognition of fundamental human rights. So for Australia, if Australia is to adopt a merely state-based narrative to foreign policy, we're going to miss the policy priority of influencing and expanding all the sources of power, the sources of technology, the sources of people power that can actually strengthen a rules-based international order. And I think I'll just leave it there.
Thank you. Thanks, Jackie. Hugh?
Thanks, Dan. It's a great pleasure to be here, and it's a great pleasure to share this platform with such distinguished colleagues. Someone mentioned earlier that the AIIA as an institution was established right in the aftermath of World War I by a very strong sense around the world that whatever else we do in international affairs and whatever else we do in our national politics, thinking about ways to stop major wars, to make sure that that fuck up didn't happen again with the people of 1919, was an absolutely central agenda. Now, what strikes me about the Australian conversation about foreign policy today is that it's now become pretty well, normally accepted by everyone, but we live in the most dangerous strategic circumstances since the late 1930s. And I think that's true. And I think it's true for a very simple and obvious reason, that for the first time actually since the end of the Second World War, we have major powers, Russia and China, directly contesting America's place in the global order, and in the case of Russia, and this is what's new even since the Cold War, using armed force to do it. The thing about the Cold War is that it never became a hot war. But what's special about Ukraine is that the first time we've seen America's global position challenged by someone actually using armed force, a great power, I should say, using armed force, and a nuclear power using armed force, with all the dangers that contains for nuclear escalation. Now, the chances of a nuclear war over Ukraine is very real. And the same kind of challenges exist in Asia. China is seeking to overturn the US-led order in Asia. The use of armed force, the threat or use of armed force, is central to its approach to doing that. We shouldn't be surprised by this. Questions of the role of great powers in international orders has always been the issue upon which great powers have been willing to go to war with one another. That's the point about the Thucydides trap story. And that's exactly what we're seeing today. We're seeing in Eastern Europe and in East Asia a direct challenge by nuclear-armed major powers to the vision of post-Cold War global order led by the United States that emerged in the 1990s. Now, the question that strikes me is how little attention is being paid in our conversation today to try to deal with the risks of war that arise from that. It should be the most important issue on the agenda. And the focus, of course, for us in Asia is Taiwan. It's worth making the point that we can't be sure that's the issue over which a US-China war would break out. In my gloomy moments, I think will break out. But it's the most likely. And there seems to be a very strong consensus in Australia, apparently supported on both sides of politics, certainly not contested on either side of politics, both that America should go to war with China to defend Taiwan, and that if America goes to war with China to defend Taiwan, Australia should go into support. That seems to me to be the very clear consensus in this town. Please tell me if I'm wrong. And I think those are two propositions that we need to think about very carefully. Let's think about the first one. Should America go to war with China to defend Taiwan? Well, on the one hand, of course, there are very strong reasons why it should. I don't need to rehearse them. But on the other hand, there's another set of questions. Is that a war America can win? It's a very important question to ask. It's a question we didn't ask before invading Iraq. It's a question we didn't ask before invading Afghanistan. It's a question we didn't ask before going to war in Vietnam. So let's get it right this time. And although this is a subject you could debate at great length, I'm just here to say I don't think there's a compelling argument the United States can win a war with China over Taiwan. There is a very compelling argument that a war with China over Taiwan would become a nuclear war. And that we must, I think that was true. I thought that was true for a while, but it's even clearer now when we see the way nuclear weapons are factoring in, and of course they're already factoring in, the war in Ukraine. And the second question is, well, should Australia support it? Well, I think, very important principle, bad idea to support America in a war that America is unlikely to win, and a very bad idea for us to attempt to solve our China problem by imagining that there's a military solution to it. That is, the problem of trying to deal with China's growing power and its appetite, its ambition for further influence in Asia its ambition to become, as I believe its ambition is, to become the dominant power in East Asia and the Western Pacific. That is a very serious problem to which Australia must attend very carefully, but it's not, I believe, a problem that can be solved by fighting a war that we're not going to win, and which would very likely become the most serious catastrophic war in history. So what does that mean for the challenges facing Australian foreign policy? Well, right at the heart of it, I believe the way in which we've got into this position is that we've failed to imagine a future for Australia in an Asia which is not dominated by Anglo-Saxon power. And there's a reason why we failed to imagine that, because we've never had to. Because since 1788, with the exception of a few unfortunate months between, roughly speaking, Pearl Harbor and the Battle of Midway, the Western Pacific and East Asia has always been dominated by an Anglo-Saxon power. But power has shifted. China is already on the most important measure the biggest economy in the world. India is already on the most important measure the third biggest economy in the world. Indonesia is likely to be, well before the middle of the century, on the most important measure the fourth biggest economy in the world. We are no longer living in a world that's dominated by Anglo-Saxon economic and military power. We are going to live in an Asia which is dominated by Asians. We shouldn't be surprised by this. It's always been in our future, but now that's turned into our present. What we've failed to do, in fact, we're failing more badly to do worse now than we used to, is to imagine a future for Australia in that Asia. We imagine the only way that Australia can continue to survive and flourish is if the United States preserves its position as a leading power in East Asia. And I'm here to tell you that's not going to happen. It's just not going to happen that the United States can preserve the kind of order that we'd all got used to, and which I, for one, would love to see preserved. The things about America one doesn't like sometimes. Boy, I'd rather live in a region dominated by America than dominated by China. But it's not going to happen. The sheer facts of economics tell you that. And so what we need to do is to get back to something which actually has always been at the heart of the Australian story. And that is trying to imagine the reconciliation of our history and our geography. The reconciliation of the fact that, yes, we're a very complex society, come from all sorts of parts of the world, but our strategic conception of ourselves is still overwhelmingly focused on the preponderance of Anglo-Saxon maritime power, and we have to think our way past that. And none of our national political debate, none of the political debate by politicians envisages how that could be. It's dominated by talk about trying to deter China militarily or trying to defeat it militarily. And whatever the answer to this question is, that's not it. Thank you.
Thank you, Hugh. So, we have about 40 minutes for questions. If you're feeling energetic, you can make your way to either of the microphones. You may need to stand there for the next 15 minutes or so while we begin the conversation here, but you are rest assured we will get to you though, and you'll be first in line. And we'll come to those questions in just a moment. Hugh, I'll start with you, and then we'll work around. China invades Taiwan next year. America does not get involved. Taiwan is crushed. What world are we living in then?
A world that's avoided a nuclear war? I mean, there's lots of bad things, but boy, don't take that for granted. I mean, you know, this is a big subject. It's
because the rules-based order we've talked about this morning is upended at that point.
Sure, absolutely. There is no rules-based order. I mean, it's a power-based order. And the fact is that power has shifted. And our challenge is to build a new global order which recognises and reconciles that new distribution of wealth and power in a way that preserves as much as possible of the values and interests that we treasure, but which does it as peacefully as possible.
Can you preserve that with an authoritarian superpower now emboldened at the helm? You said the biggest economy in the world by purchasing power parity, that is right, but now an emboldened power that's just crushed Taiwan at the helm of a power-based order? What does that world look like?
Well, I think it looks very dangerous. It looks much worse than the world that we hoped we'd inherited from the end of the Cold War. But I think the key, of course, one of the ways in which that has to be managed is that China's power has to be contained. The question is, at what point do you draw the line? And this is very tough stuff. I'm not saying this is a happy story. When the big three sat down at Yalta, this is all a bit topical, isn't it? Because it's in Crimea, by the way, in 1945, and drew up the map of post-war Europe, they left half of Europe under Stalin. And it's always called, the betrayal at Yalta. And of course, it was a terrible set of decisions, particularly in relation to Poland. But what that avoided was World War III, a war between the West and the Soviet Red Army that was then in Berlin, which was a very big and very good army. And that division lasted. We never contested the betrayal at Yalta because we didn't want to fight a nuclear war to do it. It's not that we didn't think it was a bad thing. We thought it wasn't so bad that we should fight a nuclear war to do it.
Just a final one, and then I might just get a response from the panel quickly, and then we'll move through some other questions. You say we avoid a nuclear war, but if America does not stand with Taiwan, do we wake up to a reality that nuclear war then becomes even more heightened because Japan has to get serious about nuclear weapons because it can't rely on the United States? South Korea has to get serious about nuclear weapons. Preempting that, North Korea may act. God knows what happens with Pakistan and India. We may avoid a nuclear confrontation between the US and China directly over Taiwan, but do we end up in a more dangerous, potentially perilous prospect of a nuclear war after that?
I think the chances of significant nuclear proliferation around Asia are really quite high for precisely that reason. I think countries can less and less depend on the United States for extended nuclear deterrence, because I don't think the US interests in Asia are strong enough to justify the cost and risk to the United States of fighting a nuclear war. And so that is a much more dangerous world. But avoiding that, and here I mean, it's hard to talk about this without sounding a bit crazy, but avoiding that by fighting a war in which the United States and China unleash their nuclear arsenals against one another and against their allies. And let's not pretend this is a hypothetical possibility. This is precisely the world we're living in. The weapons are there. I'd rather deal, I wouldn't like to deal with either of them, but if I had a choice, I'd rather deal with managing a Japanese and a South Korean, even an Indonesian nuclear arsenal, than deal with the consequence of a nuclear war between America and China.
Hayley, you mentioned that we're angry with China and the best way to win is to don't get mad, get even. China may also be angry with us. And one of the things I know from having lived there for a long time, reported there for a long time, is the sense of humiliation and the sense of vengeance that Western humiliation runs very deep. And it is part of the cornerstone of Chinese Communist Party legitimacy to the extent it exists in China. So listening to Hugh's scenario, if you're in China, what do you see in this moment?
Well, that's $1 million question. I think that there are different actors within China who believe different things. I don't think China's homogenous, and whenever I say China, I mean...
Xi Jinping may disagree. He may think he's the only actor in China right now.
Well, he's not. And when I say China too, I'm talking about the Chinese Communist Party itself, the government of China, not the people. And I think there are disagreements within China about what the future of the region looks like. And I think people from different parts of China, from different parts of the military and their diplomatic corps will be taking different lessons from what they see in Ukraine. Some of them will be seeing it as a cautionary tale. Others will be seeing it as an indication that they've got a green light to take Taiwan. It's funny, you know, this session we're really building that China word cloud bubble. And I had really expected this session on emerging challenges to talk more about technology and how AI and hypersonics and quantum will change the face of the future. And I deliberately didn't mention it, not only because I know nothing about technology, but also because I thought somebody else would mention it. So,
But all of the things, by the way, that China is heavily investing in and seeing as stealing a march on to precisely to achieve the aims that Xi Jinping says he has for China?
That's exactly right. I mean, it is all very interconnected, and how we might use these different technologies could happen in our region against an adversary. I guess my main reflections on this China question and Hugh's comments is that, without wanting to sound like a politician, I don't want to get into the hypotheticals. I mean, I think you make the decisions based on the information that you have at the time. And yes, sometimes it can be a slippery slope towards you contributing to the future that you don't want to see. But does that mean that you step back from what's happening now? I really see that some of the things that China, not just China, lots of other actors are doing, are an existential threat to our way of life, not our lives, but our way of life will be different because of this. And so I think we really should be standing up for what we would prefer to have happen and prefer to see, and what we would like. We should be fighting for what we would like to see, because I don't think the fight's over. I don't think that it's a fait accompli. I think the fight goes on, and you can't judge yourselves based off of what might happen in future. You have to only base it on what is happening now.
One of the things that you highlighted in terms of meeting this challenge, new approaches to emerging strategic challenges, is the question of social cohesion, and you reference, of course, the storming of the Capitol building. We've seen this erosion of social cohesion in the United States. We've seen similar things appear in the UK. Barbed wires going up across the borders of Europe to keep people out. At the heart of so much of this and the rise of political populism is a feeling that people in the West are left behind, that there are people who've been left behind by globalisation, left behind by economic change. There is a hopelessness that is pervasive, and in that desperation, people are turning to the likes of the demagogues that we see inhabiting Western democracies. So how do we in Australia tackle what is also a growing problem here, of a growing wealth gap that could also attack us? What does the West do to ensure that the promise of liberal democracy, the egalitarianism and the sense of progress that has powered that is actually fit for the 21st century?
Well, Stan, you hit the nail on the head when you said it's wealth inequality, because that is one of the main reasons why the storming of the US Capitol happened. And basically, people are disenfranchised. They don't have the same opportunities as other people that they see, and they're frustrated by it. And if I was living in the Rust Belt of America and I didn't have a job, and I only saw dynasties of Bushes and Clintons going through the White House, I'd also vote for Trump. Because I would be angry and I would want to kind of wreck the system, kind of wreck it and rebuild it. I don't think that's what we're facing here in Australia, but you're also right about like a lack of trust in democratic institutions and, are these actually good for us or not? Because I think you see the limits of democracy. Like, for example, when we're looking at the United States and what we see in the United States is complete chaos, that's actually the US system working as it should. Because the US doesn't want power to lie in any one body. And so when we see the midterms next month, we're going to see the Congress get turned over to the other side of politics, to the Republicans, because that's the system working as it should. So what to us looks like chaos is actually what the US intends, because democracy is messy. But in the scheme of things, you're going to need to bring people along with you to convince them then that is the right thing to be doing.
And Ian, if we look at India, of course, it's another example of a democracy that's been captured by an autocratic figure, playing into the same types of fault lines that we see elsewhere, and particularly around that sense of Hindu nationalism and identity. You talked about India, and I want to focus on that as another way of seeing the world. What does looking through Indian eyes, and what does it mean for Australia as well, in being able to capture this moment with the pragmatism that we know that India has displayed in foreign affairs?
I think we've got to recognise that India's position on the region has shifted quite profoundly over the last decade, but over the last few years. In 2020, not just COVID struck India, but also the Chinese moved People's Liberation Army into areas that were claimed by India across the line of actual control in Ladakh. It's now built infrastructure to allow 120,000 troops to sit in that area all year round, so all the way through the very harsh Himalayan winters at altitude and so on. That has shifted India's position quite quite significantly on China. So there's been a reversal, as Dr. Jaishankar's pointed out, of its kind of long-standing position, which was to say that it doesn't want to, that it won't talk, it's happy to ring-fence the border question and advance the relationship in all sorts of other areas. Now all of that is frozen. And unless there's some progress on the border, we're not going to see that change. And of course, meanwhile, India is now reaching out in ways that it just hasn't done before to others across the region, building those partnerships with Japan, with South Korea. There's even been a lot of contact with Taiwan in the last few months, of military, diplomatic figures going backwards and forwards, scholars, think tanks and so on, with us and Southeast Asian states and so on. So India is changing. It's changing very profoundly. And part of its anger at China stems from, this sense that this is India's moment, this is India's time, that India's population deserves to also become middle class and enjoy all the benefits that the rest of us do, and that now it's being held back, it's being contained, it's being punished, it's being kind of constrained by China as a matter of deliberate policy. So you can see there that interplay of foreign policy.
But India is also close to Russia, has not come out with the condemnation of the actions in Ukraine that other countries have. And also, we look at the history of the US-India relationship, it brings to mind this wonderful, I don't know whether it's an apocryphal story, but I love the story anyway, of John Foster Dulles, the Secretary of State, talking to Nehru, and says to Nehru in one fit of sort of pique, "Are you with America or against it?" Nehru says yes. So I'm just wondering is that what India says in this moment? Yes. Yes to it all, and still charting its own course, if that means even still maintaining close relations with Russia.
Well, again, Dr. Jaishankar's talked about multi-alignment as being the approach that he wants to take, or to a sort of plural alignment of engaging with all countries for mutual benefit in all directions. I think the one thing, though, is that the US relationship is very different now to what it was. There's much higher levels of understanding, much higher levels of trust at an elite level. There's always been huge goodwill at a popular level, actually, amongst ordinary Indians towards the United States, but that's now reflected at the higher level as well. And the irony about all of this is that that's because US power is waning. So that India feels more comfortable dealing with the United States in a way that it didn't do during the unipolar moment. And it's more comfortable to cooperate even in sensitive areas of defence technology and so on. Now, the Russia question, of course, takes up lots of airtime. The cruel reality of this is that 85% of Indian military hardware is Russian, and it requires spares and maintenance and so on. And the Russians will give India things that no one else will, including nuclear-powered submarines, things that these days we all want.
Jackie, while Ian says America is waning, Xi Jinping says America is waning. The pull-out of Afghanistan, I think that you reference as well, indicates the limits of American power, and we've seen the limits of American power. But Joe Biden says, don't bet against America. America's back. It may not want to see, the shift that Hugh mentioned happen in the region, and may fight for that. How do you see America in this moment? Is it the waning power, or is there something still left in American hegemony?
Well, I think really to unpack American hegemony means to go beyond just looking at it as a state actor, but also look at power in terms of information power, symbolic, cultural power of the United States. Not necessarily its government, but its society. And that is still really powerful. I mean, we could still say the US dollar is really powerful in terms of, backing the other currencies. Other currencies are pegged to it. But I think the cultural and social power is really significant. And that again, it's not contained by the American government or the American borders, but that's something that we also participate in Australia, and that's kind of a basis for our alliance and partnership. And I think I just want to come back to my points about values. I think there is rooted the values around human rights, basic freedoms, and the appeal that has to people in our region and beyond. And we can see that when we look at the growth of civil societies in our region, including in China, and also what we might say is the competitive edge that we have, that the US still has, you know, in the Pacific, in Southeast Asia. And I think I would also like to reference there, I mean, I think that really matters because it means that countries that, you know, respect human rights, that seek to promote equality, are also able to harness all the potentials of their societies. And that's very appealing to other societies, and that's actually a way for us to connect not just with government to government, but people to people. I feel that's important, and that's not part of the, you know, perhaps that refers to what Hugh was also saying about, you know, Australia in the region needs to imagine a future which we're reconciled to our own past with Indigenous peoples, and which we're also are building partnerships with other societies in the regions that are not based on, you know, our dominance.
Yeah, just a final question here, and then we'll go to the audience. So if you want to make your way there, please do. But just to that, and to take Hugh's point again, and to bring in all the things that we've heard today, if indeed there is a power-based order, if that's what you want to call it, with a dominant authoritarian regime that through things like Belt and Road has already got over 140 countries that it's now got significant links to, improving in its reach into the Pacific, challenging the place of America. To go to those values, who ensures those values? What place is there for those values in a society or a power-based order that doesn't reflect necessarily those values?
Well, I mean, I always like to refer back to Susan Strange's notion that there are 4 structures of power. One of them is productive power, which you speak to. One is, you know, security or strategic power. But another is financial power and information or cultural power, right? So there are other sources, and not all, and that's why we can see that, you know, even Russia's war in Ukraine involves a significant attempt to harness the power of the internet, the power of, you know, kind of cyber relationships and media. So I think that there are other spaces where, you know, which can give expression to those values.
Would any of those things matter if Taipei was a smoking ruin and Xi Jinping is claiming victory and all the other nations, as Hugh went through, get nervous in the region? And it reverberates elsewhere. God knows what Iran decides to do at that point, what North Korea does at that point.
So my response to that is the same as Hayley's. That's not where we're at right now. The world is what we make of it.
It is gloomier moments. Hugh says it's inevitable.
Yeah, but we don't...
I don't say it's inevitable. I just say it's very bloody likely. Sorry.
Well, I disagree. I think that we have a great opportunity to shape that future order, and you know, we don't want our options to be narrowed by one hypothetical.
Let's take some questions. Please keep the questions short. What I might do, so we can get through as many as we can, is take 2 at a time, and then we can work through them. I'll start over here. Thank you.
Thanks, Dan. I'm Alison Bronowski. I'm a fellow of the Institute. I'd like to come back to Hugh's point, because that is the existential question that we're facing here. We've heard time and again today about the international rules-based order. Can I please suggest that in future meetings of this gathering, we refer to the international law-based order, which is what we have subscribed to. The international rules-based order has been concocted by people who want to use it for power purposes. And these purposes don't suit Australia, because in any conflict in our region, Australia will come off worst, as we have done in all the last wars we've had since 1945. And the best thing that we can possibly do, in my view, is advise our American allies and friends that in a war over Taiwan or the South Pacific, the South China Sea, Australia will not join a coalition, because the coalition will lose, as it lost in Afghanistan, as it lost in Iraq, as it lost in Vietnam. And we are not interested in being on the losing side of a war in our region, which would have catastrophic effects for us.
We'll just come to the question so I can move.
My question for Hugh is, and I'm agreeing with him, are there perhaps two ways in which we can head this off? One is to insist that our Parliament vote before we go to war, which we don't at the moment, as you heard from Mr. Birmingham. And two, should we advise the United States well in advance that we are not interested in a coalition for war against China?
Okay, thank you. And I'll just take this one here and then we'll put them both.
Sure, thanks. John Bruni, Sage International, Adelaide. Look, we were talking about, these non-state actors. Can we now say for certain that people like Elon Musk is not a non-state actor? I mean, in our own mindset, we kind of think that a non-state actor is a terrorist organisation. But when a man of significance in the international community owning a very significant global architecture like Starlink then turns around and says, I'm not so sure whether or not the Russians don't have a point with regard to its annexation of Ukraine. Is he acting as a non-state actor?
Thank you. Jackie, can you take that one?
Well, of course, I think I can leave the floor to the Ukrainian diplomatic response to that particular actor, which I probably won't repeat here. I'm not saying all non-state actors are for the good and the right, but I think we need to pay attention to them. And the fact that such an individual can wield that kind of power is a concern. It's something we need to take seriously.
Yeah, and Hayley, it raises questions about a lot of things, doesn't it? Like, Facebook Nation, for instance, which is probably the biggest nation in the world, if you look at all the members of it, the influence of things like that, the influence of social media, the loss of truth in media, all of these things, I think, that play into just this question about how that shapes us to deal with the challenges of this age.
Yeah, I think the bigger point about that question is how much individuals by themselves can disrupt what's going on. I mean, under that kind of measure, Trump would be a non-state actor. So I think it's just the comment is about how much influence people can wield. I mean, we see a lot of actors and celebrities wielding a lot more influence over societies than their politicians, and that's because we don't celebrate our politicians. So I think that's the important thing to note, is that one person can make a huge difference, and it can be for good or bad.
Alison's question was directed to Hugh, but I might just get a comment from you, Ian, on that before I come to Hugh. The 2 points. Should Australia say to the US right now, we won't join you in defending Taiwan, and should there be a vote in the Parliament if indeed we got to that point?
So on the first question, no, because you don't make commitments on hypotheticals again. So I don't look. I think the important thing about Taiwan is that we would likely have strategic notice, right? So we're going to have some time to think about exactly what kind of responses might be possible. You saw months of build-up of military forces before the invasion of Ukraine, from the end of 2021 through to February of 2022. A seaborne invasion of Taiwan would be an immensely difficult logistical challenge, and we would see all the signs of it developing over time. Plus, it's not just the United States is not the only one that has a vote. The Taiwanese have a vote, the Japanese have a vote, others have a vote in the region. And so this isn't just a US-China strategic competition question where everybody else are just pawns or unimportant in this context. This would be a dynamic crisis. It would be one in which it occurred over time, in which we could calibrate responses and so on and so forth. I think. Can I come back to the tech question? I think it's the fascinating thing here is that this is actually about global inequality, and it's about billionaires and the power that they wield as well. It's important to recognise that Musk's comments about Starlink came in the context of prosecutions being launched against him by the US government. In order to try to curb his power, in order to try and punish him for some of the egregious things that he's allegedly done. I think that struggle between government and billionaires is one of the defining struggles that we're seeing today. And that's not just within the United States, it's also within China, of course, as we've seen with the fall of a number of significant figures over the last decade or so.
Hugh, should Australia declare its hand right now and say we're not going to be there?
Well, let me just touch on the parliamentary vote issue first that Alison raised. Alison, I'm extremely sympathetic to the idea that Australia doesn't seem to be very good at deciding whether it goes to war or not, because, as you mentioned, as an I enumerated, we seem to have made some pretty dumb decisions. I'm not myself persuaded that changing the constitutional arrangements by which those decisions are made is going to help very much. Partly it's because I'm a bit of a constitutional conservative and I sort of can't quite get my head around those sorts of decisions not being made by whichever party commands a majority in the House of Representatives sort of thing. But I also think the broader problem is that if you look at each of those cases, with possible exception of Iraq, of the invasion of Iraq, because of the Labor position, but the fact is we would have gone to war with a parliamentary vote. I mean, if you look at Afghanistan. I mean, don't get me started. But you know, we had no idea what we were trying to achieve in Afghanistan. But whatever it was crystal clear it wasn't going to be achieved by armed force. And yet when the Parliament did debate it, admittedly years after we'd committed and after young Australians started dying in significant numbers, the overwhelming majority of both, in fact I think everyone from the major parties at least, stood up and said what a wonderful thing it was. And so I think the problem is not the parliamentary vote structure, the problem is the quality of our debate and discussion about these things. Now if we had a debate and discussion, for example, about going to war with Taiwan at the moment, from my reading of it, we'd get a majority. The majority would vote for it. So that's not the solution to the problem. So what we've got to do is to not change the sort of the constitutional structure, but to change the conversation, improve the quality of our discussion, which gets me to the point about. Look, let me respond in two ways. First is, I don't think with respect to my fellow panellists, I don't think I buy the argument that this is a hypothetical question. I mean, well, first of all, I don't buy the argument that we're going to have lots of time to make up our mind when the time comes. Partly it's based on the idea that I think the least likely way in which China would use military pressure against Taiwan, requiring or at least prompting a US response, is an actual invasion. I think blockade is a far more attractive proposition, and that can be mounted very quickly. I'm very cautious about people saying, don't worry, we're going to get lots of military warning of this. We did get lots of military warning of what the Russians were going to do in Ukraine, but that doesn't mean we'll get it next time round. I think it happened very quickly, and I guess the question I'd ask is, yes, there are lots of specific circumstances which we can't yet judge. But what are the circumstances across the whole range of hypothetical possibilities? What are the circumstances in which it would be a good idea to go to war with China over Taiwan? And if you can't think of one, then you can make the decision now. And I actually do think, you know, this is my whole point. I think this is much more urgent. This is much closer to being a choice that we face now than many of us think. And the second point is, there's something we owe the Taiwanese, and for that matter, something we owe the Americans. I mean, everything that our political leaders say encourages Americans to expect that if they do go to war with China over Taiwan, we will be there to support them. So if we don't think we are going to, we tell them now. Don't wait until it starts raining and saying, sorry, you can't, we're not going to lend you our umbrella. And likewise, the Taiwanese. Everything that we say encourages the people of Taiwan to think that we will help defend them. And, you know, that's one of the reasons why Taiwan spends about as much on defence as we do, as a proportion of GDP. And if that's not true, then I think we owe it to them to let them understand that feature of their situation. And so, yes, I think we should have a national debate now, and I think we should have, and maybe, you know, maybe people come out with the contrary view to mine. Okay, I'm interested to hear their arguments, but I think we should have the debate now. And if we decide we shouldn't, then we should definitely say that out loud. We owe it to our allies, apart from anything else.
I'll take here and then here.
Thank you. I'm Hatice Bazaran from Victoria, AIIA member. Out of the 3 questions that were asked about the US and whether US would go to war and would the US win it, etc., should we ask before the second question, who would US use as her proxy, as boots on land within this region, should US decide to go into war with China? And also, if we can use the values-based non-state actor power to avert a very large war, would the values that were described in the white paper be taken up by the grassroots non-state actor power as our values on a very large scale, so that we can strengthen our own community resolve against such wars, and also when we are connecting to other countries as our values? So are those values, the discussion of those, are the ones that are being suggested as the debate today?
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Chris Hayner, Sydney member. There's been a lot of debate recently about the struggle between democracy and autocracy on the global stage. And Hugh has emphasised for us the dangers, critical dangers of any war between mainland China and Taiwan. The question I have is there a way of deterring China from invading Taiwan? In particular, if it was possible to form a global alliance of democracies, then the major democracies would dispose of at least half the global GDP and 2/3 of the global military expenditure. Would that be enough to deter China from attacking Taiwan in the first place?
Thank you. Hardy, can I start with you just on that second part of the first question around strengthening community values and reflecting values in our response to this moment? Because it does go to some of the stuff you talked about in terms of social cohesion. It also goes to some of the things you talked about in terms of diversity and reflecting our diversity as well, which is part of the approach that you suggested.
Yes, sorry, which was the question from that gentleman?
No. It was the first question, the two in 2 parts.
About proxy war.
One was a proxy war, but the second was about strengthening community values and reflecting those values in foreign policy more broadly.
Yeah. It's funny that that part of that question I stopped listening to because I was thinking about the first part of your question and how
the
much,
scary part.
Yeah, how much we're talking about war with China in the emerging challenges section. I would say the new government and Foreign Minister Penny Wong has got it precisely right, especially in speeches. She will say things like, we want to see the Parliament and also our diplomatic corps. We want to see more diversity so that the region can see themselves in Australia. I thought that was a beautiful way to frame it. Alan Gingell pointed it out on his podcast, Australia in the World. And I'm pleased that that's what is going to happen because they will make an effort to actually make that happen. Some of the challenges I see to that, though, are that within our current government departments, just outside the door here, whether it's Foreign Affairs or Defence or Prime Minister and Cabinet, is that a lot of senior people don't look like modern Australia, and you can't be what you don't see. And so there needs to be some affirmative measures put in place so that we can kickstart what we need to have to be changes. I used to think that merit was the way to go. I'm from Queensland, so I'm pretty conservative. But now I've changed my mind. I've decided actually it is a good thing to strive for 50-50. That doesn't mean having to actually promote people that aren't qualified. It means training and bringing up these people so that they can do the jobs and they know that they receive the job because they're the best person for it, not just because they're the only woman on a panel or something like that.
Hugh, you talked about the rules-based order, and we know the rules-based order also grows out of a race-based order and the age of imperialism, you know, how that plays into all of this, and it is a power-based order. In terms of that second part of that question, because we have talked a lot about war, but in terms of that second part of the question, and some of the solutions that Hayley was looking at, the new approaches, in terms of diversity, representing who we are, how much work do we have to do within our own societies in reflecting that to a world that may also go to a bit of the second question, deterrence?
Look, I think there's two parts to the answer as far as the first question is concerned. The first gets back to this point about timeframes. As Jackie said, power in the international space is a very complex thing with a lot of different dimensions. But some of those different kinds of power work at different speeds. And so in the long term, values and ideas and economics, for that matter, work to shape the way the international system works, for sure, and works to shape international life. But when the time gets short, military power does loom. And it does seem to me that once the prospect of military power is on the table, then the other forms of power get pushed to one side. And states still do control the vast majority of military power, and the great powers, because they're the ones with nuclear weapons, control the vast proportion of that. And so I think, to be honest, I think it's too late for us to hope that those broader forms of power can help to manage what seems to me to be the quite acute crisis of strategic stability that we face right now.
Okay. No, that's fine. Do you think, Jackie? Yeah,
I think if you
I know you were ready to jump in.
I think, Hugh, if you were asked that question in 1988, you'd possibly say a similar thing. That the time is too short, that we just need to focus on, the Cold War becoming a hard war at hand. And I think the key thing is that we've talked about war, but we haven't talked about war. Because war is actually not a solution to human conflict. It's never a solution. It doesn't resolve the basic differences. It actually leaves an entire destruction, not merely human destruction, and then we have to kind of figure out what kind of order we're going to build on that. And so I actually think that what we need to turn our attention to is the prevention of conflict and using all the resources, including all the power resources we have, to prevent conflict. And I think, kind of as Hayley emphasised with regard to the representation of our citizens in our foreign policy is very important, because that is the source of diversity that we have, is the point of connection that we have with our region and with, so-called other governments and potential threats. And that is, to some extent, underappreciated, underexplored, and actually even in a short-term way, because we never know what the timeframes are. Who in this room predicted the end of the Cold War? Okay, who in this room predicted the non-violent velvet revolutions that led to the collapse of the Soviet Union? And because that occurred in my lifetime and framed my career, I don't look at the world in the sense of, doom and gloom. I also look at the world in terms of what are the sources of change and how might they come together and how can we support them so that we can actually prevent the prospect of a nuclear war.
Now, look, I'm agreeing with you 95%. I'm just making the point that on top of that, it does seem to me, of course, not a certainty, but a really significant risk, higher than we have known in our lifetime, of a major war and of a nuclear war, and managing the risk of that, making sure that doesn't derail those longer-term processes, does seem to me to be a very high priority. Just to say those other processes aren't right, it just does seem to me that the short-term risk has got to be managed, and got to be managed actively and so to speak, proactively. And that's what I fear we're in danger of not doing.
Now, in television, it's called a wind-up, and I'm just getting one. And I know in television what happens when you go over the clock. It just stops. It just goes to black. I can squeeze out one more if I can. I'm sorry, people who are disappointed, but there can be plenty more discussion around this, and I'm sure there'll be opportunity to bring questions, because I'll take one more quick question from here and put this to the panel before we go to lunch.
Hi, I'm Sharona. I'm a speechwriter, so I think a lot about narratives and stories, and I think all the panels sort of touched on the role that ideas and narrative and soft power plays in international affairs. My question is, I'm interested in your thoughts on what we can do better and what sort of narratives we should be trying to promote and trying to spread. So I think, Hayley, when you talked about economic equality linking into the Capitol riots, I think those legitimate grievances were also weaponized, and then, those narratives that played into, so it wasn't, just, I'm angry about inequality, I'm going to get on a plane. It was, there's a lot of other sort of stories that were sort of being propagated. I'm just interested in your thoughts on that.
Thank you. Ian, I might just go to you on that quickly, and Hugh wants to come back to something else before we finish. But
can I just have one quick question?
Really quick. I'm not sure I can squeeze it in, but...
Hi, my name is Pirun from Cambodia. We are a very small country. And looking at this discussion, it's very exciting to listen all the big power discussing about war and going to war. But my biggest question is that these kind of discussions put the small country voice into perspective. Where does United Nations play in this area? Because when we look at approaches for emerging challenge, the impact of these regions is not impacting the big power. It's impacting our small country as well. So that my only big question is whether the small countries' voice are in this kind of approach looking forward. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll squeeze that in. Ian, just really quickly on narrative, if I can. One of the big narratives of our time is that democracy is waning and authoritarianism is on the rise. That is a prevailing narrative right now. What do you see as a counter-narrative?
The counter-narrative is that the authoritarian governments are not doing very well. It's already emerging. Look what's happened. Russia, Putin's disastrous strategic decision that will ultimately lead to his downfall in one form or another. But let's look also, there was a wonderful graph that was published in the last few days of the number of economic indicators that the Chinese government are publishing. And they've declined dramatically since 2013. Now, if you're not giving out data anymore about how the economy is doing, you have to ask questions about how the economy is doing. It is a really open and pressing question as to whether or not this Chinese government has the capacity and the will to negotiate its way through the middle income trap. And I don't think it does. I think structurally, the nature of its government means that it will not be able to escape the middle income trap, and that we're going to end up with a China that looks rather like Argentina with nuclear weapons.
Jackie? Just on that question of narrative.
Yeah, I think one of the things I'd like to emphasise is for Australia is to actually really realise that it is a successful country in many respects in terms of its multiculturalism, and the opportunity to be able to include more diaspora in foreign policy making decisions, I think, provides a really great opportunity for Australia to elevate its influence in the world, in the region, but also more broadly. And I think that is a really important counterpoint to all of the declinist, mistrust kind of narrative. So I think a positive, and much more can be made of that, but it does require Australia to take stands and also to empower its citizens.
Hayley, could you take that question on small states and the role of the United Nations, and whether that old idiom that, the great do what they want and the small suffer what they must?
Thank you so much for giving me that question, and good on the questioner for getting in the small country question. And Cambodia is not a small country, but I take the point that a lot of other countries, middle power countries, are forgotten in this great power battle. A couple of things I want to say for how smaller or middle-sized countries can get remembered is the reason the Indo-Pacific doesn't have a NATO organisation is the reason why we have AUKUS and we have the Quad. But in the last 10 years alone, Australia has joined 10 minilateral groupings. One of them is Australia, India, Japan. One of them is Australia, India, Indonesia. There's another Australia, India, France. There's another one with Timor-Leste. Basically, there are many groupings that are forming a network around the region, which other countries can have a voice. I mean, if you've got a group that's MICTA, which is Mexico, Indonesia, Korea, Turkey, Australia, there is hope for any grouping out there. That any country that wants to be in a group, you will get in. But basically, I would really encourage, particularly Southeast Asian nations, to make ASEAN as effective as possible, including with its messaging, and to reach out more to other countries in the region, like Australia, to partner with us. We're open for business.
Thank you. And a final thought from you, Hugh, just to bring this full circle on that question before about deterrence. Is it too late to deter?
It's never too late to deter, but it's always important to remember that the way you deter is by persuading the other guy that he's not going to win. And the question then is, can the Chinese be persuaded that a sufficient number of powerful countries from around the world are willing to bear the costs and risks of a conflict with China in order to save Taiwan from it? And I believe the chance of doing that are very low. The Europeans have all the right sentiments, of course, but Europe's capacity to project meaningful strategic power into the Western Pacific today is close to zero. No European power has exercised decisive strategic weight in the Western Pacific since the British withdrew the main units of their Pacific fleet to meet the German threat in 1904. The European era in Asia is over by a century and a fair bit. India, of course, is a much more interesting proposition, but I believe the chances of India being willing to go to war with China over Taiwan are exceptionally low. India has its own equities in its relationship with China, and I don't think it would be willing to take that risk, and so on. And so I think actually the chances of China being persuaded of that are very low, and so I think our chances of being able to deter it are very low.
So we started out looking at new approaches to emerging strategic challenges, and the big emerging strategic challenge is China. Obviously, that looms over everything, and we'll be talking about that a little bit later on today. But so much discussed today, from economic inequality to the need for social cohesion, the need for more diversity, the role of other countries like India, the role of small states, non-state actors. Fantastic discussion and wonderful presentations from our panel as well. Thank you so much for your questions. There'll be a lot more later. Sorry we've held up lunch, but I hope it was worth it. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Sorry, before, right. I just wanted to draw your attention to one other thing. Recently, the AIIA announced the fellows who have been made fellows for 2023. We instituted a fellows program back in 2008 at the time of our 75th anniversary as a national organisation, and it's to recognise exceptional contributions to Australia's international relations. So this year we have awarded fellowships to Professor Jeremy Bahmé, Darren Goodwell, Professor Evelyn Goh, Jane Halton, AO, PSM, Professor Ricky Kirsten, Dr. Tony Press, Maury Schwartz, AM, Natasha Stott-Despoja, AO, and Nick Warner, AO, PSM. Some of these people are in the audience, and I would like to congratulate everybody.
And we're not finished yet. Just a reminder, there are books for sale in the foyer. I believe the authors might even be willing to sign them if you ask them nicely. Yes, Alan, is that good? Yep. Also, be aware that we are going to be turning this room into 2 rooms over the lunch break, so it will be a good idea if you take your belongings with you. Those of you who have registered for one or the other breakout sessions will be given early access to your room. and then at about 5 minutes before the session, we'll let everybody in. So if you have registered and your registration is denoted by the little sticker on your lanyard, then you will be allowed in the room of your choice early.
Good afternoon, members, conference delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. I have the unenviable task of talking or moderating a session about trade after Geraldine Doog completely poo-pooed this topic as one of excitement. So bear with me. I don't think that I wanted to hold her, challenge her assumption, but let's try and make it a bit more interesting and maybe a little bit controversial. So my name is Brendan Augustine. I'm the president of the WA branch of the Institute, and I'm very happy to be here. Before I go any further, I'd like to, as it is customary, acknowledge the traditional owners on the land on which we are gathering, the Ngunnawal people. I'd like to pay my respects to their elders, past, present, and emerging. We have around about an hour and 15 minutes. We don't have to use all of it. The first point of order that I have to inform you about is the Assistant Minister for Trade, Senator Tim Ayres, is an apology. So if you've come to hear the Senator, I have bad news for you. The good news is our panelists probably will be a little bit more freer to speak without the Senator's presence on the table. I will introduce the speakers because not all of us would have had the opportunity to read through the bios. The format of the afternoon I will then allow each speaker to give their reflections on the topic, and then we'll have a bit of a Q&A, and we'll try and bounce off a few ideas. But very quickly, I would like to go to the audience Q&A. As per the other session, if you were here this morning, there's a Q&A mic up there, and we can progress to that at the right time. So let me just get my paperwork together. The topic of the session is new challenges and pathways for Australian trade. It won't surprise anyone in this audience that Australia's trade relations and in the international trade architecture has been going through quite a few different shocks through COVID and belligerence. What is Australia's policy response to these new and emerging and ever-changing, I guess, threats? One question that we hope to delve into in this session is, what are we going to do that's different? We heard the Shadow Foreign Affairs Minister, who was the Trade Minister, talk a lot about free trade agreements and the success the coalition government had in concluding many free trade agreements. But I guess one question that I have in my mind is the plethora of trade agreements. How is that delivering a solution to these new trade challenges? So that's something you can keep in your mind and maybe think about that as we go through the first part of the presentation, but maybe we can focus a discussion on that following the introductory comments. Each speaker, as I said, will talk about their perspectives on the challenges and what they are working on and what they are focused on. So our first speaker is, I'm very proud to welcome another West Australian. Jo Feldman is a partner with Norton Rose Fulbright. She's a big international and well-regarded law firm. She's an arbitration and litigation lawyer with over 17 years' experience working with government and the private sector. She has broad experience in disputes under national laws and international law, and has acted for and against states and investment treaty arbitrations. She was a senior member of the Australian government's legal team, that's correct? Yep. Defending Australia's first investor-state arbitration claim in the Philip Morris Asia Limited and Australia's subsequent ISDS claims. She was a senior dispute settlement lawyer at the World Trade Organization and has been a negotiator and advisor on most of Australia's free trade agreement negotiations, including the Trans-Pacific Partnership Agreement and the FTAs with China, the EU, Japan, Korea, Malaysia, New Zealand, Singapore, and the UK. Joe, I invite you to give your reflections, and then I'll introduce the speakers as we go along.
Yeah, okay, great. Thank you for that far too generous introduction, but I think we can rise to the challenge. I think the challenge that was set down this morning that was actually, turns out trade might be super interesting. We just need to maybe talk about it in a really enthusiastic way. So we'll all modulate as much as we possibly can, also to keep everyone awake after lunch. So to sort of look at the, briefly sort of examine before we get to questions, the 3 questions that are posed in the blurb for this session. So it starts with the statement that multilateral progress has ground to a halt. Now, the death of WTO has been foretold many times and it has yet to happen. And so usually once upon a time I would have sat on a panel saying this was hyperbolic and the WTO is the jewel in the crown of the international law regime and it'll bounce back. But things have really deteriorated for the WTO quite significantly, which is a reflection of challenges in multilateralism more broadly. So we've seen some success at the recent MC12 ministerial round, and certainly more success than's been had in a number of years, and some great progress on things like fish subsidies that people didn't think could get done. And so there is perhaps a little bit of juice that comes out of that, a bit of optimism that maybe actually there's still a way forward on some of these pressing environmental and food security issues of our time. But at the same time, we also saw not really progress forward on things like e-commerce. So the WTO is still not really being able to step up entirely to some of these issues that are very quickly getting away from its ability to influence them. The greatest problem, of course, for the WTO at the moment is that the appellate body has been asphyxiated from operating, and so the dispute settlement system, which was really at the heart of the moniker, the jewel in the crown, is really struggling. There's still some use for the system, and certainly there's some hope that the multi-party interim arrangement can try and keep things moving. But certainly we see the WTO not really changing gears in the way it has to address some of the issues of the time, and actually starting to be weakened. And then, of course, we've all seen on a broader, beyond the legal institutions perspective, just this massive supply chain struggle over the last couple of years, not just because of COVID, but also because of Russia, because of energy supply issues, because of the rapid move towards the energy transition. So then moving towards the question of, well, what are the opportunities for Australia? Australia is better positioned, I think, than many of our like-mindeds. As we heard from the Senator this morning, Australia has FTAs that are covering 80% of our trade, and most of our trading partners can't say that. That gives us both market access, that's WTO plus market access to 80% of our trade, and dispute settlement for 80% of our trade. So in terms of if you wanted to be positioned to deal with the potential decline in influence of the WTO, Australia is pretty well positioned from what has been really 2 decades of work that's been quite forward-leaning in terms of the trade partners we have agreements with. And, and we can get into criticisms, but, fairly broad and strong trade agreements at that. That means that where some of our trading partners like the US or the UK are looking at how they actually get market access into some of these fastest growing economies in the world in a more meaningful way, Australia can move on to focusing on what we've seen, these specialist digital agreements, specialist green economy agreements with countries like Singapore, which is sort of, again, this attempt to try and address some of the most cutting-edge issues impacting on trade. So then to the third proposition, where do we focus our efforts? I would posit two things that are worth particular consideration at the moment. The first is, now is the time to be on the front foot for how we secure the supply chain for critical minerals. In principle, Australia should be, again, far better positioned than many other countries. We have a huge number of critical minerals here in Australia. We have quite significant investments into the countries in Africa where there are also another huge sources of critical minerals. But there's a few vulnerabilities in that supply chain that are potentially quite problematic, particularly as we see this growing division between the US and China and the sort of coalescence of like-mindeds around those two. The first is that we see increased Chinese influence in African countries and increased instances of Australian or other mining companies having their licences revoked and handed over to a Chinese company, or having their operations disrupted through Chinese influence in those governments. And also we see the increased presence of Russia through the Wagner Group providing huge amounts of security to quite unstable governments or to mines. And so we see two real ways in which China and Russia are influencing that potential source of supply. And then even in Australia, we see China being much quicker to buy up stakes in junior miners and secure critical minerals at that very first stage. You move to that second stage of where they're processed, and we still don't have very much processing here in Australia. Predominantly process is being done in China and then to a lesser extent Saudi and India. So greater consideration needs to be given from Australia and our like-mindeds as to how we secure that supply chain, particularly in light of AUKUS, for example. We have the potential in Australia between so much access to the resources and also so much access to this potential energy source through hydrogen to actually control the supply chain incredibly effectively. But that work needs to really be front-footed now, because China, I think, also realises that. The other consideration, of course, is one that's very much been written about, which is the need to diversify our trade and investment. There are some, again, positive stories for that. Australia's approach to the energy transition potentially positions it very well to diversify both sources of inbound investment from, say, Japan and Korea, and also where our exports go, domestic law reforms to our carbon laws, to our modern slavery laws, actually give Australian goods a potentially quite significant competitive advantage into Europe and America. Again, if that work is done now. And I guess just one thing to throw out there, just because it sort of ties into one of the earlier sessions, is thinking about, we've long had that conversation about diversifying trade and investment, but perhaps more front of mind now, given the recent sanctions against Russia, is how well Australia would be prepared in the event that it would need or be called upon to impose sanctions against China for Taiwan. So many reasons to be focusing on the diversification of our trade and investment inputs and exports, but that's certainly one of them.
Thank you very much, Joe. I think there's a lot of material there to unpack when we come to the discussion and the audience Q&A. Our next speaker is an old friend, Chris Barnes. He's currently the Director for Trade Policy and International Relations at the Australian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, based here in Canberra. At the ACCI, Chris is responsible for trade and international policy and relationships with key international partners, including the International Chamber of Commerce, the ICC, business at the OECD, the BIAC, and the Confederation of Asia-Pacific Chambers of Commerce Industry, CACCI. He also manages the Certificate of Origin program, very, very important for exporters for whom I've worked for, which is an important revenue source for ACCI. Chris is an experienced leader with considerable commercial, policy and representational skills gained in banking and diplomacy, both in Australia and internationally. Prior to joining ACCI, Chris was Australia's first Consul General in Indonesia's second largest city and major commercial hub, Surabaya, where we first met, with consular responsibility for East Java, Central Java, and Yogyakarta. Chris, for your opening remarks, please go ahead.
Great. Well, thank you very much. So, my opening remarks are going to be around the question of how should Australia respond to the new trading environment? And I just want to give some context in terms of how I see that trading environment. 4 factors to consider. First of all, geopolitical instability, technological disruption, a global pandemic, and economic coercion. So when faced with that context and that backdrop, how does Australia respond? And I want to give a list of measures initially, and then I'll pick 2 of them to go into a little bit more detail, and then if you, in the Q&A, if you want to examine some of the others, we can. First of all, for Australia, we must continue to advocate for a free and open trade and investment system. It's fundamental. How do we do this? We remain engaged and competitive in international markets. We support the rules-based international order. Joe's already talked about the WTO and the need for some reform. We must oppose protectionism and we must oppose economic coercion. We must also promote easier trade facilitation. We must improve productivity and reduce barriers to trade. We must diversify markets and develop more resilient supply chains. And of course, we must identify new market opportunities. So that's quite a wish list. So I'll only pick 2 of those, and then perhaps some of those others we can deal with in the Q&A. So first of all, diversification of markets and supply chains. How do we do this? Well, first of all, we need to leverage that network of bilateral, regional and plurilateral agreements that we've already got. We must support ratification of the AIIA, which is the initial agreement we've done with India. AIIA, of course, means unity in Hindi, and also the Australia-UK Free Trade Agreement. We must also support the negotiations with the EU, the UAE, and also the Comprehensive Economic Agreement with India. But we must also go back to our existing agreements and we must review them, because some of them are decades old. They are old agreements. We must go back and bring them forward so that we can utilise those agreements much more effectively. ANZFTA being a very good example, which we're doing at the moment. There are other agreements, and there is some controversy about some of these new style of agreements, and in particular the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework, which the Americans are proposing. Now, it doesn't have the binding market access that a lot of trade purists would like, but what it does do is it does provide us an opportunity for looking at some of these supply chain issues that we have, and certainly from our point of view, because of the domestic situation in the United States, we're realists. We believe this is the best that we can get out of the US system, and so therefore we will support the IPEF and some of the measures that are being proposed within IPEF. And certainly there are other bilateral agreements that are also quite important for us, including the Australia-Japan Critical Minerals Agreement, which was signed in Perth over the weekend. Now, in terms of diversification, how are we going at the moment? So if we're leveraging these free trade agreements, how are we going? Well, the latest ABS data shows that the diversification is occurring. There is a rebalancing. And I'll try not to give too many statistics, but these ones I think are quite important. In the last 12 months, exports for China have dropped from 42.1% to 29.5%, and imports have dropped from 29.8% to 27.2%. Now, where has this gone? This has gone to ASEAN and also to Japan. So we're already seeing that this diversification is occurring. Now, so in terms of diversification of markets, utilising those free trade agreements and other agreements is very important. But I'm also going to give you, from my experience, where I think a real opportunity is for us to leverage those markets, and it's actually our existing people-to-people relationships. So these are trade agreements, but it's the people-to-people relationships that we have in the region and around the world that are actually very important enablers for developing market opportunities. Certainly when I was the Consul General in Surabaya, East Java and Surabaya is a very important commercial centre. I was always asked, what is my biggest asset? And my biggest asset was Australian alumni. It's because those people that come down to Australia, study in Australia, learn about Australia, develop ideas, and then take them back to Indonesia and are then becoming very good business partners, particularly for Australian companies. There's a number of examples of that occurring. So the alumni, and I also think the diaspora that we have, is very important to leverage those people-to-people links, not just the trade agreements. The second area I want to talk about very briefly is streamlining trade facilitation. So you've got these agreements, but how are you getting goods and people and services across borders? Well, one thing we have at the moment is a trade simplification task force here in Australia, and we certainly support the work that trade simplification task force is doing. Why do we need one? Again, I'll give you some statistics. According to the World Economic Forum, 50% of international trade is subject to red tape, with an average of 30 parties, 40 documents, and over 200 data elements for the average customs transaction. Here in Australia, the Trade Simplification Task Force has identified that there are over 30 agencies and 200 legislative mechanisms governing the operation of international trade. And the Productivity Commission is currently holding an inquiry into our maritime logistics sector. And the draft report has found inefficiencies at Australia's major container ports directly cost the Australian economy an estimated $605 million per year. So that's direct costs. You can imagine how much the indirect costs are on the Australian economy. Another area where I believe that we need to be looking at for greater trade harmonisation is by looking trade facilitation is looking at the harmonisation of the rules of origin within those free trade agreements. So as we go back and we look at some of the older agreements, that is one area where I believe that we need to be harmonising those rules of origin. They're separate for every single agreement that we've done. And finally, I just want to give you another statistic, basically to wake everyone up this afternoon. Freight, we've heard a lot about freight disruptions. This statistic, I'm not giving it to you for any other reason other than I thought it was interesting, and that is that you may recall the Suez Canal blockage that occurred back in 2021. This caused massive disruption to the global trade system, and it impacted 369 ships, and it was costing the global economy $9.6 billion per day. So when we talk about having a free and open trade and investment trading system, we're talking about some big impacts on the global economy. So yes, we should be looking at market access issues, they're very important, but we should also be looking at ways of facilitating a lot easier global trade and investment. So I might stop there, and we can deal with some of the other issues during the Q&A.
Thank you, Chris. We certainly will come back, and I've got some reflections and to drill down a little bit more on some of your interesting comments. Our third speaker, before I introduce him, I need to congratulate him because today you might have heard when our National Vice President announced that he became a fellow of the AIIA. So please join me in congratulating Darren again. We've just made your name longer. You'll have to use the post-nominals wherever you can. So Darren Godwell is the Chief Executive Officer of I2I Global. He's one of Australia's most well-credentialed Indigenous executives, experienced in building teams that live the impact of ventures, frequently tasked with refreshing strategy and business models to achieve impact and viability. Global experience advising the World Bank, member of the Australian-New Zealand Indigenous Business Network, delegate to the World Indigenous Business Network, WIBN, advisor to global media conglomerate Bertelsmann AG, and senior fellow of New York-based Synagogue Foundation. He has completed executive education at INSEAD and MIT Sloan School of Management. Godwell has led companies within the fields of tourism, business, investment and trade, oil and gas, education, health, housing, legal affairs, and international development. Darren, your introductory statements, please.
Thank you. Thanks for clarifying about the fellowship too. When I get congratulations like that, I don't know if I got another baby at home or whether I just got engaged. So thank you. There's a couple of points I want to make to open up the discussion a little bit. And thanks to my co-panelists who've kind of touched on some of those subjects as well. So hopefully I'll add a little bit more to the topic. And then I'd like to close the comments with just opening up some of the possibilities as I see them now for our efforts, both today and then also going forward, because I think there are some significant opportunities that Australia has decided, for whatever reasons, to leave on the table. So hopefully a little more optimistic than Hugh. So we'll jump in. So firstly, one of the points I want to make, and just a couple of statistics to help illustrate this, is through recent decades, Indigenous interests in Australia and the continent of Australia have now extended to some 57% of the continent. So whether that's statutory land rights or whether that's native title or whether that's ongoing traditional interests. So, you know, we're seeing the resumption of Indigenous interests in legal structures. We're also starting to see the proliferation of Indigenous interests in business and commerce. And whilst the public agenda certainly may have been focused over many years on social disadvantage and social policy, that is by no means our future story. And I think the absolute rapid growth of Indigenous commerce and business interests is actually where the next couple of decades are going to be very important. And this is for us as a group of interests that have been marginalised from economic activity and opportunity for 200 odd years, is actually opening up possibilities which we might have been alive to. And so for all of the trade arrangements and the trade agreements that Australia has struck, none of those to date, not even the UK Free Trade Agreement, has any Indigenous inclusions or any specifics around inclusive trade. We know internationally that one of the most powerful ways to lift people out of poverty and out of disadvantage is to increase the degree to which people have access to opportunities through commerce, business, trade and investment. And those international instruments are a key mechanism by which we open up those benefits. And so the same could be true in Australia. And so if you look at who has 57% of the continent and has some interest, you look at some of those future industries, you look at the critical minerals and rare earths, a lot of that is going to happen on the country of Indigenous peoples. And so one of the big elements which we're starting to explore is what happens with our economy when Indigenous peoples shift from being supplicants to somebody else's development to becoming proponents of their own development on their own country. And as we start to look at those opportunities, there are a couple of elements which I think we should keep in mind. So firstly, as we move to a different policy setting, and we have trade policy settings, and Chris has mentioned some of our trade arrangements are very old, they're decades old, probably predate the prevalence of e-commerce, telecommunications technology, probably predate a lot of those dominant features of the economy that we understand and know now and that we're grappling with. We also see a trade policy which was set in those times for those interests. Inclusive trade is an avenue that we should be exploring because when other industries are talking about sovereign risk and sovereign capability, it doesn't get any more sovereign than having Indigenous peoples in control of their own development on their own country. And in fact, there's an economic case to be made that the involvement of Indigenous peoples as proponents of that development actually de-risks the development pipeline. It actually expedites the process that brings an idea to market or brings a mine into operations. And it also adds certainty for investment. Because if it's the traditional owners who are advocating for a development and looking to raise capital, issues around free, prior, informed consent suddenly take on a very different tone to if you're Rio Tinto suddenly trying to step in to secure the permissions and the consent of traditional owners after what you've done in Juukan Gorge. So there are some elements here which I want to talk about, which is the opportunity to boost the value of our trade and our commerce. And in this respect, I'm talking about opportunities in large-scale renewables, talking about the green economy and what might happen through the carbon economy. And then I'm also starting to point to things like Indigenous interests in sustainable land and sea management practices. So in a way that sustainability is very much at the heart of the agenda, but it allows future development to happen in a way that doesn't carry those costs. And we already see some regulations, Regulation 9 out of the EU, which goes to sustainable finance and expectations about reporting and compliance for all investment capital that moves through or out of the EU. And this is something the investment community in Australia is definitely going to have to come to grips with. My point is not that compliance and red tape is coming, so I agree with Chris, we very much need to trim that down to reduce those costs on transactions. But there is an opportunity for Australia to actually take a lead in this regard if it engages with Indigenous interests, as opposed to treating Indigenous interests as a marginalised interest that you might pick up at the consent and agreement stage. There are also some opportunity for some new doors to be opened. Up to now, Australia has had trade policy which has been in opposition to geographic indicators in international trade arrangements. The EU, for obvious reasons, have championed that, and it's turned into a multi-trillion-dollar value for the states and the economies of the EU. Now, there are some 16,500 items that are listed at various agreements out of the EU. In Australia, we have 6,500 botanicals which have been identified as being used by or used in the manufacture of goods by Indigenous interests. Not one of those 6,500 Indigenous botanicals is protected in a geographic indicators chapter. So there is literally billions of dollars of potential trade and potential commerce, which we are not protecting because we are refusing to include Indigenous botanicals, any of them, obvious ones like kakadu plum, which are used by global skincare and cosmetics giants and multiple products already, or macadamia nut, which is actually a bauple, and that is worth some $6 billion a year, and mostly to interest in Hawaii and California. So there are some opportunities with those possibilities to explore. I want to turn now to some of the future efforts. So firstly, to a lot of people's surprise, and I was certainly surprised to hear in the election campaign that the Shadow Foreign Minister was talking about the idea of positioning First Nations policy at the centre of Australian foreign policy. I suspect a lot of people in the department are also struggling to understand what that should look like or how that will be shaped. Our Parliament at the moment has more Indigenous members of Parliament, both in the Senate and the House of Reps, than ever before, and I think they will very much become active participants in that discussion. What that means for our foreign policy settings is also to be determined, so that, you know, that's something that's going to be very interesting. We talked about critical minerals. I think the disruptions that we experienced through COVID showed us that our supply chains were quite brittle, and we were quite vulnerable. A lot of components and where they were manufactured and where they were sourced from, and then how they then returned to us was also, you know, quite vulnerable. After working in this extractive space for a little while and with mining interests and then with oil and gas, you know, there are some natural advantages Australia has, but the prospect of Australia digging up more of that ore, even once we've turned it into a concentrate, and then shipping it, literally shipping it, again, throwing it back into those vulnerable supply chains and those very brittle means to another location for processing, really doesn't make a lot of sense. So, you know, we are, in this new industry, we are going to have to start to think about what is the impact of us having to put all of that material on a ship and sending it somewhere else when we're very much you know, held captive to how do we look after those supply chains. The digital economy and e-commerce is something that's also an opportunity, and it's also quite significant. When we think about how much of our commerce and the value of that trade that is now happening digitally, we think about knowledge products and where they are generated and then how they were sold and how they are used. And I'm not talking about meta and what might happen out there or cryptocurrencies. I'm talking about knowledge generation, knowledge products, collaborating with peers and colleagues in all kinds of locations around the world and doing it all digitally, and then creating a product and selling a product and taking the transaction without ever having to set foot in another country, never having to go to an airport. And in time, we're going to see some international agreements around taxation and how to treat that in a way that has some consistency. But they are conversations which Indigenous peoples from Australia very much want to be a part of, because when it comes to Indigenous interests and Indigenous knowledges, they are very much an active part of us trying to identify value and create value, and then to realise that in that digital economy. So they're the couple of points I'll add for us to think on. Thank you.
Fantastic. Again, great contribution, and we'll have a lot to discuss and ask questions about. To fire things up, I'm going to be a little bit controversial, and to, you know, part of the challenge that Geraldine, you know, laid down, probably unconsciously. I think Australia probably can claim that it is, if not the gold medal, definitely on the podium when it comes to number of FTAs signed. I think the statistics that, Joe, that you put forward, we have FTAs that cover 80% of our trading relationships. And I've seen that in practice as a trade practitioner, as an executive trying to sell product into market. And I've found that a lot of countries do very well without free trade agreements, without investment agreements. In some markets do much better than we do. And so the question I have is, are we focusing too much on the formalistic processes of free trade agreements, signing them, debating them, both domestically, getting them passed through the treaty systems, and then going out trying to, and as a business person, as a person representing business, I've frequently been visited on by foreign affairs officials saying, how come you're not accessing the AIIA SIPA, for instance, with Indonesia? Or what can a trade agreement with India help you with when it comes to Australia's LNG trade? And I look blankly at them and I say, well, nothing really, because either the nature of the trade doesn't cover the necessarily the market differentials between, say, an Indian purchaser of LNG and a Chinese purchaser of LNG or a Japanese purchaser of LNG. So, and what I see what governments do, other governments do, to increase trade and investment, and we'll touch on investment as well, is many of our partners, our peer countries, OECD countries even, and I'm leaving aside the China-type policies of one belt, one road, get their hands dirty. Governments, now this is a big question for using public money, where they come in, governments of Germany, France, UK, US, come into markets and say, we will help our businesses trade and invest. We will provide concessionary funding for investment that then leads to trade. We will provide low-cost political risk insurance, right? So that you can hedge. So we can encourage you to diversify and maybe sell to India, where their payment record for LNG is not fantastic. They've torn up contracts. So there seems to be a reluctance of putting resources towards this. Australia has an export finance agency, used to be called EFIC, now it's just called Export Finance Australia, I think, EFA. And they have a very limited scope. They generally provide very limited amount of funding on a commercial basis. So when Australian businesses go and try and sell LNG, say in Vietnam, their competitor has, one, in the years of Trump, very muscular mercantilism, with Trump saying, you need to buy our LNG if you want to continue market access. And I've had buyers from these countries tell me, sorry, we would really love to buy from Australia, but our political leaders are telling us we really need to put the US buyers ahead. Or US, French, German equipment and infrastructure investors are getting very good low-cost financing to build power plants, regas terminals, things that we can't do because we do not have access to that same amount of financing, nor do we have that protection, that G2G level protection. So I guess the question is, are we leaving something off the table by just focusing on the formalistic, the free trade agreements, and I'm not saying they're not good, but should we be expanding, given the challenges that we're facing now, that policy scope to do some things like what some of our peer countries are doing at the very least? Maybe I'll start with you, Chris, because I think you've kind of wrestled with this in your international career.
Well, thanks very much for that question, Brendan. I know you're trying to be controversial and I'm not going to take the bait. Look, I do question the premise of what you're asking, in that I don't think it's an either-or. I think that what I've tried to, the message I've tried to deliver this afternoon is that we need to be using all the levers that we've got available to us. We need to be using the bilateral agreements, the trade agreements, but we also need to be utilising our people-to-people relationships. And a message that I've got for business, loud and clear, is that in this environment that we're operating in, relationships are more important than ever. Business must be investing in relationships. Sure, we've got the trade agreements, but we also must have those relationships with our key trading partners and make sure that we are seen as a reliable trading partner. Every business in Australia, in fact every business in the world, none of this is rocket science, will be looking at their risk-return analysis and will be questioning their assumptions, because so much has changed in the last 5 to 10 years. One example is that we're seeing massive changes in supply chains where once upon a time, people made careers out of finding efficiency in just-in-time supply chains. Now, that is not the measure. The measure is actually reliability of guaranteeing supply. Now, how you do that is essentially you need to use all the levers that are available to you. And so it's not just utilising those trade agreements, but it's also utilising your relationships and your skills and your knowledge.
So I'll push you a little bit, Chris, sorry. I'm going to be a little bit mean. In East Java, a place that you know very well, why, despite all the infrastructure needs and infrastructure developments that have taken place, how come the Australian presence in the infrastructure space there is so minimal, whether it comes to ports, roads, and what I was trying to do, energy-type infrastructure? And what I saw was our competition, the Japanese, of course the Chinese, the Koreans, the French, the Germans, were able to do that. How come we were not able to do that?
Well, it depends on what industry you're talking about and the skills and expertise that you have. Because certainly in my time, I opened 2 Commonwealth Bank branches. I opened 2 Toby's Estate coffee shops. And I also opened an F45 gym. And I actually did the gym session. So it's lucky that I'm still alive, but I did it, the things you've got to do for your country. There are also companies, BlueScope has an operation in Surabaya, just outside of Surabaya, and there is also a company called Simply Stainless that no one here has ever heard of. So Simply Stainless is a partnership between a family in Perth and 2 families in Surabaya. And the company makes modular kitchens. The designs are done in Osborne Park in Perth, the manufacturing is done in Surabaya, and those kitchens are then exported around the world. In fact, every single kitchen in the brand new Perth Stadium was manufactured in Surabaya. For those of you that know Costa Coffee or Pret a Manger, the sandwich company, those display stands where you take the ready-to-eat sandwich off the shelf, the stainless steel is manufactured in Surabaya using a design that was done in Perth. And for those of you who are in the higher education sector, I asked the families, how on earth did you get together and how did you come up with this third market opportunity? And they said it was Curtin University. It's because the kids had studied together at Curtin University. So again, I go back to this alumni and the diaspora. The power of people to people is going to propel us in terms of business. And that's where trade agreements can only go so far. Relationships take you a hell of a lot further, from my experience.
I'm going to give up trying to get your opinion on some policy movement, Chris. So I'll move to you, Joe. What do you think?
And
again, sorry, I should clarify. I'm not saying either or. I'm saying on top of.
I think they're excellent questions, and I completely agree with what Chris has said. I mean, I think it's you don't really want to write off the FTAs we have. I mean, have fights about what podium finishes actually means. Chile has 10 times more than us. But certainly we have a good outcome in terms of the amount of our trade that's covered by them. I think it's something that it's easy to take for granted, and certainly something that the UK would envy being in the position we're in. So it's a luxury to be able to sit here and say, do we really need our trade agreements when we have the benefit of having them? And I think that's particularly the case when you're heading into what looks like a period of global instability and a decline in the power of the WTO, to know that we can rely on much better bound tariff rates and the actual ability to bring disputes in a way that, say, the US or UK can't in our region right now. So I think that's precisely to the point that it's not an one or the other. They've got some fantastic benefits for them. As Chris says, that in itself is not enough. Relationships are key. Other work that's done is also key, I think. That work of Austrade, that work of trade diplomacy is key. The work of simplification processes. I mean, the fact that there are, Chris could list off so many complications around a customs process despite all of these FTAs shows that there's plenty of work to be done, that the FTA is not in itself enough. I think it speaks certainly to the benefit of having all these FTAs under our belt, I think, is less about stopping to say, well, should we have them or not? We have them, than say, well, it gives us the luxury of thinking very strategically about where we put our efforts next. You know, we're not the US sitting there going, we have very little dispute settlement or bound tariff rates protection around the world because we don't have these FTAs. We've got that in the bag. So we can now sit there and strategically think about where we put our efforts. I think that means we have the luxury, as has been said, of focusing on things like core e-commerce developments we can progress, key relationships with partners like Japan or Singapore. I think it means we can look at where there might be a smarter or more strategic way to do things. You know, the BIT review is still underway, but it represents an opportunity to think about, do we always have investment protection tied up in an FTA? Or are we now at the point where we've actually shored up, you know, that certain amount of investment sovereign risk confidence amongst our key trading partners? Where are there partners where they may not be a key trading partner, but where we have a lot of Australian foreign investment in key industries? So for that, I look at, and of course I come from WA as do you, but I look at all of the WA resources companies invested in African countries in critical minerals that are core to some of these critical supply chains we're talking about, and yet the only way they get protection is to route themselves through the UK or Europe, which also has a potential tax implication for Australia. That might be something where we can think a bit more creatively about, is there a way to provide BIT investment protection for those outbound investors without doing a full comprehensive FTA and just doing a BIT? So I think in the same way we're looking at, well, we don't need to redo another FTA with Singapore. We already have an excellent one that's been reviewed a number of times. We then look at a green economy agreement. We look at a digital agreement. We're now at the point where we can start looking more granularly at particular issues with particular countries for particular trade or investment issues. And then on the non-trade and investment agreement side, I think it's the time, as Chris has said, to look at the relationships, but also to look at the example he gave was a great one, but of these very strategic vertical relationships through the supply chain to try and deal with that instability. And we see that with some of the big US car manufacturers showing an interest in coming into Australia and securing access right at the resources stage, looking at where they put investment in terms of manufacturing stage. All of that's pretty good news as a path to pursue, because we are heading into a pretty tight budget period. I don't think there's buckets of money lying around to do this stuff. Hopefully there's some. I think some of your ideas are really interesting ones to engage in, but I think we also need to look at where is government and business partnership able to be more strategic in both securing supply chains and access to these critical trade resources and routes.
Great. Thank you. Where it has happened, where we've had sort of a government step in and provide investment funds and investment protection and an injection of public money, is in the Pacific, and very famously with Telstra's acquisition of Digicel in Papua New Guinea, which I'll come to you, Darren, about, because I know you work in PNG, in the PNG space. In that instance, driven by national security considerations, Export Finance Australia has provided a very good funding package to Telstra, a very profitable company, to acquire Digicel, the main, if I'm not mistaken, the main mobile telephony operator in Papua New Guinea. So my question is that the only lens through which we will see in a world of scarce resources, where we think we will encourage Australian investment to head off a security threat, but we will not encourage a public-private partnership or a G2G involvement in Australian investment, where it is for a trade and investment benefit, which ultimately provides national resilience, and which ultimately, you can argue, provides a better security outcome. Darren.
I'd like to pick up and to reinforce that having the architecture in place is necessary, absolutely necessary, but not sufficient. And Chris's point about the relationships is another critical element. I mean, you can have as much architecture, as much design, as much documentation as you want, but if you don't have the relationships, then executing is going to be nigh on impossible. And then the part I'd like to add to that is where's the emphasis? And so sometimes where we do not have institutional relationships, we need to put the emphasis on building those and putting those in place. Sometimes where our relationships are strong, sometimes we take for granted the institutional arrangements and they are no longer fit for purpose. And then as our own national interest, I mean, we're about to clock the first quarter of this century, and yet a lot of people still are lingering back in last century. And so maybe the emphasis is there's some opportunity to change around that, and to change that emphasis, to reorientate, obviously reflecting our geopolitical circumstances, but to also, most importantly, open ourselves up to the opportunities for the next 50 years of commerce and business and what it means to be in this part of the world, which is, as I think it was just last week, they issued the new forecast for economic growth. I mean, our neighbourhood's the only neighbourhood that's going to be growing globally in the next couple of years by those forecasts. So those elements are really up to us to make some emphasis and some choices about priorities. And so having an active conversation about where's our emphasis for the next 4, 5, 7 years is something that's really important. It's really important for business to be an active part of that, because the costs of doing those transactions or realising those opportunities have to be factored into the likely return. And the more information we can provide, the greater certainty we can provide over the validity and the reliability of that information makes it easier for business then to make some good judgments about where do we make our investments and what's the likely return on those.
Great. Thank you. I'd like to pick up just before the last question I'll put to the panel before we go to audience questions is, and you don't have to have a long answer to that. It's your question, your observation, Chris, around relationships, particularly in the world that Chris and you and I have worked in Indonesia and other parts. You would think that one important enabler of relationship and cultural understanding is language acquisition and language learning. At a time where, and it's well known that the number of Australian students studying Asian languages, Indonesian is a great example. There are less Australian students studying Indonesian now than they were in 1972. So how do you still think it's important, and how do we address them? Maybe I'll start with you this time, Darren, and work the way around.
If we think about politically where our national agenda has been, it has been, it's been shifted, and there's a lot more focus internally. If we think about where a lot of our future lies, it lies out there, and maybe nationally we need to see that shift flow through then into, in some of those choices around education, and where are we encouraging our young people to become qualified and capable, where, what are the ways that we're encouraging our young professionals when they do head overseas to return and to be a part, an active contributor to, to our economy in ways that exploits those relationships which they've already tapped into. I think domestically we've had a lot of people focusing inwards, and a lot of political leadership has been setting priorities domestically and almost turning their back on some of these longer term issues and opportunities into the region. So for that to change, we would need our political leadership to change and start opening up to those broader possibilities in a way that's optimistic and that's positive, as opposed to pessimistic and trying to lock it down and shut it out.
Joe, and then Chris.
I can't compete with the statistic, but I do think we're seeing the benefit of things like the new Colombo Plan, the Australia Awards, in really broadening and deepening relationships within the next generation. And perhaps more than anything, seeing the growing prevalence of English as a language of business, and also the incredible technological advances. Post-COVID, where so many meetings and because of carbon reasons, so many meetings happen on some sort of digital platform where you can have automatic translation either very cheaply or free. Perhaps there's just not that same urge for languages or need for languages as there was before. But that being said, I think there's a value in separating language from cultural understanding and awareness, and certainly things like the New Colombo Plan and the Australia Awards are a fantastic development forward in that respect.
Thanks. Chris?
Yeah, look, I've seen firsthand the fantastic job that our New Colombo Plan scholars do when they study abroad. They are fantastic ambassadors for Australia. The message that they send is absolutely fantastic. A huge shout out to the team at AIIA, the Australian Consortium for In-Country Study of Indonesian, based in Perth. I think that's the gold standard for these exchange programs that the students do. Absolutely first class, fantastic, wonderful. We should be having more language and cultural training for our young people. But a message for business is that we also need to have some of our mid-career professionals. We can't wait for the pipeline of young students to come through. We actually have to get into our large corporations and have some of our mid-career professionals undergo some language training. I did language training mid-career. If I can do it, anyone can do it. There was years ago a program called the Endeavour scheme for mid-career professionals, and I think that it's something, certainly it was a proposal we put up for the Jobs Summit, was one of the ideas that we suggested, and I certainly think that the government should be reconsidering some form of that sort of program for mid-career training as well.
Thank you. The microphone is there. Zara, you're moving, so you're first. Kim, are you second? Adam, you're third.
Zara Kimpton, National Vice President. You talked of there are FTAs covering 80% of our trade. So it's all very well to say that, but look at the situation with China blocking our exports. How is the FTAs not helping us? You can have these things, but do they really help? The other thing is CPTPP. Is this useful without the Americans in it? Do you think the Chinese should be allowed to join? What about Taiwan in that space? And also, how useful is RCEP? It is not as comprehensive as the TPP. How do you see these organisations?
Joe, I think...
That was a whole list. I'll try to remember all of them. I think I'm going to do a hash job of this. I'm sorry in advance. So, I mean, I think it's an excellent point. FTAs are only valuable if they're honoured, and then also if they're enforced. And so certainly I think we see the situation with China. There's certainly many more WTO disputes we could have brought. There's certainly disputes we could have brought under the China FTA. I think there has to be the appetite for that politically and from industry to take that route. That's not necessarily a criticism, because I think one of the points raised in this morning's plenaries was using mediation, diplomatic channels, negotiation, and so on to resolve disputes. A dispute can be resolved successfully without formal proceedings. Pains me though to say that, obviously, as a lawyer. But I think that's right. I think that the challenge in the coming decade will be how much holding the whether we call it the rules-based order, the international law-based order together, and that requires countries to believe in it, follow it, and enforce it amongst themselves. I think Australia is in a better position than most to have the avenues to do that, but we still have to have the will to. In terms of the CPTPP, I think it has value even without the US. I mean, one might argue the biggest loser out of pulling out of the CPTPP was the US themselves. They were the ones who needed WTO plus market access throughout the region that they now still don't have. They're not going to get it through IPEF. As Chris pointed out, it doesn't have market access. I think it still had or has value, both in the market access it gives its member states and also in the attempt it makes to harmonise and trade facilitate, to create consistency amongst regulations and rules. So I think it and RCEP are both efforts to try and find a way forward in trade progress, both through agreement, liberalisation and addressing 21st century trade issues in the absence of the ability to move in the multilateral system. In terms of this oft-touted question of will China be allowed in, I think the bigger question probably is whether China can actually meet the standard. And everything I've read suggests that they both can't and aren't particularly willing to, and so therefore there's a number of hurdles in that respect. I would doubt that there's enough appetite amongst the parties to the CPTPP to, while there's interest in perhaps expanding it, there's obviously the UK accession, but I think there's not interest in lowering the standard to allow countries in. I think the purpose of these agreements, among other things, was to find a way forward to greater trade liberalisation and regulatory harmonisation amongst countries willing to do it. And there's been, whether it's through CPTPP or RCEP or Trade and Services Agreement or others, I think the goal is increasingly to gather those who are willing to move forward together. In terms of Taiwan, I think that's definitely a question for White as the expert. I don't know. His talk on nuclear war this morning terrified me.
Kim, please.
Thanks, Brendan, and thank you, panel. I'm Kim Boyer. I'm the State President of AIIA in Tasmania. So from the far distance, I can tell you a little joke about when China stopped importing Tasmanian rock lobster and cherries, that the Tasmanian consumers were absolutely delighted because they could have rock lobster for Christmas for the first time in many years.
Same for WA.
However, on a serious note, but on a slight tangent, I noticed that a number of portfolios, including Simon Birmingham when he was Minister for Trade, also included tourism. Certainly in our state, trade and tourism go together as a portfolio. No one's mentioned tourism, no one's mentioned international education, no one's mentioned issues that relate, for example, to research, particularly health research, and yet I understand that they're quasi-trade and international relations issues that are actually quite important. So I'd really like it if the panel could address those.
Thank you. Just one very quick reflection on tourism, because, and then I'll pass to Darren. In WA, we try and do a lot with tourism, but one of the problems is our tourists can't get visas. So anyway, Darren.
So we've just concluded an assignment as chairman of a resort in South Australia, and we were initially, with the COVID shutdown, we were quite concerned, but the exact opposite has happened. So for tourism products and for the tourism offering, I think we underestimated the value of domestic visitors. That being said, I've kept an eye on international arrivals and departures. So we've just clocked through 1 million arrivals in a month. That sounds pretty good. The month, or the quarter before COVID and the restrictions, we were up around 2.2, 2.3 million arrivals. So, as an industry goes, and then some of our regional economies have really, really suffered. And I think it goes to this question about vulnerability, and it goes to eggs and baskets, and how do we spread them around a little bit. I don't know whether tourism's going to return to the shape it was before COVID. I think a lot of individuals are going to make some different choices about how they do those experiences and how they visit. So I think there's some opportunities to revisit some structural elements of the product and the way we offered it and the way we presented it and the way we sought to attract people to enjoy it and participate in it. So, and I know that some of those economies in the region where $0 tourism was a real problem and it was a real impact for them, and whilst they've had this break, they're also starting to use the time to rethink about what kind of tourism do they want and how do they want to go after that when they resume it.
Thank you. Chris, any reflections on education? I know you would have intersected quite a bit of that in the post-COVID world.
No question, international education is the mega multiplier. There's no question in my mind that one of the keys for diversifying our markets is by diversifying our international education, not just in terms of markets, but also in terms of the method. So, you know, vocational education and training, online delivery as well. I have seen firsthand the absolute multiplier effect that international education has for Australia, and it cannot be underestimated, particularly as our economy is looking to also diversify away from just commodities, exporting commodities, but also moving into the services sector. So incredibly important.
Aaron.
Thank you, Brendan, and thank you, panel. My name's Aaron Z. I'm a member of the AIIA WA branch and a current practicing lawyer in the Commonwealth Government. I have two questions, one for Joe and one for Darren. Joe, what are the major opportunities and risks for foreign investors into Australia with respect to the threats of critical infrastructure in terms of cyber attacks and data breaches, and the recent security of critical infrastructure legislation and other national security legislation? My second question for Darren, I'll preface this. So I understand there's a history of Indigenous trade with Asia, notably the Yolngu people in the Northern Territory who traded with the Makassar Indonesian fishermen with sea cucumber and other various goods. Just wondering, what legislative change do you believe should occur to increase Indigenous trade of agricultural and aquaculture/fishing produce to Asia? Thank you.
Joe, do you want to go first?
I can't speak for the Treasurer or FIRB, but I imagine...
Why not?
But I imagine there's potentially huge opportunities for foreign investors into Australia. It seems entirely observing from afar that there's the Critical Infrastructure Act reforms to FIRB and the FATA indicate a greater scrutiny and regulation around the space, but I don't think that necessarily changes the potential for opportunities. I think AUKUS does represent a reflection that governments, and then the sort of recent legislation we see Biden putting through Congress in the US reflects an interest in trying to secure investment and supply chains through AUKUS and then more broadly through like-mindeds. But I think that probably represents more opportunities than risks. That being said, the recent cyber attacks absolutely reflect the fact that companies operating in Australia today are increasingly multinational. They're increasingly exposed to quite significant cyber risks and cyber obligations, and then more broadly operating multinationally. They have to think of so many more factors than they would have a couple of decades ago. Their modern slavery obligations, their sanctions obligations more recently, their need to consider anti-money laundering and corruption in a way they haven't before. So I think that the number of considerations for companies operating multinationally these days are just vast and growing.
Darren?
Where'd you go, Aaron?
Just here.
Oh, there you go. So thank you for the question. You're right. For many hundreds of years, there was very active trade between Indigenous interests across the north, not just the Yolngu, but also a little bit further around to the west as well. And at the moment, we're actually working with a couple of Indigenous interests around resuming commercial production for sea cucumbers and back into those markets. I don't know if there's a legislative requirement for change, but inclusions in the trade arrangements would make a massive difference. A specific clause around supporting and putting a priority on supporting Indigenous interests into those trade practices and the resumption of those trade practices would offer a mandate and some direction to Austrade and then to the departments respectively around how it is that they could then put some resources to support that in support of that type of policy objective. The element that's really there is at a commercial level, a lot of these Indigenous enterprises, whether it be in agriculture or aquaculture, the real power to unlocking the commercial benefit is a contract with a customer. And the export financing facilities and arrangements are there once you've secured a contract. And agriculture certainly very much relies on forward contracts as a way of obviously hedging risks, but it also allows some certainty in the investment of the business as well, because if you've got long-term prospects, commercial prospects, then you can borrow against that, and then you can build up your capabilities and your people to meet that contract. So if there's a focus, maybe less so on the legislative, more so on the inclusive trade clauses, and then working towards securing a contract with a customer as soon as possible, but possibly as a forward contract, which gives people time and some certainty to raise the capital and to build the capability.
Thank you. I've been given the signal, so maybe I can get the two remaining questioners to give your questions together, one after the other, and then we'll try and handle the responses as quickly as possible.
Okay, thank you for this opportunity. My name is Bonika Malo. I'm one of Australia Award recipient from Indonesia. I'm currently studying at the University of Canberra. I'm really interested about the people and people relationship, and as one of the Australian Award alumni, it is really a significant asset for us in Indonesia to represent people-to-people links. So for me, is being part of the scholarship is really very, how do you say it? It's privilege. It's a privilege to us to be able to come here, to study here in Australia, and also to learn the culture. So something that I really appreciate for what Australian government has done I think for many years in terms of the bilateral relationship with Indonesia. And I see that educational has been the main emphasis on one of these relationships. And I also see that much of the emphasis or things that the Australian government has put is mainly on how can I say it's the main areas in Java, because I'm from outside Java, so I'm from eastern part of Indonesia, which if you can see that in terms of the infrastructure, it's really a significant difference compared to other areas in Java. So I really want to see what is it like, what is the strategic plan for the Australian government in terms of to further develop people-to-people links, not only in education, but what you can offer more to Indonesia. Because like, I live in West Timor, I come from West Timor, and we are in the border. We are the closest region in Indonesia to Australia. And we used to have, a long time ago, we have to a direct flight from, we have to have direct flight from Darwin to Indonesia, and now it's cancelled. So I could see that it's also one of the main potential for tourism in Indonesia, especially in other parts out of Java. Thank you.
Thank you. And the gentleman, please, your question.
Russell Lansbury, University of Sydney. Just a quick one to Darren. I compliment the panel on actually looking at the link between trade and Indigenous economic interests. And I noted in your speech and also in your webpage that you note that the big one is extractives, 30 billion, but then you have intellectual property as the second one, 50 million. Now, 50 million. What does that include, and what initiatives are being made? Is this just art and culture and music, all of which are important, but is it going a bit more deeply into what is really a challenge for Australia, not just for the Indigenous community?
Darren, why don't you answer that, and we'll come back to the Indonesian question.
Okay, thank you. So when we did that research, we were actually looking at a number of screens. So we wanted to look at where were there Indigenous interests, active interests in land and country. We also wanted to look at, where were their growth industries, so, where their sectors where we could see foreseeable and strong growth. And the reason for that is because we were moved to the third screen, which was, where was there suitable places to invest capital with a reasonable return of a market rate of return on that investment. So that's how we arrived at those industries. And yes, so the extractives do remain very high, and because they're a capital-intensive industry, they will be able to soak up large pieces of capital and then generate those returns, those market rates of return. We also felt that the shifts that we'd seen in Canada and in the US, where Indigenous peoples have already moved into being proponents, they are the miners. They are the proponents of the development on their own country. And we thought that was reasonable enough to expect to happen in Australia. And so when we start thinking about, the rare earths and critical minerals, that's what we're talking about. We'll see most of those deposits, as we already have through geological surveys, are still in those vast parts of the continent, which do have that overlay of Indigenous interests. The intellectual property right and the commercialisation of that, the reason that number is so small is because it's so uncertain, and we weren't confident to speculate about the value of it. And so there are some elements around manufactured goods where Indigenous knowledges are being used around products, natural products, which then are then used into manufactured goods. But the path, the commercialisation is quite costly. And the other element around IP is actually around therapeutic and medicinal goods. And we know that the development of those products is capital intensive, and it takes a long time, and it's quite uncertain until the patents are actually are registered. So as for the potential value of Indigenous knowledges around goods and materials, around the way ecosystems work, the way kind of natural local environmental considerations impact on choices around agriculture, those are entirely unquantifiable and were too risky for us to hazard a guess. But they are some of the potentials which go to where are our rural R&D corporations investing, what and how are they looking to engage around opportunities when it comes to the carbon economy, and where and how are we having those Indigenous inclusions.
Thank you. Chris, any reflections on what else Australia can be doing more in eastern Indonesia?
Yep, I've got to share this with you. This is the last comment I'm going to make. I battled for years to try and get this idea up. I believe the best way to communicate, to improve people-to-people connections between Australia and Indonesia is through popular culture. And Indonesia happens to have one of the largest cinema movie-going populations in the world. And there is no doubt whatsoever the most famous Australian in Indonesia is Chris Hemsworth. And I have been pushing for years for Chris Hemsworth to do a co-production, to star in a co-production in Indonesia with Australia. So, but unfortunately, I just couldn't get any traction through the system. But anyway, there you go.
So I know that on eastern Indonesia, I worked on that for a very long time, and I've had the joy of spending quite a bit of time in Kupang. It is challenging, and the places are remote. I think digital connectivity will help in that outreach. Solving air links is way beyond my pay scale, and why there is no longer a flight from Darwin to Kupang, which I know Merpati used to run for years. So that talking to airline executives about route planning and what delivers profits is something. I think it's linked to the visa issues as well. If we can encourage tourism from eastern Indonesia to Darwin, then, but if there are, the problems that Indonesians have just applying for tourist visas are quite significant, even before COVID, and now it's even more amplified. So no easy answer for that, but I think digital connectivity will help, because that is spreading very well in eastern Indonesia, so that could help the connections. Let me take this opportunity to thank, I've gone over time, so I've been a bit naughty. The other session is finished, and I thought trade wasn't supposed to be fun and exciting, and we're all going to be asleep, so we've proved Geraldine Doog wrong. Please join me in thanking Darren, Chris, and Joe for a very engaging And thank you to you, the audience, for staying awake after lunch and being engaged. Thank you, and I will see you in the next session. Thank you.
Warm welcome to this session where we're going to be exploring new avenues for partnership in Australia's region. It's a topic that brings into play questions of diplomacy, relationships and local knowledge, of investment and strategy, and at its heart is about positioning Australia for success, however you might define that, in a region increasingly marked by overlapping challenges of climate change, major power competition, rising authoritarianism, regional fragmentation, conflict, debt, and sobering assessments of when we can all expect it to get that much worse again. In this brave new reality, the skills we have used, the resources we have allocated, the relationships we have pursued in the past may no longer be fit for purpose going forward. So our collective task today in this afternoon's session is to ask ourselves, does Australia have a clear, unified sense of strategic direction and purpose in its neighbourhood? And is it investing enough, winning the right friends and influencing countries where it matters most? And is it all adding up to the objective Minister Wong said very recently, which was to, quote, make Australia stronger and more influential in the world? Shortly, I'm going to introduce our wonderful speakers who are going to help us explore these important questions by bringing in perspectives from across the region. But before I do, let me give you a very quick sense of our timing for this afternoon's session. Our speakers are going to have about 8 to 10 minutes each, just to give us some opening remarks to kick off our discussion. After this, I'm going to immediately turn to you for an interactive Q&A. We have a mic there. I'm relaxed if you want to take the mic and move it around the room, but it might be easier. I think we've only got the one. So please, for our young academics and for the next gen leaders in the room, for other introverts and those typically disinclined to the mic, please do come up. We would like this to be a diverse discussion, so please don't be shy. You can shuffle your chair up so you don't have to stand, but let's begin. I'd like to start by introducing Professor Katerina Tiawa from ANU. Katerina is an interdisciplinary scholar, artist, and award-winning teacher, and is Professor of Pacific Studies in the School of Culture, History and Language at the College of Asia and the Pacific. And she's a senior fellow of the Higher Education Academy. Katerina, in one of her first speeches as Foreign Minister, Penny Wong used the term Pacific family 5 times in 2 minutes, in addition to introducing the idea of a First Nations foreign policy that, quote, weaves the voices and practice of Australia's Indigenous peoples into our diplomacy, unquote. What do you think this is all going to mean in practice for Australia? And more broadly, what's your assessment of how Australia is faring in and with the Pacific, beyond the ups and downs of the 3-year election cycle? Is the narrative and approach Australia is using gaining the right traction and taking these important relationships forward in the right direction? The floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Susanna, and Kamna Maori, Nisambula Vinaka, everyone. Lovely to be here. I haven't had a lot of sleep. My 6-year-old was not well, so I was up half the night with her. So to ensure that I actually stay on topic, I wrote everything down, which is very unusual for me because I often teach completely without notes. I just want to acknowledge that we're on the unceded lands of the Ngunnawal and the Ngambri peoples. Acknowledge that sovereignty was never ceded, and I want to pay my respects to the traditional custodians of this place. Step 1, that's what it means to be part of an Indigenous family. So there's a lot of work to be done and thinking and learning to be done in that space going forward. Okay, so Pacific family. So I just want to note, before we go into that, the reporting of the big $900 million budget boost over the next 4 years to the Pacific, like you said, to make Australia stronger and more influential in the world. A lot of it to me looks like it is for traditional security and infrastructure projects, but there is also the mention of the $32 million to expand the ABC's content and transmission in the region. I grew up with the ABC. I learned to love the ABC as a child growing up in Fiji, but gosh, there's been some changes to the ABC over time. So hopefully those changes come with this increase and support for projection of the ABC throughout the region. They were doing pretty well 20 years ago, 10 years ago, and then changed everything up, and now we're back to scratch again, especially in terms of these election cycles and different decisions that get made about the ABC. But I digress. So someone here probably has more accurate figures, but I think with this increase in the budget for the Pacific, that this means over the next 4 years, Australia's programs in or about the Pacific will be around 2.5 billion or something like that, a lot of money. And sometimes there's only so much money can do. In the research and teaching that I do in interdisciplinary and transdisciplinary Pacific studies, I'm interested in how the language of geopolitics, foreign affairs, security and development, circulated in policy and media contexts, impacts on the everyday lives and interests of Pacific peoples in the islands and the diaspora, particularly on the ground. I'm interested in looking at patterns and continuities over time, especially between the colonial 20th century and the present. Things continue, things don't disappear. History always matters. With that, I want to say something briefly about two things. The use of the term Pacific family in all things Australia and the Pacific, and the investment in and impacts of existing and potential people-to-people, cultural, creative, media, sport, art, education, and Indigenous programs. Okay, so the Pacific family discourse is perhaps most visible in the Vuvale partnership with Fiji, which was signed in September 2019 between Prime Ministers Bainimarama and Scott Morrison. This followed Bainimarama accusing Morrison of being insulting and condescending at the Forum Leaders meeting in Tuvalu, demanding it be stated just how much money Australia was giving to the Pacific. Very insulting to the leaders. At the same time, Michael McCormack made everything worse by saying that the Pacific would survive climate change because they could come to Australia to pick our fruit. By September, however, a new relationship had emerged, and Pacific family became the politically correct way to describe all things Pacific in Australia. So now this Vuvale partnership is guided by all kinds of really good, wonderful, interesting principles, engaging each other with trust, respect, and understanding, sharing responsibilities for delivering programs, to listen and speak carefully. These seems like really deliberately selected words. To understand respective points of view, especially when differences arise, and a lot of times differences arise over climate change, especially under the previous government. Sharing in the prosperity of improved economic and social well-being, that sounds lovely. Help each other to grow as sovereign states and partners, and to work together in considered and sustainable manner. And through strengthening people-to-people links, which is what makes us Vuvale. Sounds great. Enhancing security cooperation. I have lots of thoughts about what security means at different levels, especially for people on the ground. Deepening economic relationships and building cooperation on international and regional issues, etc. So this all sounds very good. You know, the words are great. But the concept of family has very specific connotations in each Pacific cultural context. And the Pacific has over 1,000 different cultures and languages, representing almost 20% of the world's cultural diversity. Families are not just nuclear, but quite large and extended across time, space, place, and in terms of kinship, obligations, reciprocity, and responsibility. So you can have responsibilities within your family because of something that happened 400 years ago. And people remember and they continue. And they have to honor these responsibilities. So being part of a family, a Pacific family, is a full-time job. There's usually a shared cultural understanding and basis for the relationship, grounded firmly in the ancestral past. On that front then, this continent has two kinds of potential family connections to Oceania, through Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander kinships in deep time, and the more recent colonial and modern relationships between governments, industries, businesses, churches, families, etc. So history matters to Pacific families, and a good portion of Australia's history in Oceania has been colonial, extractive, particularly in terms of minerals such as gold, copper, and phosphate. The government's relatively recent use of this term family is a discursive and policy response to the frustrations within the Pacific Islands over Australia and other neo-colonial big brother patronizing approaches that have dominated geopolitical, aid, development, and security relationships, particularly since the 1990s. In this period, we observed the frequent, especially in policy, media, and academic circles, frequent use of terms such as arc of instability, arc of crisis, unstable, failed states, and the framing of the Southwest Pacific as lacking good governance, marked by corruption and a haven for terrorism and organized crime. There was also regular projection of negative views of Melanesian countries and Nauru onto the rest of Oceania. In these views, Australia's historical and colonial relationships with Papua New Guinea, Bougainville, and Nauru are conveniently forgotten, particularly Australian interest in and extraction of those minerals I mentioned that directly lead to social instability, displacement, and conflict. Furthermore, much of the discourse displays zero understanding of the histories of the terms describing the subregions of Melanesia, Micronesia, and Polynesia, and the ways in which the past and the present shape cultural and state identities in these geographic zones, or how they might impact regional issues, governance, and decision-making. And we saw that, for example, in the confusion around the Micronesian walkout from the Pacific Islands Forum. So finally, family in the Pacific is grounded in relationships with land, sea, and sky. Family is grounded in place. Generally, to be part of a Pacific family is to respect the way of the land. Land that does not exist primarily for investment or commercial activities. Land that is identity. Land, this is an area where the state, Australian and often Pacific states themselves, are often in conflict with the people, and where there are many resonances in terms of Aboriginal, Torres Strait, and Pacific Islander struggles for land and cultural rights and self-determination. In most Pacific languages, the concepts of land, vanua, fonua, whenua, enua, eb, and tiapa, include people and are interchangeable. So when you speak of land, you're speaking of the people and vice versa. Families are linked to and grounded in these lands, even when in motion between lands and their kin, and even after migration overseas. You still carry the land with you, along with many protocols and expectations that follow islanders into new living contexts. Understanding the relationships between land, people, and families is critical if anyone continues to assume they are part of the family. So that is my thing about family in the Pacific, and I just briefly want to say then, in terms of addressing these issues and going forward, there are all kinds of wonderful partnerships and programs that exist, but not enough that are focused in the area of culture, arts, and heritage, where a lot of these issues are actually actively discussed and are grown in terms of people's work on the ground. So when Australia funds different kinds of education scholarships, for example, and prioritize things such as health and law and business and engineering. These are all wonderful, but we need just as many Pacific Islander historians, anthropologists, linguists, archaeologists. So in terms of new partnerships going forward, I think Australia needs to help the Pacific prioritise and value the very things they've been telling Australia they prioritise and value, and actually invest in that over time.
Great.
Thank you.
Thanks so much, Katerina. I have so much to unpick there. I'd just like to add, because Bryce tells me I'm a 2-for-1 deal, I can also speak from Australia. We have also found the family framing sometimes a little difficult, because Australia is clearly operating a much, much larger, more forward-leaning, ambitious foreign policy and has real weight and resources behind what it does. In Australia, through the Quad and the AUKUS and US Defence Alliance, and through arrangements like those agreed on Saturday with Japan, sometimes for us really position the Quad as members of Australia's family in terms of how it's often using its framing, and New Zealand and the Pacific as its neighbours. But if we are family, this very significant gap in interpretation, scale and ambition, and in many respects, I mean that in a complimentary way, in many respects from Middle Power Australia is knocking out of the park, but it certainly can make Pacific Island countries and New Zealand feel like the kids of the family, like the little kids, which I don't think is necessarily the dynamic Minister Wong is after. And just a very quick, I know you didn't have time to get into it, but a very quick comment for decision makers in the room, for what it's worth, on First Nations foreign policy or Indigenous foreign policy, which New Zealand is also endeavouring to operate its foreign policy through. The reality is your foreign policy can't get ahead of where your discourse is sitting domestically, or else it is perceived as window dressing, which Pacific neighbours or family members, however you're going to describe them, will obviously see right through, which once again I don't think is the landing place that this government is probably seeking. So just two notes there from a New Zealand perspective. Now let me turn to Shaha Hameri from the School of Political Science and International Studies at the University of Queensland. Shaha is a political economist but covers a wide range of IR topics in his work. He's written a number of books, including most recently Fractured China, How State Transformation is Shaping China's Rise, which he co-authored with Dr. Lee Jones. He's also a recent recipient of an Australian Research Council Future Fellowship. Shaha, I'd like to bring in your assessment of how Australia is navigating its relationships with Southeast Asia in the context of an increasingly assertive and ambitious but very much resident China. How are relations with ASEAN members looking likely to evolve under the Albanese-led government? And importantly, what do you think is needed going forward to really improve or strengthen these critical partnerships?
Thanks, Suze. Isn't it strange that we're 2 p.m. and no one's said the word China so far today? I'm only joking. Basically, what I'd like to put to you, we've kind of noticed that the rise of China has become, if you like, the leitmotif of Australian security and defence policy, and the overarching theme of Australian diplomacy. And you know, the region, all the regions we're discussing here arguably have come to be seen through that lens. So that's the lens that shapes relations with those regions. And with Southeast Asia, this kind of renewed interest that we have seems to come from the idea that it could become some kind of a line of defence between a rising China and Australia. So what I'd like to put to you in the short time that I have today is that approaching Southeast Asia through the lens of capital G geopolitics, if you like, is problematic and ultimately counterproductive. I'd like to argue that the region is grappling with deep challenges that have manifested in increasing forms of instability over the past decade in particular. And we can talk here about things like coups, protests, and virulent forms of nationalist populism. And I think that to understand why, we need to start seeing security and economy, and I'd like that to be something that we discuss across maybe across the conference more generally, and not as discrete areas of policy or as discrete domains, but as two sides of the same coin. Now, as political economist Toby Carroll argues, at the heart of Southeast Asia's challenge today is the failure of national development, which is actually a result of Southeast Asia's rather precarious and subordinate position within the global economy. Now, you might think this is counterintuitive because Southeast Asia is seen as a developmental success story. And indeed, growth rates have been very high for quite some time. But if you scratch beneath the surface, you can see that all is not well in the region. So for quite a long time, the region's growth became, I would say, from the 1980s, dependent on foreign direct investment, which made Southeast Asia a low and intermediate value-added manufacturing site for exports, as well as dependent on exporting raw commodities. So alongside these export-oriented sectors, we had domestically focused sectors which were politically shielded from competition and dominated by various crony capitalists and oligarchs. And the support of those was critical for regime survival across many Southeast Asian countries. So growth from these sectors then, and the surpluses that they created, sustained patronage network that kept governments in power. This is in a nutshell the story of Southeast Asian development. Now, the Asian financial crisis, those of you with long enough memories will remember from the late 1980s, already challenged these arrangements, but I would say that they're deeply, deeply undermined by China's emergence, there's a China word, China's emergence as the world's factory, especially after it became WTO member in 2001. Now, for the old core of ASEAN, countries like Indonesia, Thailand, Malaysia, and the Philippines, the additional challenge came from the integration of communist or formerly communist Southeast Asian countries, most notably Vietnam, into regional and global capitalist economies, which again increased the competition for foreign direct investment and manufacturing jobs. Now, this locked the region into a pattern whereby investment depends on wages basically remaining low. So ultimately, with the exception of Singapore, and for different reasons Brunei, we can park those ones to the side, Southeast Asia found itself firmly stuck in what people call the middle income trap. So under intense pressure from global capital, it also became increasingly difficult for Southeast Asia to sustain the heterodox policy mix of past decades. So although growth continued, it was fragile and reliant on potentially fickle foreign investment. But as we know, China's economic rise also brought some benefits in the region, at least for some people and for some elites. So China's manufacturing boom created an apparently insatiable appetite for Southeast Asia's raw commodities, just as it has in this country. Now, this improved terms of trade, but also caused a case of what people call Dutch disease in the region, which again constrained industrial development. So for resource-rich countries, especially Indonesia, the commodities boom has underpinned a very, very high growth rates for quite a while, at least where prices were high. But this, in turn, led the oligarchs controlling key resource sectors to push for more and more resource nationalism in order to retain a greater share of the rents in their hands. So, in a nutshell, while some people and relatively very few people and some sectors have done quite well, Southeast Asia has remained dependent on external demand for its commodities, increasingly from China, while its economic competitiveness overall has declined, ironically also due to China's rise. So the result of this has been quite mixed. So we see rising average per capita incomes across the region, we see declining absolute poverty, and we see expanding consumption. But we also see growing private debt, we see rising inequality, and we see further elite capture of key economic sectors, especially lucrative commodities. So across many countries in Southeast Asia, we see oligarchs consolidating their control over the state, and therefore ensuring that they're the ones who are first in line whenever new opportunities arise. As you could imagine, these dynamics have generated increasing dissatisfaction across the region among many, many losers created by these changes, and here I'm including groups of workers, sections of the middle class, and communities facing rampant land grabs for resources. Now worse, when commodities prices drop, as they periodically do, governments struggle to dispense patronage to key social groups, therefore intensifying intra-elite tensions as well. Now this is the backdrop to the social unrest and political instability that has affected quite a few Southeast Asian countries in recent times. Now in Malaysia's case, some of you would know, this led to an unprecedented change of government in 2018, which nonetheless failed to actually shift the underlying political economy, so the crisis there endures, as we can see. In other countries, most notably the Philippines, these ructions have led to the rise of an ultra-Trumpist virulent nationalism in the form of Duterte and now Marcos Jr. In Indonesia, we've seen very similar dynamics, but so far not at the top of government, although they are sort of hanging around the top of government. In Thailand, of course, the military responded by staging a coup and holding power since. Now, these are just a few examples. So in this context of fluctuating commodity prices and concerns about foreign direct investment reliant development, this explains also the attraction of Chinese investment and development financing. So Southeast Asian countries hope that investment in infrastructure in particular would help drive a new cycle of accumulation that is perhaps less dependent on the world beyond. And happily, of course, many Chinese investments and loans have also enabled opportunities for cronies to profit, for corruption, and for bankrolling patronage networks, as is the case, for instance, of the very large project East Coast Rail Link in Malaysia. On the other hand, Chinese investments and projects have also raised long-standing fears across the region, often rooted in xenophobia of growing Chinese presence overwhelming indigenous populations, becoming a political headache in some cases to governments. Now, of course, the pandemic has only intensified these political problems, especially now as global monetary conditions begin to tighten due to the United States interest rates rising quickly, which are putting an even bigger squeeze on investment and potentially pushing some countries in the region, notably Laos, towards very serious debt distress. Now, the decline, actually Chinese development financing in Southeast Asia has been in decline over recent years, is perhaps something that some people in Australia and the United States would welcome, but it creates a range of political problems for governments in the region. So to be sure, countries in Southeast Asia are likely to benefit from what people have called friend-shoring dynamics, which is production shifting into countries that are seen as more favourable, as production shift from China to friendlier countries, but this doesn't change the overall picture that I presented. So what is the point of all this for our purposes? I think that it's essential to understand these dynamics to explain how governments and people in the region view China's rise and to identify the powerful constraints that drive them to seek investment from China, even as this investment creates serious political headaches and even social unrest in many of those countries. So, as we've heard today, in Australian policy and security circles, the current geopolitical moment in Southeast Asia is understood via two problematic assumptions, which are basically the security and economic issues are distinct, even if sometimes related, and that China and the United States are external actors in Southeast Asia. Neither one of those is correct. Governments in the region are basically seen from this perspective to be facing a choice between economy, where China is seen to be, to have the edge, and security, where the United States is often seen to have the edge. And therefore, what we are hearing now is that to win over Southeast Asia, the United States and its allies need to do better on the economic side of things. And of course, the United States Indo-Pacific strategy has been criticized widely for being too security-focused and paying insufficient attention to providing any economic carrots. And we do see the same sentiment emerge more recent announcement of this government in Australia. But these arguments create, if you like, an image of Southeast Asian governments essentially sitting there coolly evaluating offers from either side, weighing up the options and choosing the best bargain. But that is not the situation that they're facing. As I've just presented to you, the impacts of China's rise and of changes in global capitalism are actually internal to the domestic politics of the region. And those security and economic concerns are therefore closely enmeshed as different groups, different social forces and elites battle it out in increasingly zero-sum environments. So governments naturally focus on their own survival first, but have few options and would not want to foreclose any. So what does that leave Australian policy? A recent piece by Richard Roberson argues, I think correctly, that Australia cannot just rely on having good relations with the nation's governments as it has during the Cold War, because the region has become politically unstable, and I think that is correct. So relations with governments are important, but it is even more important to understand what motivates them and the groups that support them, and to assess whether Australia shares the same interests and goals. If we approach the region via the lens of geopolitical rivalry with China, we just can't get there. So essentially, what we need to do better, aside from, of course, trying to have good relations with governments in the region, is for Australia to decide first what it wants to be and what it wants to do. So for example, and that again has not been mentioned much today, decades of rapacious development have harmed Southeast Asia's environment, and the impact of climate change in the region are already being felt. Now, an Australian government that obviously takes these issues seriously could win many friends in the region, even at the risk of upsetting some powerful fossil fuel interests. And should Australia truly diversify its economy away from reliance on exporting extractives, this would provide many opportunities for genuine economic engagement with real complementarities with countries in the region that could benefit Australia and be very attractive around the region. I'm going to end it there. Thank you.
And one of the questions you might like to explore after we've had our next two speakers is the degree to which you think if we can achieve that change in investment and that people-led and community-led, economy-led engagement, is how the situation around Taiwan may then swing it back again. How do you embed these changes if you understand them to be what is needed in your region? I would now like to invite Dr. Lauren Richardson to share her observations from the perspective of Australia's other big North Asia partners, particularly fellow Quad member Japan and its neighbour Korea. Lauren is lecturer in the Department of International Relations at ANU and is director of the ANU Japan Institute, as well as a board member of the ANU Korea Institute. Lauren, as well as talking about Australia's relations with Japan and Korea, perhaps you could also draw out the role of civil society and the role civil society is playing in shaping Australian foreign policy, how non-state actors contributing to the direction, nature and delivery. The floor is yours.
Okay, thanks very much. I'm really delighted to be on this panel today. And I think you could say in many ways Japan and South Korea kind of represent the front line of Australia's Indo-Pacific strategy because, you know, they're both fellow democracies, they're both fellow allies of the United States, they're both, you know, economic heavyweights. We have a lot in common in terms of our values. But interestingly, even though those two countries are very geographically close to one another, they have very different perspectives on the region. And as a result of that, Australia tends to have very close relations and complementary relations with Japan, but very undercultivated relations with South Korea. We've already heard on this panel that it's sort of become a fact that Australia tends to view the region through the prism of China, and obviously through the Indo-Pacific geopolitical construct, which has been very much shaped by China's actions. So that means that it's been very easy for Australia to strengthen its relations with Japan, and particularly over the recent 7 years or so. If we go back to 2014, it was quite rare for us to get a Japanese prime ministerial visit, but now they're annual visits, and we've just had Prime Minister Kishida come, and Albanese's been over there twice already. And obviously, it's because we converge very closely on our perceptions of the China threat and also our approaches to managing that threat. So that means that both Japan and Australia have sort of come together in a range of forums. The Quad is being the major one. And through Prime Minister Abe, I mean, he really stood up and decided that Japan is going to try to shape this region in line with its interests and in line with its, so-called like-minded partners, and played a major role in both articulating the Indo-Pacific construct, the Quad, and also attendant Indo-Pacific concepts like the free and open Indo-Pacific. A lot of that can be traced back to Prime Minister Abe. But if you look at from South Korea's viewpoint, under the last administration, they wouldn't even subscribe to the Indo-Pacific concept. It was actually extremely taboo. And I know this because a recent trip I did to South Korea, I spent 5 weeks there doing interviews with policymakers and experts on topics related to the Indo-Pacific, and I was told that anyone, even think tanks attached to the Foreign Ministry, if they used the word Indo-Pacific in the title of any of the forums they were organising, they were ordered to remove it by the government. And the reason here was that South Korean government, the Moon government, was very cautious about what China felt about them, latching on to this Indo-Pacific policy and construct and its position on the Quad and things like that. And so it meant that Australia's really not known what to do really with South Korea except to encourage it to join the Indo-Pacific and to get involved with these concepts. But when I spoke to South Korean experts, policymakers, you know, they explain that China is a very different country to us than it is to Japan or Australia. We have a history of being invaded by China. It weighs very heavily on the psyche of our policymakers. We share a border. The Korean Peninsula shares a border with China. So any destabilization of China is going to have devastating consequences, particularly when you consider how unstable the Korean Peninsula is. Some people describe it as a tinderbox. Okay, there's nuclear weapons in North Korea pointed at South Korea. Things would be very unstable, not to mention the fact that South Korea is very heavily invested economically in China and has also borne the brunt of China's economic coercion in recent years. So even though we share many similar interests, South Korea, like Australia, has been looking for ways to divert its supply chains from China, but hasn't, you know, wanted that to be to involve a diplomatic decoupling in the way that Australia seems to have. So when I also spoke to some of the top experts in South Korea who had joined a lot of these Indo-Pacific dialogues in recent years, particularly last year with Australia when we were celebrating the 60th anniversary of Japan-South Korea diplomatic relations, one of them said to me, he goes, I always left those dialogues with a really bad feeling. Like he didn't know how to articulate it. He said it's like being cornered, you know, Australian experts and also US experts, he said the same, kind of just kept saying, you know, you need to get on board with the Indo-Pacific. It's in your national interests. And I really think we need to be a lot more flexible with our diplomacy instead of just looking at countries in the region through a China prism and really judging the importance of those partnerships by the degree to which we converge on China, which is incredibly limiting, is to do, as the first speaker on a panel has sort of explained in relation to the Pacific, to look at the region through their eyes, you know, and to look at where we converge. That doesn't have to be through an Indo-Pacific lens, and to try to, you know, strengthen our relationships from that standpoint. And if we, I mean, the new administration in South Korea is a very different administration. It has indicated that it does want to, you know, sort of, at least on some rhetorical level for now, sort of reiterate a lot of the Indo-Pacific sort of positions of the United States and other partners, and is willing to be involved in some way. They still haven't laid out a strategy of what that involvement's going to look like. They've expressed an interest to be sort of somehow involved with the Quad, although I don't think Japan's very happy about that, and the US doesn't even seem to be really welcoming them in that sense either. So yeah, to sum up there, I think the relationship with South Korea leaves a lot to be desired. In terms of non-state actors, I mean, they can play a major role, not just limited to non-state actors in Australia, but if we are to look in that realm, I think what's important is that we develop a really strong cohort, and I think this is the sort of place to do it, of what we call sort of track 2 experts on the relationships, people who you know, develop expertise in these countries of importance to Australia, and that can sort of have dialogues amongst themselves with track 2, you know, experts in countries like South Korea and Japan, and to sort of, you know, come up with our own policy recommendations, which was very much the purpose of my trip to South Korea. Could be academics, could be NGO workers, and to try to shape the government discourse that way. I think that's important. So I think I'll leave my comments there. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks very much. In the interest of time, I'm going to move straight to Priya. There's, Lauren, you have put a number of points to us that I think raise a number of really interesting questions for our Q&A. Once again, you're all on notice. Get ready for that mic. But no assessment of Australian foreign policy would be complete without an examination of Australia's relationship with India, a relationship that has grown exponentially over the last few years, driven by largely converging security and trade interests. Dr. Priya Chako is a senior lecturer in international politics at the Department of Politics and International Studies at the University of Adelaide, where she specialises in foreign policy and South Asian politics, including in particular India's foreign policy and social policy. Priya, countries like India often bristle at being cast as the supporting act, or the plus one to China, or as part of a larger US-led or Western-led agenda, or it being enlisted in support of foreign policy initiatives while at the same time being criticised for illiberalism or patchy democratic credentials. Has Australia got the balance with India right between the pursuit of Australia's interests and the promotion and protection of its values? The floor is yours.
So let me start with a bit of history. Historically, the Australia-India relationship has been marked by short bursts of enthusiasm interspersed with long periods of disinterest. And this was because for a long time, Australia and India shared few substantive complementarities. Is that better? Is that better? Maybe I'll move this. Oh, you want me? That's for everyone. Thank you. And this is because for a long time, Australia and India shared few substantive complementarities and had only superficial similarities: cricket, curry and Commonwealth. India and Australia were on opposite sides of the Cold War, and this was because they had different interests in relation to the international order that emerged after decolonisation. Australia was a settler colony which saw itself as a member of the Anglosphere and was deeply invested in the creation of an international order led by the United States. In contrast, India was deeply invested in challenging the political and economic hierarchies created by Western colonialism, which continued to structure international relations after decolonisation. This led to the adoption of a non-alliance stance and a partnership with the Soviet Union, which was more sympathetic to these ambitions. For many decades, Australia and India also had few economic complementarities or people-to-people connections. However, in the last decade, especially in the last 2 years, this has begun to change. In large part, this is due to the flare-up of India's border dispute with China and the general deterioration of Australia's relationship with China. The Quad now receives sustained attention from both countries. Various military exercises have been conducted, logistics agreements have been signed, technology cooperation has been pledged, and an interim trade agreement has been concluded. The Indian diaspora is the second largest and fastest growing in Australia. Recent higher education reforms have generated much excitement among Australian universities, and trade has increased in the past year. In Australia, India is commonly viewed as a democracy with an expanding market and as a bulwark against China's growing power in the region. India is seen as a partner for the maintenance of the so-called rules-based order, and it's seen as important to Australia's future economic prosperity. I want to suggest, however, that this view rests on some questionable assumptions and that there continue to be a number of obstacles to the building of the type of relationship Australia wants with India. These obstacles have both historical roots and are the product of recent developments. In particular, India is governed in increasingly authoritarian ways by a Hindu nationalist government which stifles dissent and cultivates social division, and this has an impact on its foreign relations in various ways. So one obstacle is structural. The rules-based order that Australia supports is essentially an American-led hierarchy. India has historically contested this hierarchical order in favour of a multipolar order in which it is one of the poles. It continues to contest this order now, deploying a Hindu nationalist historical narrative in which, under the leadership of Narendra Modi, India is emerging from 1,000 years of slavery under Muslim and Western Christian rulers to take its rightful place in the world. This is a narrative that positions India in an antagonistic relationship with a Western-dominated international system while stigmatising India's minorities. This defensive and prickly nationalism is increasingly evident in Indian diplomacy. Foreign celebrities, like Rihanna, journalists, newspapers, including the Australian newspaper, have all been at the receiving end of scoldings by Indian officials for criticising Indian policies or political leaders. Reflecting their different structural relationships with the existing international order, the Quad plays different roles in Australia and India's foreign policies. For Australia, the Quad is essentially a way of preserving the status quo. For India, the Quad is one of many plurilateral groupings, including the Shanghai Cooperation Organisation with Russia and China, in which it can exercise influence to reshape the international order. While Australia and India both profess adherence to a rules-based order, they have different interpretations of these rules. In the maritime domain, for instance, India rejects Australian interpretations of international law in exclusive economic zones and rather aligns with China's. India has recently abstained on a number of UN resolutions critical of Russia's invasion of Ukraine and China's treatment of Uyghurs. These are all resolutions supported by Australia. Economic cooperation also faces obstacles. Trade between Australia and India has increased in the past year, but it remains narrowly focused on coal exports. The economic trade and cooperation agreement signed earlier this year by Australia and India as an interim agreement, which is meant to lead to a full free trade agreement in coming years. Improving market access for agricultural products is a particular focus for Australia, while India's focus is services and labour mobility. These are both difficult political issues for the respective countries. With respect to agriculture, India's current reform processes are undermined by the ruling regime's unwillingness to increase public investment and its authoritarian oligarchic style of governance, which seeks to impose rather than negotiate policy change. Education is the second largest Australian export to India, and India's recent education reforms allow foreign universities, including Australian universities, to operate in India for the first time. This has generated much excitement from Australian universities, but these providers need to beware. Despite the stated liberal goals of India's national education policy, academic freedom is under assault by the ruling party and its affiliate organisations. Indian students and staff have been censored, arrested, physically attacked and dismissed on political grounds. Foreign scholars have been denied research visas and academic exchanges, and both public and private institutions have been targeted in this assault. Another area of proposed cooperation is in critical technologies and global technology governance. But Australia and India have quite different, distinct approaches to technology policy. Australia tends toward a techno-globalist approach focused on open markets, IP protection and international collaboration. Indian policies tend to lead toward a techno-nationalist approach, which uses subsidies and tariffs to promote and protect local industry. While Australia supports global technology governance initiatives, India favours policies such as data localisation, which are counter to global agreements. India also tends towards digital authoritarianism. Journalists and critics have been arrested for social media posts. India is a world leader in the use of internet shutdowns to quell public discontent. The government is alleged to have used spying software against opposition leaders, malware against activists, and social media manipulation software to harass critics and manipulate public perceptions. India frequently issues takedown directives to social media companies. It regularly blocks online content, and it continues to lack data protection laws despite a rapidly expanding digital welfare architecture that enables extensive data collection by the Indian state. All of this flies in the face of Australia's professed concerns about digital authoritarianism and its advocacy of an Indo-Pacific digital free trade agreement. Lastly, the Indian diaspora is seen as a key element in building the Australia-India relationship, particularly through the cultivation of business links. However, this aspect of engagement is also affected by the Indian government's political character, its Hindu nationalism, its propensity toward authoritarianism, and its use of populist political strategies to win political support for its policy agenda. The BJP's populist political campaigns reach the diaspora through social media, particularly WhatsApp and Facebook. These campaigns aim to build support for policies in India by pitting a so-called Hindu majority against threatening minorities. For instance, when protests erupted in India and globally against the Indian government's proposed agricultural reforms, the protesters were depicted as separatist agitators. This contributed to violence in Australia and elsewhere as well. Rallies in support of the farmers last year in Victoria and New South Wales resulted in confrontations with BJP supporters. This led to police intervention and the arrest and conviction of one of these supporters for physical assault and property damage. Subsequently, doctored videos of the protests in Australia were circulated in India. These depicted this person as a hero who was being unfairly persecuted by Australian authorities. This misinformation was promoted by BJP politicians and mainstream media outlets, Indian media outlets. Australian governments and political parties, with their largely transactional approach to the Indian diaspora, which is focused on trade, business and winning votes, has failed to engage with these issues of transnational populism and authoritarianism. Instead, Hindu nationalist aligned community groups are treated as unproblematic stakeholders, representative of a monolithic Indian community, trusted with delivering religious education in schools and targeted for outreach by politicians. So look, I focused on obstacles in the Australia-India relationship. My intention is not to suggest that there aren't any positive aspects, because of course there are, particularly at the grassroots level, between community organisations, civil society, artists and so forth. But I focused on obstacles because the picture that gets painted of the Australia-India relationship tends to be overwhelmingly positive. Even when it's acknowledged that democracy is eroding in India, the assumption is that this won't affect Australia. What I've tried to highlight is that authoritarianism in India has already impacted Australia and that this negative impact will deepen in the future. Thank you.
And I think an interesting question for us to ask ourselves is that there is also a global trend of democracy shrinking internationally, and it's getting harder for Liberal governments to really put their values and their Liberal credentials to be the prerequisites for engagement. I mean, that's getting harder, not easier, isn't it? And it's getting harder going forward. We have already one keen person, Bryce, and please we're straight into Q&A. We've got 25 minutes together, so let's go for it. What we will try and do, just so that everyone is on notice, almost zero comments. Please go straight to your questions, and we'll try and keep our answers fairly short so we can whip through a number of people.
Recently by Kishida and Albanese, and why do you think it was necessary? Or why do you think the government thought it was necessary? Do you think it was necessary? And what implications does it have for the Australia-Japan relationship? But wait, there's more.
No, there's not.
No, there is, and it's, we did have an ulterior motive inviting you, Suze, because we get 5 for the price of 4 here. One of Australia's strongest partnerships is, of course, with New Zealand, but as of late, we've seen those ties strained.
The trash taken out.
What is your opinion on Australia's take, or certain elements of Australian society, let's say, take on New Zealand's?
Great. Okay, we've got 2 minutes each, and we'll keep questions.
Okay, I'll keep my answer short. So, as I mentioned, Japanese Prime Minister just visited Australia, and the two countries made a security declaration that basically just reflected the changed security environment since the last time they made such a declaration. Obviously, it has elements stressing cooperation in relation to China and also in intelligence sharing. All of this is part of a trend we've seen over the past couple of decades of Australia and Japan slowly incrementalising the institutionalisation of the security partnership. And one of the questions, I did a few interviews about this visit on the weekend, and I thought it was quite funny that some of the interviewers, journalists, were asking me, is this going to help constrain China? And my answer is, not really. Obviously we can't view the Australia-Japan security partnership in a vacuum. It's really, this security declaration is part of a layering of arrangements in the region, the Quad and AUKUS and so forth, that of course may have some effect in perhaps, making China think twice about certain things. But yeah, I stress to him, I don't think such a declaration can help in any way to control China or constrain China, but certainly to help Australia and Japan coordinate their efforts on how they manage their issues with China, and I guess in a sense present quite a united front.
Yeah, To the Australia-New Zealand question, I think the answer is that we feel very close socially, kind of close culturally, not so close politically. But I would also say, because we have an Indigenous foreign policy and we're down that track a little further, we are very much focused inward at the moment. There's a lot of navel gazing and introspection. You'll see our foreign policy hasn't been nearly as active as Penny Wong's, because we are trying to figure out, we have to keep our domestic discourse pace with our foreign policy. So it's really pulled us into quite a different space, which has also meant it's pulled us into a politically different space in terms of our conversations with the Australian government. Applause yours.
Thank you. Samina Yasmin, I'm a fellow of the Institute and also teach at the University of Western Australia. Given the way the four speakers have talked about the issues, I'm just wondering, are we not limiting the notion of partnership only to high politics? And given the exploration and recognition of other issues, isn't it better to focus on partnerships that are issue-based, that can actually deliver real human security and therefore make the region more stable, rather than just focus on something like Quad and AUKUS, which in some ways are, I think, representative of concept of Euro ideas, but in a different way.
Indeed, thank you very much. I think you're really echoing what a number of the speakers were endeavouring to get at, but Katarina, would you?
I agree 100%. Yeah, is the short answer, because I do think a focus constantly on kind of the higher level priorities and discourse actually undermines the needs and issues on the ground, especially in the Pacific. I mean, even thinking of Indo-Pacific, this is not how we see our world and our lives, and it really gets in the way of getting on with the things that we need to do.
That has made it, and so I'm not denying for a moment your characterization of the extractive colonial relationship. But in more recent times, there have been some more positive things. I refer to the New Zealand brokered peace accord in Bougainville, which prevented a war which had already taken 15,000 civilian lives. I'm thinking of Ramsey, which was the regional assistance mission to the Solomon Islands, which prevented the continuation of mass violence on Guadalcanal and endured for 10 years war with the police staying on until recently to help build capability. I'm thinking about the vaccination of the Pacific program. I'm thinking about the Guardian-class patrol boats. These are things which I think need to be put in the balance in modern times to somewhat mitigate the scale of the degradation of the previous century. Would you agree?
To an extent, except the islands, the phosphate islands that you speak of are still devastated, particularly Banaba, which recently ran out of fresh water and food as well. So that one is still in the to be rehabilitated basket, and also the too hard basket for Australia, New Zealand, Great Britain, Kiribati and Fiji. So 5 countries, one tiny island in the middle of the Pacific, and no one can fix it. But great that there are lots of other wonderful programs out there, but this island needs fixing.
Yeah. Thank you.
2 quick comments, if I may. Firstly,
please go straight to your question.
I was general manager of Radio Australia in the early 90s. I had a budget problem. The managing director of the ABC would not let me increase that budget. I had to cut down a number of programs, especially to the Pacific, where we had English and Top Pisin and French. So I empathise very strongly with you. Things have changed. They might get better, but the ABC needs more money, and we need a government that gives them more money. And as far as our third speaker is concerned, I was an ambassador in Korea during the Olympics. I have to say, in the 88 Olympics, I have to say, I think our relationship with Korea is far broader than you have alluded to. Think of the Korean diaspora in Australia. Think of the fact that we've had many exchanges, cultural and in different ways to Korea. It's developing along the same lines as it is with Japan, except, as you say, Korea and Japan have a different dynamic in the way they look at the region.
Great. Thank you.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I totally take your point. There are other aspects to the relationship that I couldn't cover in my talk. But I think there's quite a strong consensus that the relationship is incredibly underdeveloped in terms of what its potential is. And if you look at the common interests we have, the people-to-people ties, I mean, despite the diaspora, are still quite weak. There's not a lot of Australians that go over to South Korea.
Yeah.
You know, there's many that go to Japan. Like, it's astounding, the difference.
It's more a matter of potential.
I wouldn't call it astounding, but I do think there are parallels.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
My name is Grace Corcoran. I'm the Diplomacy Projects Coordinator at AIIA. I'm at the University of Melbourne. We've spoken a bit today about the obstacles that citizens of our neighbouring countries face when entering politics here in Australia or in positions of leadership. I'm just wondering how you propose we should better engage diaspora communities here in Australia to strengthen the partnerships across the region.
I don't know, actually, Shahar can go.
Qualified to take this particular question, but yeah.
So how do we engage?
How do you get members of your community of different heritage to come forward, stand up and be representative in decision making?
Look, I think that's the role of people in power, to open up spaces to diversity. It's not just about diaspora communities. To open up diversity in terms of opinion as well as gender, race, etc., etc. So it's about people in power creating spaces that are open to it.
I think that was a great response.
Great.
Hello, I'm Ashrika Bharati. I'm an intern with the Institute at NSW. My question is directed towards Dr. Priya. So you highlighted the obstacles in the India-Australia relationship. What I could make of your entire speech was that there is not exactly a convergence in terms of values between India and Australia at this point in time, because Australia constantly reinforces the fact that its foreign policy is values-based, especially a policy that upholds the values of democracy as well as human rights. And we are seeing that there is an immense amount of democratic backsliding happening in India. So how do you think that is going to be an obstacle, or is it going to be an obstacle at all? Because the relationship is prospering at the moment. And you said that, you know, the relationship is being portrayed as highly optimistic in terms of its future.
I think it's prospering at the moment because it's seen through a China lens, right? So officials constantly call India a thriving liberal democracy. It isn't. Clearly it isn't. But they do this because they want to cultivate India as a bulwark against China. That's obvious. Having said that, I don't want to give the impression that Australia is genuine in its promotion of a foreign policy based on values. Australia has its own problem with liberal democracy, right? Civil liberties have been narrowing since the 2000s, thanks in part to the national security legislation that's been introduced. So Australia's not perfect, and one way, perhaps, that they could further the relationship is actually by talking about the problems in both their democracies and with civil society leading it.
Can I just add an interesting observation there? During Minister Jaishankar's visit to New Zealand, he and Minister Mahuta had it off quite a lot. And they were talking about New Zealand's Indigenous foreign policy, but of course he was looking at it from a Hindu nationalist perspective and taking notes. And I thought that's going to be an interesting conversation too, because that's not what's expected either.
So, hello, my name is Sinun. I'm an Australian award scholar. I'm currently a student at the University of Melbourne. So I have listened to all the speakers since the morning and this afternoon. So all about the partnership and how Australian foreign policy and then focus on enhance of the partnerships and agreements within the Pacific regions and including Southeast Asia. So my observation is Australia has some levels of invested on democracy promotions and human rights protection, some short of that. But the recent case of Myanmar, military coup, and then democracies within the country have death, and then many civilians have killed, and human rights defenders have arrested. and then some of the other smaller countries like Cambodia or democracy have problematic. So my question is that Australia. My question is how or should Australia should increase their budgets or strategic approach to improve the human rights situations in those countries, incorporate it into their strategy.
Yeah, that's a great question.
Yeah, thanks. That's quite a tough question to answer. I mean, I think historically Australia was more willing to lean on governments in those circumstances, but I think for quite some time, and this is precisely because the region has been viewed through the lens of geopolitical rivalry with China, that willingness has receded. Certainly in Myanmar, although there's been certainly lots of admonition and so on, but not as much as you'd expect given what's going on there. So Australia seems to have been aligning itself with the ASEAN position, which is critical, but not not going as far as taking really strong steps. So I guess as long as we continue to see the region through that lens, I think that's what you can expect. But that's precisely where it leads us. So in a sense, that's the point that I was trying to make, that we need to firstly decide who we are and what we want to do, and then our foreign policy should reflect that. And I think that to approach the region through that lens, actually, while we might score some short-term wins because of that, I think we might, in the longer term, sacrifice our perception, at least in the region, as an actor that approaches the world in a particular way. I think that's not a price necessarily we should be paying. So absolutely, I think where we should be going is, by engaging more directly with different groups, certainly in Myanmar and other countries, to try and support them, and do a lot more than just relations with governments, because across the whole region, governments have been far less stable than they used to be. So it cannot be the be-all and end-all of our foreign policy in the region. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, thank you very much, Talofa. My name is Teresa, I'm from Tuvalu, and I'm also a DFAT awardee recipient. My question is directed at Professor Teawa. Thank you so much for your presentation today, and likewise all the other panelists. It's so nice to see someone from the Pacific on the panel. My question lies around how would you, as a professor, with other like-minded professors, push for the inclusivity of more Pacific studies, not just to be offered at ANU, but also across other universities. I'm currently at the University of Melbourne, undertaking a Master of Law and Development programming, like you've mentioned. Not only push for Pacific studies in terms of our history and origins, but also when I had to choose my courses for this semester, I was a bit overwhelmed and shocked to see that there was nothing around regional development or the legalist system in the region, or more so small island countries and developing nations like mine, but most of the larger countries. And while that's all fair and done, because that's the way the system is, we always contextualize, but I think it would also be fair to know how far our indigenous people have come, and most preferably before colonization is going.
Great, thank you.
That's such a fantastic question. Thank you, Korapa. So recently I've been pushing this idea of the need for Australia to have better Pacific literacies, and that's been taken up in a few quarters, and that's partly a response to the drop in Pacific studies in Australia over the last few decades. In the 1940s, the Pacific was a priority, and it was the first research school at the ANU. In 1947 was the Research School of Pacific Studies, but over time, studies of the Pacific dropped significantly with the shift towards Asia, particularly Southeast Asia. That has also followed along with a drop in broader Pacific literacies in the Pacific region as well. Whenever anyone deprioritizes Pacific studies, especially any of the global powers, that has a flow-on effect. So Australia deprioritizing Pacific studies has an impact in the region, because people in the region also then start to think Pacific studies is not so important. So for me, it's really critical that a response to that isn't just to increase the number of, for example, Pacific security courses, or Pacific IARC courses, or Pacific defense courses, because that often is the immediate pragmatic reaction to, oh no, we've dropped the ball and we need to know more about the Pacific. Let's increase it in the areas that matter to us. Whereas I'm arguing that we actually need to increase knowledge of the Pacific. And when we say Pacific, we're talking 22 plus nation states and territories. To hear people talk of single states like this is so important, the Pacific is massive. It's 1/3 of the whole planet. It's 1/3 of the whole planet. So to understand it and to increase people's knowledge of the Pacific, people from the Pacific and people outside the Pacific, is a huge literacy issue and a huge educational issue. So I absolutely agree we need more Pacific content in different courses, but it's often in the courses that we might not think are our top priority and valuable. So we need more on heritage, we need more on culture, we need more on traditional legal and governance systems, not just the modern and introduced systems, because these things still mean something on the ground. So there aren't very many of us Pacific academics, step one, unfortunately, in the whole of Australia, which is insane, given the number of Pacific students that have come through Pacific universities. So we need to change that. We need to be our own experts on the region. So I really hear you when you say it's nice to have a Pacific person on a panel, because it's actually unusual in Australia. Most panels about the Pacific contain non-Pacific people talking about the Pacific. So I hope you will become part of that generation of sitting on panels like this and addressing people about the region. But it's definitely on our to-do list.
You're a future professor.
Hello everyone, Talofa, my name is Michael Manza. I'm also from Tuvalu. And my question goes like this, directed to you, Dr. Katarina. Do you think Pacific Island countries should be free to choose a side who to partner with, given the geopolitical rivalry in the region? And also given that we've been receiving a few pushback from our regional partners for Pacific Island countries not to be involved or play the geopolitical game. Thank you.
Yes, very, very, very good question. Obviously, 100% Pacific Island countries should be independent and self-determining and be able to make their own choices in terms of who they partner with. However, historically, we haven't been given that freedom. So there is soft power and there's hard power and there's all kinds of power directed at the Pacific, and we come from a history of having to go along with different kinds of geopolitical forces regardless of our choices. So for example, we didn't choose to have World War II waged across the islands of the Pacific and lose lives in a war that had absolutely nothing to do with Pacific Islanders on the ground. So even if we wanted to go along with, yes, make our own choices, the sheer scale of the global and international pressure to go along with one player or another, particularly coming from the United States and Australia, is often really, really overwhelming. So people need to be empowered on the ground to actually support their leaders. And I think Tuvalu is a really excellent example of a small island often standing up and speaking up for its own choices, even with a lack of support from others. But the whole of society needs to be empowered to speak up towards these kinds of global forces. And it's a hard road. But thank you for the question.
Okay, we have just a couple of minutes, so can I ask you both to just keep your questions doubly short? Thank you.
Hello, my name is Bill. I'm a student from UQ. My question is about the reason why we are restricted to the Asia Pacific region and not looking over to other continents like Africa. Although I'm representing UQ and a Queenslander, but I am originally from Africa. And I'm also concerned if there are things that Australia can share with other parts of the world. They can also look at other countries or other continents. Also, I would mention that I came to Australia in 2005, 17 years ago. And the first years of my arrival, or my community arrival here, there was a doubt that we will not be able to integrate into the Australian community as the African refugees or South Sudanese when we get Australian citizenship. But I think we have proved those people wrong, because these days you see our boys in the sports going to Olympics, participating everywhere in all the Australian activities. But can we also look at African problems instead of Asia Pacific?
It's a great question, thank you. So Luke, and we'll take your question now too, and then we can wrap up together. All yours.
Very quickly, Lucas Carey, Environment Advisor and former NCP scholar to Indonesia. Very keen to chat about this more broadly, but my question is really why are we using climate change so far today as a buzzword and we're not actually focusing on the problem? And specifically in this session, avenues for partnership, we're going to go through a green energy revolution in the next 30 years, and I really think that that should be a focus point that we're talking about with our partnerships.
Awesome, thank you very much. Who would like to take, we will answer your questions.
I can take the first one.
Okay, shall I take the first one? Okay, great.
Thanks for that question. I think that what you got there is a bit of an insight into academic knowledge production. So the history of area studies is the history of geopolitics, the history of international relations, and generally speaking, where area studies have emerged in different parts of the world, they reflected also to some extent the political and the foreign policy objectives of the government and the general orientation of that society. So the short answer to the question is that Australia doesn't have strong relations, relatively speaking, if they're emerging, but not very strong relations in Africa compared to our nearer region, and that's not really the focus of our government. Now, a few years ago, when Australia was trying to get the seat on that United Nations Security Council, suddenly there was a lot more interest in Africa, but that was short-lived, as we know. So I think that's just a reflection on how a lot of these things work, unfortunately, because I agree with you, we should have a lot more of it. Same thing goes for Latin American studies, there's very little of that in Australia as well.
Can I just throw in there a point from the New Zealand perspective? I think you're right, and in fact, my boss suggested, the AIIA New Zealand Foundation was started in the 1990s when New Zealand ministers realised that we didn't know a whole lot about Asia, yet Asia was clearly on the rise. And my boss said we should really scrub out Asia and soon become the New Zealand Africa Foundation, because that's going to be the next area that we're really going to have to grip up. So I think you're prescient. This is a question we should be looking at looking forward. Climate change.
Oh yeah, just really quickly, I agree, in terms of the potential for partnerships, but I'm very wary of technical solutions to problems that have been created by technology and science. So I do think we have to think a bit more broadly about how the problems of climate change were created in the first place, and make this link between the methods and the tools that are utilized to transform the environment, and therefore whether or not the solutions can fully be based on similar tools from similar sources. So I do think there has to be as much as a cultural shift in how we live and how we interact with the environment, compared with how much science and technology and innovation we need to throw at this problem, because it is far bigger than that scale. We've got to shift the way we think and the way we live.
Right, everyone, I would like you to join me in thanking our four and my thanks to you all. I think we've had a lot of New Colombo plan, reverse Colombo plan, young voices, young women, different voices. So thank you very much for taking the mic. I really appreciate you contributing to this discussion. Thanks very much.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon. Good afternoon to our distinguished guests here today, and a pleasure to welcome you all to our afternoon session. Today we're going to look at new ways forward in the Australia-China relationship. So I think that session's a bit of a hospital pass, but we're still going to have to try and do the best we can with it. My name is Nisha McDonough. I'm the branch president of the AIIA in South Australia. and I'm also a scholar in international political economy. So I'll introduce the panelists in a moment, just as a very quick context for the question we're dealing with today. A little bit of the history. 2015, China and Australia signed a free trade agreement. It was perhaps the highlight of the modern relationship, the high point. By 2018, Australia had banned Huawei in a world first, and I think there was an existential downward spiral in the relationship since that time. And of course, broader transformations in the region. And in the past week, we had the Party Congress. We've all been saturated with that in the news. And I think a couple of things have come clear, which one of our panelists will speak about. But Xi Jinping has locked in his power and locked in a specific vision for China going forward, which of course will bear on that relationship. So that is the very brief context. We'll get into more of all those points now. And what are new ways forward in the Australia-China relationship? Let me introduce our distinguished panelists. Just to my left here is Richard Maud. And so Richard Maud joined the Asia Society Australia in January 2020 as the inaugural Executive Director, having most recently served as a Deputy Director, Indo-Pacific Group in the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade. Richard's going to go through the broader context of the relationship and think a little bit about the art of the possible. Next we have Yun Jiang. She's going to talk about scientific cooperation. So Ms. Jiang was the co-founder and former editor of the newsletter China Nikan and a managing editor of the China Story blog. She publishes regularly and is widely cited on China-related topics and with a keen interest and focus on Australian policies with the PRC. After that, we have Glinda Kapoor. Glinda is a senior writer and columnist and former associate editor of business at The Australian. She's covered business and finance in Australia and around the world for 30 years. She's going to discuss business relations. Obviously, this is a very important component over the last few years, extensive economic coercion, and how the business community is looking at that relationship should be of keen interest to everyone, and certainly is to me. Finally, last but not least, we have Ron Kallick. He's at the Griffith Asia Institute. Ron has worked for almost 20 years at the AFR. He was the China correspondent there 1996 to 2000. He then joined the Australian 2006. Again, served as China correspondent, became the Asia Pacific editor in 2009. Ron has since become a prolific writer on China, has written numerous books and is now a fellow also of the AIIA since 2013. Ron would close things out with the Party Congress and looking at what the ramifications of what's happened in the past week hold for the future of the relationship. So, Richard.
Thank you very much, and it's great to be here today with so many friends and colleagues. Bryce asked me to begin this session with a quick overview of the state of the bilateral relationship, where I think we are now and what might happen in the period ahead. So I'll do that fairly quickly, and then along the way I'll try and answer the question that's in the session notes, which is whether rapprochement, if that's the word you prefer, with China is possible or even desirable. So I think just some very recent history. I'm sure all of you in the room will know that China began a mini charm offensive on the bilateral relationship. Before the election, actually, we started to see the first signs of this, both in Canberra with a new ambassador, but also in Beijing. There was a much more conciliatory tone, and the message from China was that they were open to a relationship that was less hostile. I have to say there wasn't a lot of give in the message other than that. The message was still that China believes that the collapse of the relationship is entirely Australia's fault, and it's up to Australia to take practical steps to fix things and also to come to a correct, quote-unquote, understanding of China. But still, it was notable that there was this kind of olive branch being put forward. At the same time, the Albanese government, after the election, made clear that it was keen to stabilise the relationship. Stabilise is the word that the government uses. and that this was in the interests of both Australia and China. It seems to me that the government's approach to the relationship at the moment is characterised by four things. First is openness to the idea of a better relationship. Penny Wong has said that if China engaged with Australia directly and constructively, then Australia would respond in kind. Second, a high degree of patience. The government clearly, in my view, is not interested in being seen as either desperate or the demandeur here. Third, a high degree of discipline in public messaging about the bilateral relationship, while still being willing and prepared to call China out, for example, over Ukraine or over trade. And fourth, a lot of continuity, again, as I'm sure you all know, on China policy, and a pretty clear message to Beijing that Australia, under the Albanese government, would not be making concessions on issues when it came to sovereignty or core national security. That's a message that both Prime Minister Albanese and Senator Wong have made a number of times. So against that backdrop, we've now seen, after a very long interruption, a limited resumption of high-level political contact. Senator Wong has had 2 meetings with China's Foreign Minister Wang Yi, who, by the way, Rowan might talk about this, looks like he's going to become the new Yang Jiechi as the most senior party official on foreign policy. And Richard Marles, the Defence Minister, met his counterpart in the margins of the Shangri-La dialogue not so long ago. That's so far where it stopped. There has not been a meeting of trade ministers, despite offers from the Australian side, and there has not been a meeting between China and Australia's leaders, although there is quite a bit of speculation about the possibility of a meeting between Prime Minister Albanese and Xi Jinping in the margins of either the G20 or the APEC summit that is coming up in November. There have also been no easing of the coercive trade actions that China has imposed on Australia, and the Australians Cheng Lei and Yang Hengjun remain in prison, subject to legal processes that don't meet any definition of just or transparent. So things are a little bit better, but still some way short of whatever a stabilised relationship might look like in this new era. It's intriguing to me, some of you, including Alan, have heard me muse or speculate on this before, why China has moved marginally when Australia has not conceded on any of its demands. And I don't think we really know. I've never heard an entirely convincing answer to this question. Beijing could have simply seen an opportunity in the fact of a new government. They could have realised that their strategy of punishing Australia has failed pretty comprehensively. It's also possible that China could see advantages in warming the relationship at a time when the global economy is facing very significant headwinds and China's own economy is slowing considerably. For all the trade action against China, Australia remains a very significant supplier of commodities for China, both in energy and food. So that brings us really quickly to the present. So what happens now? Well, the question that is really yet to be answered is China prepared to keep warming the relationship while Australia keeps holding its course on the substance of China policy? And it's worth pausing here just to reflect on what that China policy is. So at the close of the coalition government, at the end of the Morrison government before the last election, Australia's approach to China and China in the region, you could characterise broadly as consisting of 3 main pillars. One was a defence agenda encapsulated in the 2020 Defence Strategic Update, which was really all about trying to build a defence force with more punch, more offensive capability or more deterrence capability, as the military says. The second was a whole range of policies with which I'm sure you're familiar, to harden Australia domestically to China's coercive power, foreign interference and threats to national economic sovereignty. And the third was an agenda in the Indo-Pacific which was trying to work out how to build a balance of power in the region that would be maximally favourable to Australian interests. And in opposition, Labor supported all the major planks of that approach, and the government continues to do so. Indeed, while Labor has criticised the coalition for clumsy political management of the relationship and overheated rhetoric, Labor appears to accept that it's inherited a necessary and inevitable adjustment of Australian foreign and domestic policy to the emergence under Xi Jinping of a much more nationalist, revisionist and authoritarian China. And that adjustment in policy has some way to go yet, in my view, and indeed Labor has begun making its own significant contributions to it. If you haven't had a chance to read the really quite remarkable update to the Australia-Japan Security Declaration that was signed over the weekend, with its alliance-like commitment to consult and consider common responses to security threats, that's a great example to me of the way in which Labor is now building on this transformed approach to how to manage China. I should just add quickly here that I'm not saying that with the Albanese government we have a straight rerun of the Morrison government. That's not going to be the case. Different party, different people, different worldview in many respects, different political roots. And I think on China we don't have time for this, but I think there are some differences. I very much doubt the current government would be convinced by a return to what the American China analyst Ryan Hass described as Trump's policy of omnidirectional confrontation of China. A lovely phrase, that. We should all say omnidirectional more often. It just kind of rolls off the tongue. I don't think we'll hear Albanese call, as Morrison did, for a world order that favours freedom, and I think the government's cool response to the Pelosi visit to Taiwan shows that there won't be any blank cheque to America on Taiwan, and that's just 3 quick examples. So that question remains: if Australia holds to that course and the Albanese government continues to build on it, will Beijing, the party Xi Jinping, be prepared to keep warming the relationship? I don't know the answer to that question. We're going to find out. But it's also true, and I think important to note, that the international context in which Australia's relationship with China sits will also determine its fate. Rowan's going to talk about the Party Congress. There's nothing in the Party Congress work report or Xi Jinping's new Politburo that suggests that we'll see anything other than more of the same from Xi Jinping in coming years, and his nationalism, his determination to reshape global order, to reduce US power and influence and better protect China's interests and party legitimacy, his laser-like focus on security in all dimensions, and his desire to make China less dependent on the world and the world more dependent on China. All of those things serve to push China and its democratic partners apart and to amplify points of difference. And of course, nowhere is this more evident than in US-China relations. That's a long talk of itself, but they remain dire, unlikely to improve in my view. And I think, notably, the Biden administration's attempt to deliver a model of managed strategic competition or competitive coexistence seems to me proving impossible to deliver. So all of that context leaves the bilateral relationship in a tight spot. The international context works against the relationship, US-China relations work against it, and Xi and what he wants China to be also work against it. So there are any number of new points or tensions or crises, including Taiwan, as we were discussing this morning, could flare up and set back the recent progress. So just a couple of quick concluding thoughts. What then is the art of the possible? It seems to me that, at least for as far ahead as it's sensible to see, the best settling point we could achieve, the best one, is likely to be one in which we get back some or all of the lost trade, and there is some degree of reasonably regular high-level political engagement. But even if we got that, all of that would operate within a relationship that overall would remain very difficult to manage. It would be defined largely by differences, not commonalities, and in which the space for cooperation is much smaller than it has been in the past, and the risk of further ruptures high. That may sound gloomy, but I don't actually regard that as pessimistic. It's just simply a reflection of the way things are, and it would be a mistake for us to rate or grade the relationship by the standard of past years, or to think it has potential beyond the constraining realities of our radically changed external environment. So even a somewhat more functional relationship would be an achievement in the circumstances. And to answer that question about whether it's desirable, well, yes, if we can get there without compromising on sovereignty or core security interests, then in my view, it would be worthwhile. I'm not going to give you a long list of why. We could perhaps tease it out in Q&A. But we continue to have a range of national interests in our relationship with China, and it is neither naive nor yet completely hopeless to pursue these, even if we might get to the completely hopeless point at some time in the future. So I will leave it there. Thank you.
Richard, thank you very much. Okay, so next we're over to Yun Zhang.
Thank you. Today I want to talk about one aspect of the bilateral relationship between Australia and China, and that is scientific collaboration. It is inspired by a report that I'm currently writing, which should be out by the end of the year, published by the AIIA and China Matters. So Australia and China collaboration in science so far has been quite productive. On this topic, first, it is important to remember that when it comes to scientific collaboration or collaboration, academic collaboration in general, knowledge transfer tends to flow both ways. It's not that, technology transfer only goes from one party to the other. And in many fields, China is in fact more advanced than Australia. Research by UTS shows that 1 in 6 Australian scientific publications involve China-affiliated researcher. So it's a co-publication by Australian researcher and a Chinese researcher from Australian University and Chinese University. That is actually much higher than Australia's collaboration with the United States or the United Kingdom or Canada. And in Australian universities, China is actually the highest country of birth for Australian academics in engineering and IT after Australia. What this means is that in those fields, engineering and IT, the most academics were born in Australia, and second is actually from China. And in science, it is the third after the United Kingdom. Up to 15% of Australian academics in those fields were born in China. Now, if you compare that to the general population, in the general population, only 2.3% of Australian population is born in China. So I'm talking about people who are born in China, not just people with Chinese heritage. In some way, it is not so surprising because academia generally is more international. So it is, compared to general population, academics tend to be coming from overseas more often. And of course, Australia's skill migration program means that we tend to prioritize this kind of migration as well. And the fact that a lot of Australian academics were born in China, and the fact that there's a lot of collaboration between Australia and China in science is also, the two facts are quite linked. Diaspora studies consistently find that diasporic academics are more likely to collaborate with institutions from their country of origin. And when I talk about diasporic academics, I'm talking about academics who are born and raised in China and then either studied or then subsequently worked in Australia. These diasporic researchers, they benefit Australia's scientific development and output. And the collaboration, just like trade, tend to be mutually beneficial. They benefit both institutions. And again, we should not assume that knowledge transfer goes one way from Australia to China, like a lot of media reports seems to insinuate. But unfortunately, science and technology is currently at the forefront of geopolitical competition between China and the United States. This is because technology is at the core of a country's power. You know, it is central to both economic development and military power. And because of this, we are increasingly seeing scientific collaboration through the lens of relative gains rather than absolute gains. So we're seeing from a zero-sum perspective rather than positive-sum perspective when it comes to science and technology. Until the, let's say, most recent decade, China has mostly been playing catch-up to the West in technology. It has been learning from the West through both what we probably think as legitimate and illegitimate means. And the lines between that can be a bit blurry sometimes, depends on your perspective. Many people in the West until recently believed that China could not innovate, either because of its authoritarian system of government or because of some Orientalist stereotype. But evidence has shown that China is approaching the technological frontier in many fields. And in some scientific fields, it is even at the frontier. It's publishing more articles in highly regarded academic journals than, for example, the United States. The United States is now threatened by how fast it advances. It sees maintaining technological leadership as of utmost importance, and because the technological leadership it has is closely connected to its primacy in the world. So recently, I think it was last week, it has announced a range of measures designed to maintain as much of a lead as possible vis-a-vis China. This is actually a different tactic approach it is using now compared to previously, where it only sought to be in front of China's technology. So before, it was using more of a, we need to run faster than China. But now it is quite clear that the United States wants to keep China from advancing as well. So it is seeking to hobble China's technological advances at the same time. What does it mean then for the future of technological development? Well, currently those measures that I've talked about is mainly focused on semiconductors and microchips only. But potentially it could be extended to other industries. Technological decoupling is happening now. It potentially will mean that technology will be developed on two tracks. This would mean efforts will be replicated and courses, of course, will be hugely inefficient. Just to give example, what China has been doing in its vaccination, it has refused to use, on a mass scale, Western developed mRNA vaccination. It wants to develop its own. And that has slowed down its opening up and its vaccination efforts. And that is only in vaccination industry. And if other countries also trying to, do this two-track process, it will be hugely inefficient. And countries may then have to choose one technology or other, the China model or the US model. And of course, as a humanity, I guess, not just in terms of looking at state-based, through a lens of state, technological progress will suffer as a result. And that includes in very important technologies such as green technology. So what does it mean for Australia? We're talking about Australia here. We know that the United States cannot do alone. That's what the US government has said. It said that it is seeking cooperation from its allies and partners, and no doubt Australia is one of them. For example, it may pressure Australia to follow the US lead to restrict technological exports to China. Taken to the extreme, it may mean pressuring Australia to forbid all Australians to work with Chinese companies, as the United States has already done with American citizens and permanent residents in the semiconductor industry. So American citizens and permanent residents cannot work with Chinese companies in semiconductors. For us, I guess, for me personally, I think we should try to ensure that, to as much extent as possible, that intense geopolitical competition does not lead to negative sum for all of us. This means that we should try as much as possible to continue to collaborate, unless there's a case made to be made for not collaborating. For example, directly helping China's military activities. And in terms of academic research, university research, most of researchers at university level uses public data, and the result is published publicly for all to see. In that circumstance, I don't think there's much problem there. But the tricky issue is emerging technology. Because all new and emerging technology by their nature is dual use. They can be used for military purposes and civilian purposes at the same time. And of course, we know that China has been going very hard on civil-military fusion recently, a bit like United States military industry. So, for example, when we think about autonomous vehicles and drones, they have civilian purposes, and they can be used for military purposes as well. In medical research, any drug research can be used as bioweapons. And facial recognition is another one. It is used in Xinjiang to oppress the Uyghur people. At the same time, it is also used to track missing children or trafficked children. So they all have good side and potentially bad side. In summary, science-technology decoupling is happening. And what Australia and other countries do will shape the future of the tech landscape. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Yun, and we'll move on now to Glinda.
Well, thanks very much for coming, and I think it is very good that organisations like the AIIA are discussing foreign affairs. We've seen two to 3 years of a very closed Australia, and I think Australia is a long way away from the rest of the world, engaging with China and putting and with Asia, the region, and putting effort. It takes effort to understand and connect up with very different countries of very different history than we've had. And I think that events like today are part of perhaps re-engaging and waking up the debate. And not everyone will agree, but it's very important that we have these debates and discussions at a high level. It's very good that we're having this discussion on China after the party congress, and my former colleague Rowan is a super expert. He's been following it, and he will give you a lot more detail than I can. But as someone who's followed what's the Australia-China relationship, I suppose this Congress has dominated the whole year, and it's dominated, I know, business thinking and people thinking, well, we'll get through the party Congress and then we'll see if China's going to open up. Are they going to open up to travel, to tourism, to trade, to business people? Xi Jinping needs to get through this party Congress. He needs to have his term extended, and hopefully then things will open up. We'll see, will China open up? And I think the question is we still don't know. And in fact, if anything, I feel that the events of the party Congress, it's only obviously highly scripted, enforces a much more doctrinaire Xi Jinping. 2017, she was addressing Davos, and Trump was elected, and Trump was imposing all these tariffs on aluminium and things, and Xi Jinping was speaking as a global diplomat, saying he wanted to fight protectionism and encourage global trade. Well, I think the Xi Jinping that we saw last week is very different. It's a return to a much more party control, which has been happening in the past few years. And what does that mean? Does that really mean that the economic opening up that we've seen at China, the engagement that we've had, and the sort of potential opportunities, which are enormous, particularly for Australia, China, is the door closing, in fact? Richard McGregor, writing in the Financial Review today, summing up the Congress, said starry-eyed foreigners can no longer interact with Beijing on the pretence that there's a nascent group of influential friends of court, the reformers, who are going to open up. And there's another comment in Will Glasgow writes, he quotes a former journalist of China News Story saying this is the end of China's reform and opening up. Now, I hope that's not right. You know, there's many things to be studied. One interesting thing is Li Qiang. Li Qiang looks like he will replace Li Keqiang. Li Qiang was the head of the party in Shanghai. He oversaw the crackdown, the COVID crackdown, which is negative to the economy, but that was in line with what Xi Jinping wanted. But as there's been some analysis in the Wall Street Journal of him today, he was the one that also welcomed Elon Musk to Shanghai, and also was involved with the establishment of a second board, a technological stock exchange. So I don't think that we've got a reformist China, but could he be a little bit more pro-economic? So the other thing last week was there was no release of economic growth figures. We all know the Chinese economy has been slowing down with the COVID contractions. A lot of people say now it's below 3%. People were saying the economic growth figures weren't released because they would be bad news. Now, getting back to Australia-China, Australia-China, unlike US-China, they define a relationship, the current modern term is strategic competitors. In fact, we're not a competitor with China. We actually have massive complementarity with China. If you look at the history of the relationship, it goes back to Chinese interest in the Australian gold fields, in the pearl industry. I mean, trade and business and economic ties are fundamental, are one of the fundamentals of Australia-China relations, and part of that is this complementarity. We've only got 25 million people. They have 1.4 billion. We're rich in resources that China wants, particularly iron ore. China would like our coal, but politically they've diverted it, LNG. At the same time, we produce much more in agriculture than we can feed ourselves. All of this plays into what China wants. And conversely, our manufacturing industry, in fact, we've closed great swathes of our manufacturing industry. It's a lot cheaper for us to import furniture, clothing. I see my mum every weekend. She's in a nursing home. I get rat tested. The rat tests come from China. We're importing, in fact, our imports from China are actually at record levels. And why is this? Because the economies of scale in manufacturing in Australia aren't good. The economies of scale in manufacturing in China are good. So I don't feel we're strategic competitors with China. I think we have a huge complementarity, which is quite fundamental to a very good relationship. I mean, I've talked to people on trade on both sides, and even though there's different legal systems, different cultural systems, when, say, Australian farmers, I've talked to beef farmers selling to restaurants in Shanghai, they get on really well both sides. So I think this is something that is at the basis of a very good relationship. I mean, you saw with tourism, we had more than 1 million Chinese tourists coming here. We had lots of students coming here. And so there's a very good natural relationship that we can have. But of course, politics overlays that, and that's what we've seen in the past. We saw the potential with the Australia-China trade agreement, which came into force in 2015. China became our largest trading partner. Over 200, several times more than our trading relationship with Japan. Over 200 billion. Now that's been pinned back because of trade sanctions with wine and things like that. So, but I still think, I suppose one of my arguments is, if you could get politics out of the discussion and debate, which of course you can't, but there's a fundamental reason for, apart from also us being in the same region, and there's a fundamental complementarity there which can provide the basis for a strong relationship, and hopefully that can underpin a relationship when things get a bit rocky. But I do know in business, the business community, very careful now, they're very wary of talking about China. If you have discussions, even the business people doing a lot in China are very cautious of the political environment. Someone like Twiggy Forrest, you're seeing him as an iron ore exporter. He's made his fortune dealing with China, and yet he's talking about the green economy. So Andrew Robb the other day also spoke at the Australia-China Business Council annual meeting in Canberra, and he spoke quite emotionally about how he had been, he's a trade consultant, he wants to do business with China, and how he has personally come under a lot of attack. That said, I think that, the tensions in the relationship and again, what reinforced perhaps by what we've seen in the party congress, this message of the importance of diversification, do not put all your eggs in the one basket, whether you're an importer or an exporter, and that's something that will, all companies doing business in China, with China know that, they don't have to be told, so the potential of a really major, even bigger increase in the relationship probably won't happen, as companies need to know the importance of diversifying. Now, there's a couple of things. I think if we're looking going forward, I think at one point we had quite a lot of Chinese investment here. I think the FIRB regulations and the message that effectively Chinese companies aren't welcome here has been delivered, and so we won't see more Chinese investment here. At the same time, I think Australian companies, there's not that many Australian companies that have bricks that actually are putting money into China. There are some. Cochlear has a factory in Chengdu. Lend-Lease is doing an aged care facility on the outskirts of Shanghai. And Treasury Wine Estate, who I just would like to mention a little bit about what they're doing. They've got a big office in Shanghai, but I don't think you'll see, again, because of wariness about the political relationship, I don't think you'll see a lot of Australian dollars going into China. So I think on the investment side, that is not going to happen. I just want to make two more points. Treasury Wine Estate's interesting. Treasury Wine Estate makes Penfolds. Before the wine tariffs, which came into force in November 2019, they were the biggest foreign seller of wine to China, full stop, even above the Chileans, above the French. Now, they were hit by the tariffs like anyone else, but they're a global company. They still see the potential of the Chinese wine market. They still see a rising middle class. And so their Penfolds operation, which is their jewel in the crown, is still based in Shanghai. What they are doing is manufacturing wine in France and in the US and selling it into China because they, again, still feel the potential of a Chinese wine market. But they're also making wine in China. They're making a Penfolds brand. They're becoming involved in encouraging the development of the Chinese wine industry. There's a place called Ningxia in China, which is the emerging area of their wine industry. So they see also by committing to the helping of developing of a Chinese wine industry, that will help them in this broader picture. So that's one example of a company that has reacted to the tariffs and is still determined to be in that market. Of course, there's many other smaller Australian wine companies who have been hit and just can't export to China. And just on the subject of wine, I'm staying at the Burberry Hotel, and I noticed there's a wine bottle there by Philip Shaw Wines. Now, Philip Shaw Wines is in Murrumbateman, which is not too far from here. And I first met Philip Shaw in China at a party given by Jeff Raby, who was the former Australian ambassador. And Philip Shaw had never met Jeff Raby, but somehow he turned up at his party. And I said, "What are you doing here?" And he said, "Well, I've had a whole lot of Chinese tourists come to my winery on the outs in Murrumbateman. They come, they like my wine, they're sending it back to China. I'm coming to China to see if I can sell my wines." And he was talking with restaurants and actually going back and forward many times. Now, his business is gone, because of the tariffs. But if somehow those tariffs went or there were better relationship, he would immediately, and there was also Chinese tourists coming here, I think that would, he would resume that. But it was just interesting to see, nothing to do with politics, just someone who's jumped on a plane, saw an opportunity in China, and the business was going quite well until the tariffs. One other point, green. The Australia-China Business Council is looking at ways that how to navigate the relationship, how to try and have some constructive relationship with China as we sort of navigate all the political shoals. And they've identified a green economy, cooperation with China on climate change, whether it's research or renewable energy. And they've got a paper that's been put out by King & Wood Mallesons, which goes into a lot of detail. It's on their website. I don't know, I mean, I'm not quite sure. It sounds good, it sounds great. We know, well, anyone who knows too much about solar power knows that University of New South Wales, Martin Green was very strong on that, and there was a very strong China-Australia collaboration, which led to the development of a solar power industry in China. So there's lots of potential, but whether this idea of green cooperation and they would like the Australian government to sign some sort of green economy deal with China. I mean, it's got potential, but I'm not sure. I mean, I still think if the government gets out of the way, the Philip Shaws of the world will get on the plane and go to China. So just looking ahead, December, 50 years of Australia-China relations. Are we going to celebrate it? How we celebrate it? What will happen? Will China open up? Will they? Is COVID an excuse for cracking down in China? Will China open up? Will we see students come back? Will we see tourists come back? Hopefully we do, because I think that will. It's a much healthier situation if there's people-to-people movements, and that's out of our hands in a way. That's up to ultimately Xi Jinping having got through the party congress. What is his plans? People are now saying, well, you've got to wait till after the Langhui in about March, the next sort of parliamentary session in March, and to see what's happening. But so in some senses it's out of our hands. I still think there is enormous potential, but I think that potential is important in counterbalancing security issues. And it's in Australia having many more points of contact in China than just perhaps at the top level. I think the more levels of contact we have in China, the more secure our environment will be. Anyway, I'll now pass over to my colleague who will tell you in depth about the Party Congress.
Thank you very much for that, Glenda. And Ron, the floor is now yours.
Thanks, Nisha. Hold high the great banner of socialism with Chinese characteristics and strive in unity to build a modern socialist country in all respects. I feel like I should be standing up to actually say that. Got that? I hope so. It's a message that truly matters. This is the title of the work report to the 20th National Congress of the Chinese Communist Party from its General Secretary Xi Jinping. Here it is, 62 sparkling pages of A4. Anyone with an interest in our world today, which surely means everyone in this room, should familiarise ourselves with this text. Here's my well-thumbed report from the 19th Congress, 65 pages. It's proven an invaluable guide to the last 5 years. The abiding image of the latest Congress will be that of Xi's patent disregard for the plight of his predecessor Hu Jintao, aged 79, shown in his dismissive demeanour as Hu was led out at the closing ceremony, for reasons still unknown. This has been compared with the style of a mafia boss, something with which Xi is acquainted since he has listed The Godfather as one of his favourite films. He filled the 4 slots that he opened on the party's top body, the 7-person Politburo Standing Committee, with die-hard personal loyalists led by Li Qiang, who will become the new premier. She's former chief of staff, who as Shanghai party secretary has presided over the city's disastrous zero-COVID lockdowns. The 4 are all over 60, thus none are conventionally deemed young enough to be eligible successors to Xi at the next 21st Congress. Xi thus seems set to continue for a 4th as well as a 3rd term, so for another 10 years at least, until 2032. The Congress message was clear. The world is turning so sour, we require a stern and ideologically robust helmsman to steer party and country for many years to come. Glenda asked about getting the prospect of getting politics out of the discourse. Unfortunately, politics is upstream of everything in Xi's China, north, south, east, west, and the centre. The party leads all, he says. At the Congress, Xi buried for good the cross-factional meritocracy which had developed since Mao Zedong died. The conventions that those aged 67 or under would stay in office, those over 68 would retire, and that top jobs would be limited to 2 terms were abandoned. Premier Li Keqiang and Politburo Standing Committee member Wang Yang, both 67, but both members of Hu Jintao's Tuanpai or Youth League faction, were ousted, as Xi, who is 69, packed the party's central committee with personal followers, with the replacement of 68% of full members, compared with 41% turning over at the previous Congress. Members of ethnic minorities were almost halved. The governor and party secretary of the central bank, the People's Bank, were also stood down, although aged 64 and 66, below the ages of Xi loyalists who were promoted. Work report rhetoric and the slogans embedded in them are not to be confused with parliamentary-style policy statements or strategies. They're rather, as Lancaster University Professor Zheng Jinghan explains, a means of focusing attention and exhorting to action. That's the way to read it. Last week's report highlights Xi's own special concerns: ideology, history, and education, with Xi stressing in his report that, quotes, "The most basic aim of education is to foster virtue. We will encourage our talent to love the party," close quotes. He defines ideological work as forging the soul of the nation. And for Xi and the party, history is not in the past. It's a political text drafted by the party. Most importantly, the CCP, and thus the People's Republic of China, which it owns, is staying on message. No backtracking, no resetting, no stepping back from the zero COVID policy that keeps China locked up. Instead, the party is battening down the hatches against adverse winds as it tightens its own grip on every institution in China and in pursuing the rejuvenation of China, with Xi elevated as its core, word often used. Xi's new era is also, however, now that of peak party as it enters its 2nd century, and a peak economy for China. That reality reinforces the need to intensify and speed efforts to ensure the world becomes safe for the party, while its leverage, especially its capacity to weaponize its economic ubiquity, can still get results. Its demography, its new party-centric economic policies, the effects of zero COVID, diminishing productivity, mean that it's no longer truly a rising power at all. The report underlines Xi's hallmark governance style: of launching campaigns, say against disloyalty, sometimes called corruption, then institutionalising them to seal in and extend their value to him. The PRC, she says, has been confronted with, quotes, external attempts to blackmail, contain, blockade, and exert maximum pressure, close quotes. His listeners all know who he's talking about, the United States, which he also brands, without naming it, as hegemonic, high-handed, and bullying. The answer, he says, involves, characteristically for the party, focusing on internal political concerns. The former Foreign Minister, Chen Chi-chen, once explained pithily that for the PRC, foreign policy is the extension of domestic policy. She proclaims in his new report, "We have shown a fighting spirit." Since the report, former Ambassador to Australia, Ma Jiaoshu, now a Vice Foreign Minister, has reinforced the key requirement to evince that fighting spirit also externally, as directed by Xi Jinping thought on diplomacy, or Xi-plomacy, as it's known. She says that when he was elevated, the party had suffered weak, hollow, and watered-down leadership, with some lacking confidence in the socialist political system. In response, he says, we rolled up our sleeves and got down to work to carry out a great struggle, to use one of his favourite words. Quotes, we placed an emphasis on political commitment in selecting officials. There is no end to theoretical innovation, close quotes. The Chinese path to building a strong military is growing ever broader, he says, with key goals set for the centenary in 2027 of the People's Liberation Army. Of course, the party's army, not the nation's. Some have speculated that these 2027 goals are led by seizing Taiwan. I am not among them, although I do fear that at some stage Beijing may opt for vacant possession of Taiwan. She vows to strengthen party building in the PLA and to deepen, quotes, the system of ultimate responsibility that rests with the chairman of the Central Military Commission, who happens, of course, to be Xi Jinping. She wants to speed up efforts to achieve greater self-reliance in science and technology, from which he is seeking better strategic input, and to ensure the security of food, energy and resources, as well as key industrial and supply chains through such self-sufficiency. This points to an intensification of what European Chamber of Commerce in China President Jörg Wutzke has called out as ideological constraints and uncertainties that have created an unpredictable climate for business. Deng Xiaoping introduced an era of reform and opening up, and in response to Glenda's question, I'd say that vestiges remain of reform, there is change, but the latter, opening up, is fast vanishing. Unusually for such reports, she highlights the United Front, the party's, quotes, effective instrument to influence or control networks and key individuals, both inside China and overseas, in order to advance its interests. He pledges to strengthen our work, to encourage all the sons and daughters of the Chinese nation, meaning all people of Chinese ethnicity, wherever they're born, to form, quotes, a powerful joint force for advancing the rejuvenation of the Chinese nation, close quotes. Underlining the disinterest of Beijing in what Taiwanese people, as well as many Hong Kongers now think, Xi continues to state his belief that the one country, two systems formula remains not only relevant in subjugated Hong Kong, but also the best way to realise what the party now calls reunification with Taiwan, where about 90% of people polled consistently stress its irrelevance to them. Xi, who often advances a form of ethnic race theory with the so-called Han at the top of the tree, insists about Taiwan that, he said in the speech, blood runs thicker than water. A generalisation that excises the 600,000 indigenous peoples of Taiwan, which she states coldly is China's Taiwan. Religions. Religions in China, quotes, must be Chinese in orientation and must adapt to socialist society, she insists. The 97 million party members are required to be atheists. Most of them today are managers and officials. Most also graduates, although only 15% of the overall population have degrees. Only 27% of the Congress delegates were women, and just 5% of the newly selected Central Committee. No woman has ever ascended to the Politburo Standing Committee in the party's 101 years. And there is no woman on the 24-man Politburo, which, yes, as Richard said, now includes Wang Yi, who, although 69, becomes the top foreign affairs guy. Winning Xi's favour is the chief path to advancement. Algorithmic analysis shows that the major correlation between those promoted under Xi is that they have worked with him, or at least at the same time in the same regions. Such court politics inevitably infects the work of the bureaucracy. So on Xi rolls with what he calls the wheels of history into a third and fourth 5-year term that implies, as China expert Ian Johnson says, not so much stability as an ossification of the political system, with advisors telling him what he wants to hear. The party cannot now return to its post-Mao conventions, and the chances for an orderly eventual leadership succession have been sharply reduced. Time for all of us also to batten down our hatches if we haven't done so already. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much for that, Ron. So if people who have questions want to start queuing up at either side, we can do that. Get yourself in place. I'll just open up with a couple of questions now, and then we'll jump to the audience. So Richard, look, Richard Maud, I'm going to start with you. And so you've noted that, and this really kind of caught my attention, that Beijing had made the first move. And I was really trying to figure out why it had made the first move. It's the bigger partner. It expects the junior partner to toe the line, and it punishes them until it does. You just asked Norway, they were punished for 16 years, or 6 years, sorry, 2010 to 2016, and they eventually relented, and they had suffered economic coercion. So I was trying to wonder, what is the reason for doing that? And now that Beijing has moved first, definitely the ball is in Australia's court to keep that momentum. If there is going to be a warming, what can Australia do to make a move that doesn't compromise itself?
Well, I don't accept that the ball's in Australia's court. That's a line that Beijing uses. It's a very convenient line for them because they like to blame us entirely for the collapse in the bilateral relationship. They take no responsibility, are unwilling or unable to engage with Australia's direct concerns, whether it's China's behaviour in the region or what Malcolm Turnbull called industrial-scale cyber attacks on Australia, or the foreign interference of the work of the United Front, or on human rights, and so it goes on. It was China that hit Australia's trade, not the other way round. So China created this problem by and large, and I am very comfortable with the patience that the Albanese government is showing in not rushing to concede. You know, we have, in my view, come to a happy place where we stopped worrying about what China might think or do if we actually stood up for ourselves. So let's not go back from that. Now, to try and answer your question, is there actually anything we could change or do differently? I think the government's already doing some of them. As I said, they're much more disciplined about their rhetoric. I think they're picking fewer fights. I think that's smart. You know, we're You know, we are in a world where you can do that. Not everything that China does is an equal test of our willingness to stand up to it. The dial doesn't always have to be turned up to 11. On policy, you know, there are a couple of small things we could possibly do. The Chinese are genuinely aggravated by Australian anti-dumping measures. I mean, despite being a country that loves free trade and openness, we also love our anti-dumping measures. And we use them prolifically, and China's been hit pretty hard, and even the Productivity Commission has raised both eyebrows about Australia's overuse of anti-dumping measures, including in relation to China. So that's one thing we could do. Is that politically possible these days, you know, in a world of make it in Australia and all about Australian jobs? I don't know. But I think that's one thing we could do. It's a small thing, but it's possible to look at. And I think the last point I'd make here is that Australia has offered to work with China to identify areas of cooperation that would be genuinely mutually beneficial and to try and just get on and do them. And up to now, China has declined, has pushed those offers away, and its message to Australia has essentially been, you cannot have the benefits of cooperation with us while you continue to take policies that we, Beijing, regard as hostile. So, you know, you either accept our deal or we will keep punishing you. Now, Australia chose not to accept that deal, and the punishment started, and it's still going on. The question is, will it come off now? And as I said to you, I honestly don't know. I'm intrigued and as interested and engaged as the rest of you in knowing what will come next.
Thank you for that. So on that idea of mutual benefit and collaboration, I think we can move over to Yun Jiang. So you talked about scientific collaboration and also that it's a two-way street. It's not anymore just China absorbing technology. It actually has developed its own technological basis. So, I mean, could you address a little bit more about where the scientific, where the mutual benefits lie? That could be a keep warming the relationship theme. And then secondly, after that, could you address the risks that lie there in terms of that civil-military fusion, which I think doesn't have any analogue in a Western society that has constitutional checks. I would say a liberal democracy, since the term West is a contestable geographic indicator, but a country with constitutional checks. The military-industrial complex, which you mentioned in the US, is not really an analogue to that civil-military fusion, which is a legal architecture that requires firms, business, and individuals to hand over technology and information. So what's the positives and what's the risks?
Right. What is one potential areas, specific areas for cooperation? I think we probably talked about climate change as being one of the biggest threats to the entire planet. And I think one fruitful areas, potential area for cooperation, if there's any areas for cooperation that should be on addressing climate change, including renewable energy. So I hope that, you know, if it comes to the worst, if anything else, at least we can cooperate on renewable energy. And the second question on civil-military fusion. Yes, that is quite correct that China does not have a very strong legal basis for protection of individuals, including protection of data. We know that the government can very easily request data from big technology companies. So that is one area that we really need to think about when we cooperate with China. So for example, in terms of facial recognition, that is why we need to really be mindful of the risk, the harms that it can cause by cooperating with China. Ideally, we would have visibility on how technology is used at the end user, but I understand that is very, very difficult to do. So that's something we need to think about, balancing the good and the bad when it comes to technology. I mean, technology by itself is not necessarily, it's not quite, you know, good or bad. It's how they are used. So I think we need to do more research, especially into the legal and the ethics of science and technology. So that's using more resources on humanities and social science aspects of science and technology as well.
Okay, thank you for that. Glinda, I just have another question for you as well. So you know that the massive complementarities between Australia and China. I would also note there's massive economic complementarities between the US and China, yeah? And they're continuing to ship their agriculture products from the Midwest, and they're continuing to absorb those massive imports. So I don't think that will preclude that you're also in a strategic competition. And if we go down that line of thinking, when do those trade complementarities become a political risk that needs management? And we've had economic coercion in Australia in the last few years. It hasn't worked to the effect that was intended, but you could foresee there could be bigger levels of economic coercion in the future to change political behaviour. So on that, are businesses thinking about that, and are they talking to government about that, about political risk management and diversification? We hear a lot about it, but are there any policies? And just to give you one example there, Japan has long had a China plus one diversification policy. It had it in the 2000s. It turbocharged it in the 2010s after rare earths quotas were suddenly stopped because of political disputes over the Senkakus, and they're very involved in helping their businesses diversify. So we hear about this in Australia, but is there any policy substance behind that yet, or should there be?
I think that the message under the previous government and the current government, Trade Minister Farrell, has been diversification, 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 and the government is saying we want to have free trade agreement with Europe, step up ties with Japan. So I don't think you need to tell business about the risk. I mean, people who are exporting beef or wine or whatever, they can see it firsthand. They make their own. They can make their own decisions. But government, yes, has been talking for the last few years about the importance of diversification. And you look at particular companies. There's a company called Bubs, which makes infant formula. It was selling a lot into China, and now it's stepping up. It's selling into the US. So, yes, companies are alive to this. But still, ultimately, China is a huge market. Like the guy for the EU was saying, we've got 450 million people in Europe trade with us, but each country has their own regulations and differences if you're selling into Holland or Spain or something like that. So if you look at the wine industry, TWE would love, it's a lot easier to sell into a big market in China than to get the same amount by adding up lots of small countries. But I mean, I think DFAT has allocated some assistance to help smaller companies. How do you diversify? I know beef, the beef's had trouble selling into China and they're selling to other areas. Barley has been selling into other areas. So I don't think I don't think business is naive about the risks. I think they're very aware of the risks. They've got their people on the ground, or they go back and forward. Just interesting, your first question about what could be done to improve the relationship. The Chinese ambassador to Australia, Xiao Chen, addressed the Australia-China Business Council, and he was delivering that message of, well, can't we get on with it? Can't we have a better relationship? What he asked for, and this the Australian government has agreed, but one thing China wants is Australia's support to join the Comprehensive Progressive Trans-Pacific Partnership. That's something China wants. The Albanese government said they don't agree. But he did also raise in his speech, in this theme of Canberra Networking Day, Australia-China collaboration on the transition to a net zero is significant and timely. So he also raised, this is the emerging opportunity for collaboration. So he also raised the idea of the green, a green era of collaboration. But business isn't naive about that they need to not have their eggs in the China basket. Even on the import area, we've seen supply chain disruptions. Businesses know they have to now look at alternative, not just getting something made in Shanghai or Guangzhou. They've got to look for sourcing in Vietnam or Bangladesh. So Business is very alive to the risks, and diversification is now a common theme in all talk about Australian exports from the political side, but also to the business side.
Thank you very much. One more question before opening it up to the floor. Ron, tell us, is China now a totalitarian regime?
Yes.
Okay, so if you don't need to elaborate any further, we can...
The Economist magazine came out with this interesting... in the latest edition, it describes it as the most powerful dictatorship in history. That's quite a claim.
Yeah, and not an unreasonable one. Okay, we'll open it up to the floor. So I'll take one question from each side, answer those, and then we'll rinse and repeat. So we'll take a question here.
Jeremy Webb, the Queensland branch. I'm curious about the laser-like focus on the Taiwan issue. We accept that Taiwan is a province of China. Let me pose a question to the panel. If the federal government sent troops into the state of Queensland, and some of us sometimes think it wouldn't be a bad idea, to depose the state government, and the state government wisely says, well, we'll call on China to send some troops to defend our democracy, would that be a legitimate play of international rules?
Thanks for that. And will we
very quickly, we don't accept that. Sorry, you're wrong. In the December 21st communication of 50 years ago, we said we accept that it's the position of the PLC that Taiwan is the province of China. There's something very different.
The word is acknowledge, and acknowledge means accept.
No, we acknowledge that that is the position of the Chinese government. We didn't accept that that is our position.
They didn't accept it was true. They accepted it was their position. I think that is the standard understanding of that term in the US political system as well. Okay, let's take a question from the left.
Thank you all very much for your reflections. My name is Hannah Pakula. I'm a student here at the ANU and a public servant. If I may direct my question to Mr. Kalik, particularly noting your prior roles as China correspondent based in Beijing. I was wondering if you could provide an evaluation of the current and prospective future footprint of Australian foreign correspondents in China, and I'd be interested in your reflections of how valuable you see the continued ability to retain journalistic freedoms for the free ability to report on the relationship as it evolves.
Thanks very much. Good question. And Glenda was also based in Beijing, so she can, I'm sure, add something. Very important, in my view, to have correspondence in place, because the role of the correspondent is to explain one people to another. And I think explanation and understanding is very helpful and diffuses misunderstandings. And I think that when I had two spells in Beijing, the second one ended in mid-2018, so 4 years ago I left. And there's a big change in my first spell and the second one, which came 10 years later, after she really got going. And it became quite difficult to talk to people, to get people to talk on the record. Nevertheless, it was still possible to talk to people in public, to get stories about how people lived and so on. Now it's very difficult and dangerous. As we heard, we have a colleague in prison in Beijing for no reason that's explicable at all, Cheng Lei, who's a friend of mine, and she has two young children in Melbourne, living with her mother now, and she hasn't been able to talk to them for the over 2 years that she's been in prison, and there seems no way out for her. She's a journalist. She's probably the best-known Australian, I think perhaps the best-known Australian living in China, because she was the host of many events, and she was a well-known business host for CGTN state-owned TV. So yes, very important for us to have people there, very dangerous for people to be there, almost impossible to get the required work permits to be there now, and so it's very frustrating, and it's diminishing of our mutual understanding.
Yes. Where do you start? When I was in China, I succeeded Rowan, and I felt I wasn't there in the glory days. There was when Australia, the relationship was strong and correspondents could travel where they liked, and I felt it's harder and harder to get people to talk to you on the record, and they legitimately had fears of talking to you, and I certainly didn't want to get anyone arrested, and so I just felt very frustrated. But now my successor, Will Glasgow, and the other Australian journalists that were there have left, and I'm not sure what the current DFAT advice was, but I certainly know at one point Will wanted to go back, and I can't 100% tell you what the DFAT advice is, but I would say that perhaps it's not. It certainly was at the time that not to go back to China. That it wasn't a safe situation. So I think I was lucky to. I travelled to China many times. I covered the Beijing Olympics, a whole lot of other things, and I was lucky to be there. But now, yes, I think it would be good to have correspondents there. Steve McDonnell is there doing a really good job for the BBC, ex-ABC, a couple of Aussies at Bloomberg. But is it possible for them to function in a safe way? I don't know. Now you have, because of what happened to Bill Birtles and Mike Smith, who basically had to were advised to get out of the country. All the news outlets are covering China from outside China. So you've got in Taipei, Will Glasgow, Bill Birtles in Taipei, Sydney Morning Herald Fairfax is in, Eric Bagshaw's in Singapore, and Mike Smith, who's someone I have a lot of admiration for. He was in Shanghai for the Financial Review, and he's now in Japan. So China is being covered from outside. These journalists have much more freedom to be critical. I think it would be to China's advantage if we had more foreign correspondents there. But is it actually safe to go back there? And I honestly don't know.
And if thanks, Dan. If I could just add to the list, Chris Buckley, the New York Times chief China correspondent, is actually writing from Sydney at the moment. I think most of us who've worked in China regard him as the doyen, and so sad. He's a terrific expert and a PhD from ANU. And Richard McGregor, of course, great former correspondent with the FT. Su Lin Wong is another one. Su Lin, economist, journalist. She was not allowed to get a visa for being based in Hong Kong. She's also now in Taipei. So there's quite a cadre of people there covering China out of Taipei.
And to follow up on that, given that we've had a good, robust discussion about Taiwan this morning and what would happen and whatever, I think having a whole lot of Australian journalists in Taiwan, because they can't be in Beijing, is in fact playing into our understanding of Taiwan and our sympathy. So I can actually see it coming through in the reporting, and that may affect our broader Australian thinking. And it's not to China's advantage to keep the journalists out, but who knows? I mean, China's been closed for 3 years. What does it really want to open up, or does it really want to be a world power, but in a newly closed way? But will be very interesting how this, on the flow of the fact that a lot of journalists are in Taiwan now, they're reporting in a sympathetic way. Will that flow through to Australian public opinion? And I think eventually it will, but that's a whole nother.
Okay, I think we've time at least for one more question, maybe two. We'll definitely do one.
Thank you, James Trevelyan. I'm an engineer and I run a small company in Perth, and we have quite a bit of material made in China. First of all, thank you to all the panelists for a wonderful lead in this discussion. I would like to cast some questions about the relationships between technological expertise and subsequent productivity improvements in industry. If we look at China, its productivity at the moment is between 3 and 4 times less than the United States and Australia. If you think back to Russia, Russia also achieved technological leadership in a number of scientific fields related to defense, and there were many forecasts of Russia taking an unbeatable lead in strategic nuclear weapons and similar military technologies that turned out to be not well founded. I'd like to ask the panel, is there a risk that Chinese citizens are not going to achieve or not going to have their expectations of continually rising living standards to continue much longer, and hence political stability might be very difficult to maintain inside China? We're already seeing the limits to this with the instability in the financial system in China. And I'd like to ask whether the risks of this political instability in China might in fact be a greater risk than China taking leadership in some selected technological fields, particularly with its shrinking demographics and its vulnerabilities to climate catastrophes.
Thanks for that. Let me just raise one point on that, an interesting one, before handing it over. In recent years, it's come out that China is filing the most patents globally, and you think, oh wow, they've shot ahead of everybody. The vast majority of those patents are not renewed after 1 year. It costs money to renew. The only reason they're filed is because there's a government incentive to do that. Most of them are useless patents. If you just see the headline, most patents, you think, oh my God. You dig a little deeper, you see something different. So I just thought that was an interesting data point I came across recently.
I will just add to that, there was some reporting about collaboration between Australia and China, and it was very critical that the result collaboration was patented in China but not in Australia. But actually, it was exactly that. Because they don't think it was worth patenting. But there was incentive in the Chinese academic system to patent. And so you can see that people work towards, sort of incentive, and sometimes a perverse incentive as well. So should I answer the question first, since I'm already talking? Yeah. So we know that since, after Mao has died and since Deng took power after reform and opening up, the Chinese Communist Party's legitimacy has very much been about economic growth, specifically about increasing quality of life for the Chinese citizens. That's what it tells to the people inside China as well as to people outside China. So outside China, its stance is that, look, we've been put so many people out of poverty. That's why the Chinese people support us. That's its public messaging to internationally. So its legitimacy is very much based on economic growth. But we know that also economic growth, this pace of economic growth is not going to last forever. As the countries catch up to the developed countries, it's definitely going to slow down. And it is slowing down perhaps faster than what we expected and what the government also has expected. So I think under Xi, we are seeing that the Xi administration or regime is trying to pivot the source of legitimacy from economic growth towards other areas, such as nationalism. It's trying to address things under common prosperity, so reducing inequality, although that, I think right now that has not been very effective. There is still a lot of inequality, wealth inequality, income inequality amongst the people, and that's causing discontent. And in terms of nationalism, I am not quite certain that it's going to be successful. I guess it will take time to see whether that is going to happen, but it may not succeed. The problem with a lot of analysis on China in general, I find, is that a lot of analysis from media and think tanks focus on what the Chinese Communist Party wants to achieve, what the government's policy goal is. But it's not so much on whether it has been effective in achieving its policy goals. And in a lot of times, the government has a lot of things it wants to do, but it has not been so effective in achieving them.
Does anybody else want to weigh in there?
If you look at the issue on vaccines, China is insisting on using their own vaccines, and I think that's resultant in them having a lower level of protection against COVID, and they know that. Obviously, they're pressing their own people to develop a higher level, but so I think less so instability does China having much more a nationalistic policy going through even their universities and their science and their scientific culture. Does it negatively affect China and their economic growth? And again, the vaccines is an example. Political instability, well, you've got a very controlling government, and you've seen scenes in the Shanghai scenes of people, when they try and close down an AIIA and people are desperately trying to get out of it because there's a COVID outbreak. But ultimately, there's such level of control that political instability certainly gets countered. But the real question is, does China itself suffer by being much more nationalistic and also closing off its interaction with the rest of the world?
Yeah, thank you for that, Glinda. So I think there's no doubt they will suffer, but we're sadly out of time, so apologies to anyone who was waiting in the wings with a question, but you can ask the panellists afterwards. I'm sure they'll be happy to talk. So new ways forward in the relationship. We've seen that the context has gotten more difficult and more tense. There has been a slight thaw, which gives us something to be a bit hopeful for, and I think it's going to be strategic patience and some sort of pragmatic realism is probably the best we can hope for in the medium term. With that, could I get a round of applause for our distinguished panellists?
Great, and thank you so much for that. In the interests of time, we'll slide straight into the summation. Graham, could you come up here? I'm not a big fan of introductions when you all have bios in front of you. And I could, of course, give a very long and storied introduction for our summation speaker, because he has a distinguished career in journalism dating back to 1971. He's now the Journalist Fellow at the Australian Strategic Policy Institute. What I will say about him, though, is that at this conference we have a kind of informal rule, and that is that we don't invite people back to the conference 2 years in a row or 2 times in a row, and that includes for our last conference in 2019. However, we decided to make an exception in this case because Graham Dobell's summation at the last conference was so good. So you've got a lot to live up to, Graham, and we may even see you back next year.
Yes, as you've heard, I am a journalist and I am here to help you. And it's not the first time I've heard that they don't invite journalists back, but that's another story. As you heard, we last gathered in this room in 2019. So it's been an amazing 3 years between drinks. To quote Sir William Connor, after World War II ended, allowing him to resume the Cassandra column in the Daily Mirror, as I was saying when I was so rudely interrupted. And what an interruption. I mean, a once-in-a-century plague, war in Europe, nuclear threats, autocrats rise, autocrats wobble, and now galloping inflation and looming world recession. Welcome to a dangerous decade. And that is the frame that I brought today as I was trying to think about how I was going to summon up and summon this day. And that's the frame I'm going to try and use, that sense of interruption and in inflection points, what's broken, what's lost, what's new, and what's coming, and what's continuity. And there have been continuities. On the broken side, the Euro MP David McAllister 3 times referred to the rules-based international order, that phrase that came up several times during the day. And I'd say the way he spoke of it, and as some others did, it was not so much about the status quo, but as a lament for what we see go. And that's an important break in the way we think about the world. Where we were, as Simon Birmingham said to you, where we were looks a lot rosier than where we think we're going. Ian Hall said we have to decide what sort of new order we want. His answer was entrench multipolarity. And Jackie True, confronting power shift and international contest, Jackie said we must stand up for democracy and human rights. This isn't just about values, she said, it's also about identity. We have a chance to shape this order. And I think that's an important point. We do have a chance. We are players in this. And Hayley Channer went to the same place. Australia has to stand up for what we want to happen. Stand up for our way of life. Now, Hugh White, as ever, some magnificent Hughisms. In terms of this order, it's a power-based order, and power has shifted. And on the new, on the biggest new thing of all, I was really struck by the chair of the European Union's Foreign Affairs Committee referring as a given, almost as an aside, just an aside, one sentence, about the fact that the Indo-Pacific is now the centre of geopolitical gravity. Now, that's a truth that is really new. We're getting used to it, but that is a once in a 500-year change. Australia is no longer peripheral in setting the central balance as we were through the 20th century. We are now a player where the central balance will be set. Profound shift. For us, as much as it is for Southeast Asia. Southeast Asia now the hinge of the Indo-Pacific, which I think is an Allen Gingell line. For us, we're no longer the corner of the map. The centre of the map is coming to us. And the great challenge for Australian foreign policy, as Hugh White said, is that Asia is no longer dominated by Anglo-Saxon military and economic power. The big shift has arrived. Our future has turned into our present. Another great Hughesism. Now, discussion of what's broken and what's coming was the basis for the trade session. Even before COVID, we were in the post-globalising decoupling world. And Joe Feldman reflected that the World Trade Organisation has deteriorated, reflecting the broader multilateral challenge. The WTO dispute settlement system, the jewel in the crown, is tarnished. And Simon Birmingham made the point that as a country with 80% of our trade covered by free trade agreements, Australia is better placed than most to deal with this world. Trade policy and the way Australia thinks about the world has always been central to the way we think about the world. And I think that session today was interesting on all of that. Chris Barnes said that trade is yet another area where Australia has to argue for rules and openness. Same script. to oppose economic coercion, oppose protection, oppose red tape in trade. In a way, as someone who's written a lot of trade stories, actually started out when it was the GATT, not the WTO. In a way, it was the traditional Australian trade stance, the fighting words. And apart from the protection stuff, it's the same script that old Blackjack McEwen used to use. But the thing that really grabbed me in the trade session, I really found fascinating, bringing a lot of really interesting themes together, was Darren Godwell. Darren was fascinating on the Indigenous Australian role in trade policy. I'd never thought about this. The idea of an inclusive trade policy with a First Nations dimension. The extension of land rights and native title gives Indigenous Australians interests in 57% of the country, and that means new Indigenous interests in commerce and business. Marginalised for 200 years, as he said, this is a new role for First Nations peoples developing their own country. In Darren's words, sovereign risk and sovereign capability don't get any more sovereign than Indigenous people doing their own development and investment. And they will be part of the minerals and rare earths mining, which will be so important for what Australia does for the world, and indeed new areas. He pointed to Indigenous botanicals. Indigenous botanicals, our seeds and our plants, are not protected by Australian trade policy. That's billions of dollars on offer. That is literally low-hanging fruit. So, you know, our trade bureaucrats better start talking to the French and the Italians about how you actually take your stuff and make it yours and make the rest of the world pay for it. Very interesting. And it's a great compliment to Penny Wong's determination to have an Indigenous dimension in Australian diplomacy. We are going to get First Nations into foreign policy, and that will change the way we are seen and the way we see, as it should. And just as promising, we need a First Nations dimension in trade policy. Now, I never thought of it like that. So you come to the AIIA and they give you new stuff. The region discussion circled back, I thought, to values and to geopolitics. Susanna Jessup had a sharp take on Australia's closest relationship, the one I think we take most for granted, New Zealand. And she said, and I thought it was a beautiful way she put it, we're very close personally, Australia and New Zealand. We're kind of close culturally, and we're not so close politically. And in the Australia-New Zealand relationship, I think that's a really interesting way to think about the tensions. Now, we're talking about Indigenous foreign policy. New Zealand seeks a Polynesian foreign policy. Now, that's another place, I think, where the kangaroo and the kiwi have to start talking to each other rather than past each other. Priya Chako, I think, made a strong case that there's no convergence on values between Australia and India. I thought that was really interesting, that discussion of how Australia should look at India. And I think Priya's point, the relationship is prospering because Australia wants a bulwark against China. And we view India through the China lens. And I'll come back to that China lens thought in talking about other relationships. And Priya's point is that for us to talk of India as a thriving democracy is to ignore the authoritarian trends in India's government and in its policy. It's a big set of issues for us. And we'll have to bear that in mind as we freely throw the authoritarian label around and use it to frame the way we think. And that brings us to the final session, China. Is rapprochement possible? Haley's mind map, I think she was spot on. Her mind map, her word map, was that today's discussion on that mind map, China would be the biggest word, and she got that right. And I think she got that right also because these days, even when we, in Canberra particularly, when Canberra talks about the United States even these days, often Canberra is really talking about China in the same way as we've just been talking. We talk India, but we're really talking about China. We talk the South Pacific, but we're really talking about China. And that China lens can magnify, but it can also be opaque. So that the new defence treaty, we've just signed with Japan, fascinating, has ANZUS-style language about consulting. And there's pretty much the ANZUS language. So we talk Japan, but we're actually talking China again. Simon Birmingham gave us a big checklist for what the coalition thinks rapprochement looks like. An end to trade coercion, consular cases, he called them consular cases. I think we should start being a little bit blunter, as Rowan was. We need to start not calling them consular cases. We need to call them what they actually are. These are Australians being held hostage. That's what they are. They're hostages. In exactly the same way that an ex-Canadian diplomat was held hostage. We might as well start being explicit about what that is. He talked about respect for international law, safety of the Australian Defence Force as it goes about its work, sailing and flying, the safety of the Australian Defence Force, and the catch-all human rights. I think Richard Moore gave you the Canberra consensus. Richard, I think, got it pretty sharply and to the point. Richard said, China created the problem. And I think that was during the election very much what you heard from both sides of Australian politics. The catchphrase was, China has changed. That was the line during the election. It was the line that the new Prime Minister, Anthony Albanese, used as he got on the plane to fly to the Quad. China has changed. And I think, as Richard said, so far the Australian position is we will be patient. One of the really interesting things, I think, in the last couple of days was the US decision on semiconductors. Yoon Jung said that science decoupling is happening, and it certainly is. Biden's announcement on semiconductors is a massive, massive moment of decoupling. Edward Luce in the Financial Times asked last week, what if the United States declared war and nobody noticed? And on that semiconductor announcement, that's pretty close, actually. The darkest history analogy, and it's a very dark analogy, is that before World War II, the United States banned oil to Japan, and then was a little bit surprised when Japan seemed to get quite angry about it. And semiconductors are the oil of the 21st century. This is getting serious. I think that there's some accuracy and there's some truth to what is one of the few consensus points in Washington today. The Democrats and the Republicans cannot agree on anything, but they do agree that China has spent decades looting and stealing tech, and enough is enough. And I think that enough is what we're seeing in the semiconductor decision, but as a really important moment in the way the US system thinks about what it will do with China and what it won't do with China. So we peer at China. Is it peak China, as Rowan said? Is it no longer a rising power? Are we seeing peak China? As a journalist who loves metaphors, I thought the metaphor of the day was from Ian Hall. Ian talked about the middle income trap snapping at China and the demography is destiny stuff. But the metaphor he came up with was China might look like Argentina with nuclear weapons. Now that's, as somebody who actually was in Argentina during the Malvinas Falklands War, that's a pretty scary view because, hey, I was there when the regime started a war to try and save itself and then collapsed when it lost. But that's an anecdote for another day. Argentina with nuclear weapons is not the way I want to think about China, but I'm afraid it sticks in my head. As ever, Rowan Kellick. Rowan's thoughts on the 20th Party Congress are a pretty good place to finish. Rowan says that Xi Jinping's summation is, the world has turned sour. And Rowan's image or metaphor to me was that she has doubled down and doubled speed, and that doubles the danger. And as Rowan was saying, talking about what faces journalists in China, I think we all face difficult and dangerous. And it's a pretty good place to conclude. So, welcome back after 3 years. Fascinating day, disruptive and dangerous days. Who are you going to call? The AIIA. Thank you.
Thanks, Graham. Tick on the product placement. Right, good. So from a summation, we're going to look forward now. Sonia, where are you? We're going to go to Sonia Arakel, who is the founder of a think tank, Think Forward. She's also been a Perth US Asia Centre Policy Fellow, and she's just off to Singapore to do an MBA. So without further ado, please. Oh, Sonia is also one of our next generation leaders. The AIIA Next Generation Network was something that we have founded in the last year or two, and it's looking to support the next generation of leaders in Australian foreign policy. So.
Thank you, everyone. As Dr. Wakefield said, I run Think Forward, and we usually apply an intergenerational lens to economic policy. But today I'm going to use that intergenerational lens on foreign policy, and as a way of reflecting on our conference experience so far, and maybe some ideas on what the next AIIA conference may look like. So I'll start where we all started, the Next Gen Network, on Sunday. And we were honoured to be able to receive a keynote address from the Assistant Minister for Foreign Affairs, Tim Watts. The Minister spoke to the young people in the room and explained how some of Australia's most important partners, countries like Indonesia and India, have a significant youth cohorts shaping their country's foreign policy. These governments will rise and fall depending on how they respond to their youth. This got me thinking about Australia's own demography, as Ian Hall did as well this morning for us. Did you know that 2021 census revealed here in Australia that millennials were about to overtake baby boomers as the largest generational group in Australia? Combined with Gen Z, the baby boomer generation is already outnumbered. So we have a youthquake of our own. But what does this mean for foreign policy and the changing of the guard? To me, it means that foreign policy settings must engage and resonate with emerging generations if they are to have longevity and success. So how do we do this? Well, firstly, we need to take the foreign policy conversation to new frontiers. Secondly, we need to be thinking, talking, and making policy in generational timelines. And lastly, the kind of generational exchange we've seen here today is critical to meeting the challenges of tomorrow. I'll turn to this first one. When we talk about engaging young Australians in foreign policy, too often we talk about where we are having these conversations, what apps or the forms of content we're developing, rather than the content itself. So I'm not suggesting that the Institute gets on TikTok to remain relevant to Gen Z, but I think Dr. Wakefield would make a great TikTok influencer. Instead, engaging the next generation means taking an interdisciplinary approach to foreign policy. It means questioning the assumptions we bring to the table, and it means projecting a confident identity on the world stage. Many of the speakers today have touched on the need for multidisciplinary or omnidirectional approaches to foreign policy. Hayley Channer spoke about clean energy. Darren Godwell spoke about First Nations diplomacy. And of course, the importance of the technology arms race was highlighted by Yun Jiang. At the next conference, I hope to see dedicated sessions on the geopolitics of climate change, how First Nations diplomacy can unlock new avenues for partnerships, or how cyber and science is the new frontier in defence and security. Engaging young people in foreign policy is not only about new conversations, but also about letting go of some of those traditional assumptions underlying our traditional conversations. Let me illustrate with a few examples. Earlier this year, American Ambassador Caroline Kennedy, in her introductory video, roused Australian solidarity for the US alliance by appealing to the fact that, and I quote, "Our parents and grandparents fought side by side for more than 100 years. However, for a growing proportion of Australians, this has not been their experience. Indians moving to Australia were the largest overseas migrant cohort in the past decade and have supplanted China as the second biggest diaspora living in Australia. Alan Gingell spoke about this in our very first session. He noted that their perspectives have not yet shaped Australian foreign policy. My generational view of the world says it's coming. Of course, Australia having a more Asian diaspora doesn't mean we will be more accepting of Chinese influence in the region. China awareness is inherent to being Asian. But it does mean that we increasingly can't assume our relationships with our traditional allies are based on enduring values held by generations of Australian families. Another example is around assumptions of US-China hegemony. It struck me during the panel session on reimagining Australia's relationship with China that my generation is increasingly interest-based rather than values-based. We see how that plays out on social issues. Importantly, the youth of today avoid binaries. And this isn't just relevant to how we talk about gender, but it's also relevant to how we think about great power competition, especially in our region. For the emerging foreign policy thinkers, it comes naturally to move away from a binary conception of great power competition. We don't have to choose a China model or a US model. They can imagine a third way or a multipolar way rather than limiting themselves to a G2 conception of the world. The last assumption I'd like to touch on is to do with our national identity. Ultimately, foreign policy is the projection of our national identity, and our emerging thinkers bring a very different thinking to these assumptions. We don't carry the cultural cringe that comes with living in the shadow of the UK or the emotional attachment to the Crown. I've often come across, in my work at the Perth US Asia Centre, Australian foreign policy thinkers that have told me that we only have power because of our US alliance, that being a deputy sheriff for the US is why the Indo-Pacific takes us seriously. I think younger Australians want a more confident projection of our identity. And we don't need to look far to find that confident projection. As Joe Feldman outlined in the session on trade, we can draw confidence from the criticality of our minerals to global supply chains. Or we can draw confidence from our potential to be a clean energy superpower in hydrogen and solar and be a part of the world's decarbonisation agenda. Or we can be confident because we have the 5th largest capital reserves in the world that could be a part of the Indo-Pacific's infrastructure story. My hope for Australian foreign policy is that we start from a place of a strong sense of who we are, not what we are afraid of. That's why I hope that in the next conference, the AIIA will take an active role in the conversations around the Australian Republic and its implications for the identity we project on the world stage. Thinking about foreign policy in intergenerational timelines. So Australian foreign policy is at its best when we make foreign policy in generational lines, not in election terms or in decades. So many of our speakers focused on interventions in foreign policy that may not materialise in our lifetimes. Dr. Caitlin Burns spoke about the importance of language in our classrooms. Or Brendan Augustin spoke about the need to prioritise the enduring economic and relationship building benefits of outward investment flows, in addition to the transactional temporal approach of trade. The importance of making generational timelines at the centre of foreign policy thinking was most obvious in the first plenary session, where we discussed Australia at war. When we talk in hypotheticals about the threat of war, sending our young men and women to Taiwan, we must keep in mind that it is not us in the room that will live this reality, but the school children sitting in classrooms down the road. These children will be forced to walk a policy path that they did not chart and repair damage that they did not create. So, what is the AIIA's role in bringing generational perspectives to Australian policy? Well, keep doing exactly what you're doing. I think for me the most meaningful part of the conference was on Sunday when the Next Gen Network had our masterclasses. Dr. Sue Boyd spoke about her pioneering role as an Australian diplomat, and the young women in the room were in raptures. Kim Kardashian would have been jealous because after her session on public diplomacy, there was a line of young women lining up to take selfies with Sue. It also struck me at the masterclass on international business when we took a moment to remember Paul Barrett, AO, and Bruce Nichols. I was humbled at the idea that the emerging generation of Australian foreign policy thinkers stand on the shoulders of giants. This intergenerational exchange is the value that the AIIA brings to the Australian foreign policy community, and we need you. We need you to be sharing your wisdom and analytical experience, and in return, being open to our new ways about thinking of the future and of foreign policy. Thank you.
Great, so that's it, folks. I hope you enjoyed yourselves. We're bang on time, so I'll try and stay very brief. But as we've heard in the last session, this is our first conference in 3 years. We've cancelled 3, I think, since 2019. We cancelled in October 2020, we postponed in October 21, and in February we cancelled. So here we are. It's good to do it again in person. We're all getting sick of webinars. But I have to say there has been something of a silver lining to COVID, particularly in the way that this institute works. Previously, I think when you were an AIIA member, you used to go along to your local branch and you would have an event every so often. Now, of course, because we've all been trained to go online for events, and we're all still putting those events online, you can get access to AIIA events 2, 3, sometimes 4 times per week. I was checking out our website, the events page on our website, and it heartens me to inform you that this very week there are 4 events held at the AIIA. Fortunately, we give you Friday off. And that's great, but we are returning to face-to-face, and at the National Office we've been returning to international activity as well. This year we've already taken groups to Singapore. We've taken a study tour to South Korea. We are going to take a study tour to Taiwan. But when we do this international activity, we have a central focus in mind, and that's the mission of the Institute. And the mission of the Institute, if you listen to the Australia in the World podcast, is that we want Australians to know, to understand, and to engage more in international affairs. And that's core to whatever we do. And I have to give great props to, well, it's actually Darren who says it, but great props to Alan for consistently stressing that motto. Some of you probably know this already, but this will be Alan Gyngell's last year as the president of the Australian Institute of International Affairs. He will be stepping down at some stage this year. And I have to say I have benefited enormously as a new CEO, National Executive Director, from his wisdom, his leadership, and I have to say his tolerance as well. So thank you so much, Alan, for being there. There are other people to thank as well, sadly. Ian Hall and Sarah Davies, who have done a fantastic job as editors of the Australian Journal of International Affairs, the premier academic journal of international affairs in this country, will be ending their period at the end of the year as well, or rather March. So I thank them for their time too. They've done an enormously fantastic job. And there are many to thank for this conference as well. I want to thank foremost my staff, particularly Nancy Schneider, who has done a fantastic job managing the logistics of this conference. I'm sad to say that our office manager, Madhur Chawla, who was looking forward to being with you all here, is ill and couldn't make it. But we've also had the wonderful assistance of our staff for this event: Dorothee Steinbach, Komori Yoshihiro, Eliza Gudgeon, Atika Meki, Matthew Mikau, and Sarah Jenkins. So please give them all a round of applause. And I want to thank, of course, our sponsors. Firstly, I want to thank again the generosity of the Konrad Adenauer Institute, Stiftung. It's been fantastic working with the team. Bertel's not here at the moment, but it's been wonderful working with Bertel and his team, Bertel Wenger. As always, I want to thank DFAT. DFAT, I think, sometimes thinks that we're its think tank. We're not. We're independent. In fact, we predate DFAT, so DFAT's kind of our department, I think, is the correct way to put it. But DFAT has always been there to support us, and well, has been since its foundation there to support us. So thank you very much to the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade. And in particular, the Australia Awards and New Colombo Plan schemes. A lot of you here are here because you're associated with those schemes, and it's been fantastic to bring the 75 or so people that this sponsorship supports to the masterclasses yesterday and to the conference today. Again, and not just for financial support, I want to thank Zara Kimpton for sponsoring the fellows to come to this conference and the gala dinner. Zara, I say not just for financial support, because Zara is always there to give a helping hand. She has enormous institutional knowledge of the AIIA, and it's wonderful to have her on board. And our sponsors for the masterclasses yesterday. First, I want to start with our premium masterclass supporters. Monash University Gender, Peace and Security Centre. Thank you very much, Jackie True, for the support that you've given us. Sea Power Centre Australia, Elizabeth Buchanan. I don't think Liz is here at the moment, but thanks go to her and her team. Back. Okay, and also the final Premier Masterclass supporters, the University of Canberra, many of whose students are here today. Finally, I want to end by thanking Masterclass supporters. I'll start with the University of Queensland and Holding Redlick, and I'll end with the Australian University Coral Bell School of International Affairs, who provided the venue for yesterday's masterclasses, and particular props go to Michelle Ferreira for that event. So that's it, folks, unless you have registered for the gala dinner, which, as you know, starts at 6:30 at the National Portrait Gallery. Hope to see you there. Well, the viewing starts, or the canapes and drinks start at 6:30, and then dinner at 7:30. Those of you who, yes, I know, those of you who travelled by bus during the masterclass sessions, your bus will be leaving from the lobby of the Realm, or we'll be meeting the lobby of the Realm at 6:15, so make sure you're there. One final bit of admin is that somebody seems to have lost a hearing aid, and it's in the session. It's in the registration session out there. So I hope you've enjoyed the conference. I'm looking forward to AIIA 2023. Tickets are already on sale. And if you have been to this conference, and only if you have attended this conference, you are eligible for a hyper early bird discount. I don't want to sound too mercantilist here, but we think it's a great way to reward you who have shown us so much support, which, you know, has been at the end of a very difficult time. So thank you very much.
Very interesting. It was a great morning. There were good presentations and very, very good panel discussions.
Okay, what sort of discussion would you like to see at a conference like this?
I think you're picking the right points at the moment, which are what's big on the world stage, where Australia fits on the world stage, and the contest of ideas about how you deal with the difficult future that we have ahead of us, and what the range of ideas are out there about our changing world and our place in it.
Have you been associated with the AIIA for long?
Well, for a few years now, because the last AIIA conference I went to was here. I think it was the last one before COVID-19 closed everything down, and that was a terrific conference as well. And there's a book for sale at the moment that covers the topics that we addressed at that conference.
Okay, and what do you think is the main contribution of organisations like ours?
I think the main contributions are to get a broad range of speakers, a broad range of thinking, a broad range of policy initiatives, and a place where those initiatives, the thinking and the policy engagement can be undertaken in a safe place, and where there's a contest of ideas.
Name is Yun Zhang. I'm the Australian Institute of International Affairs China Matters Fellow.
Good. So what stands out so far at the conference?
What stands out for me at the conference is the quality of the speakers as well as the attendees. I've met people, I made friends, old and new, at the conference, people from around Australia who have different life experiences and different perspectives, so it's always good to hear from their views.
Fantastic. And what sort of things would you like to see discussed at a conference like this?
You mean like not already discussed?
Not already discussed.
Oh, wow. And not on the agenda either?
Yeah. Or what would you like to see more of, or less of, or whatever?
I like to see more of voices that are overlooked, so voices from the diverse communities in Australia, as well as more young voices.
Good. So tell us a little bit about your job with the AIIA.
At the AIIA, I do research and I write reports and articles on issues related to China and the Australia-China bilateral relations.
Okay, and what do you see as the value of an organisation like the AIIA?
The value of AIIA is to educate the Australian public about the importance of international affairs, as well as the value of understanding international relations.
JD Nomisasa is my name, and I'm from the Solomon Islands, an Australian Awards recipient.
Great, and you were in the masterclasses yesterday. How did you find them? What stood out to you in the masterclasses?
What stood out? Well, Sue Boyd's stories about her travels through the world as head of missions and her time overseas, those were absolutely fascinating, and I think it gave me a real insight into what diplomatic work actually looks like in reality, and that was refreshing, I thought. In terms of the international business one as well, that was really refreshing, because I am not familiar in that sort of part of, I guess, international affairs, but I'm glad I did that, definitely.
Okay, fantastic. What stood out to you today at the conference?
Today at the conference, well, it was good to have the European Member of Parliament actually present, sharing, I guess, his views on Australia's place in the world, and I guess even his acknowledgement that the EU might have, I guess, not put the right enough attention to the Pacific, and highlighting the EU Indo-Pacific strategy. That was useful to hear as well, so I'm glad that he was present today, and that was most certainly a highlight of mine.
Yep. Look, you are from the Solomon Islands. The Solomon Islands has been brought up today. It was brought up by the Senator Simon Birmingham.
Mm-hmm.
What did you think of Birmingham's response to your question?
Well, it's a typical politician answer, that's for sure. But look, he did mention that potentially there's scope to improve, reform the visa processes to make it easier for Pacific Islanders. I think that's a obvious pathway that the Australian government should take into improving people-to-people relations with the Solomon Islands and Australia. And so I think that could, well, maybe because they're in government, he couldn't make an actual commitment, but I do acknowledge that he did cite that there is room to improvement, and I do hope that maybe he could be an advocate of ours and push for Senator Penny Wong to be actually looking into that sort of space as well, and seeing what can be done to improve people-to-people relations between the Solomons and China.
What would you like to see more of a focus on at this type of event?
At this type of event?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Well, somebody mentioned the relationship between small island states and, small island middle powers and their sort of place in these sort of discussions. Maybe even potentially having, I guess, delegates from these middle powers and small island states present in these sort of discussions would be useful, useful thing to have. So I think maybe that's a part of the AIIA. So maybe having a Pacific Island representative at these sort of things would be a useful thing. Especially when we're so close. We are the Pacific family, and we are members of this region as well.
Okay, so what has been the standout for you at the conference?
My favourite part of the conference so far was on Sunday in the session with the AIIA Next Gen Network, the diplomacy masterclass with Sue Boyd. Seeing her depart her wisdom and the young women in the room being in raptures over her early career in diplomacy was such an excitement. I think Kim Kardashian would have been jealous, because the line for selfies with Sue after her session was long. It's been a great opportunity for intergenerational exchange in our foreign policy community.
Okay. What would you like to see more of at a conference like this?
Today's discussions have planted so many interesting seeds that I think the foreign policy community in Australia can build on, especially from a multidisciplinary perspective. I hope in future years we'll see a whole session dedicated to what does First Nations diplomacy actually mean? What is the climate change geopolitics? How will that affect Australia? Or even how technology can reshape the world. The multidisciplinary practice of foreign policy is the next frontier in our sophistication in Australia, and that includes conversations around the Republic and what that means for the national identity we project in the world. These are the kinds of conversations I hope will continue after this conference.
Okay, you're obviously quite familiar with the Australian Institute of International Affairs. What kind of contribution can an organisation like this make to Australian foreign policy?
Well, what makes the AIIA so unique is that it's a member-based organisation, and the ability for the AIIA to create connections across not just generations but also the country. I'm from WA in Perth, and having the opportunity to come here and meet other people in the foreign policy community is invaluable. Continuing the education, creating the operating environment, the public knowledge to an ability to engage in foreign policy, I think is the most important role of the AIIA, and one I hope continues.
Hi, I'm Sanjana. I'm one of the NCP alumni.
All right, great. So, what's been the standout of the conference so far? Just like you're talking to me. Have you enjoyed the conference so far?
Oh yeah, I've absolutely loved it. It's been really interesting to hear a lot of different perspectives of a lot of the issues that's happening around not only our region but also in other parts of the world, such as Europe, and particularly the relations between Ukraine and Russia as well.
All right. And what sort of things would you like to see more of the conference?
Well, given my own background in healthcare, I would like to see more issues about health systems, sustainable communities and development discussed. Particularly with the recent COVID pandemic, we've realised the importance of sustainable health systems, yet it's not something that has been covered very much in conferences such as these, or even when discussing disaster risk within our region.
And you do a lot with the AIIA. What do you think of an organisation like ours offers to everyday Australians, or to the population of foreign policy in Australia?
Oh, I believe it gives us outside perspective what's going on, not only within our region but the rest of the world. And particularly in a place like Tasmania, where I'm from, where we can often be isolated from the rest of the country, it helps to promote globalisation within our communities.
How do you think organisations like the AIIA can better help create an understanding around international affairs and/or help the government develop its policies around it?
I think the Institute has a critical role to play in creating that space that allows people and professionals, people that are proficient in international affairs, to actually engage with each other in an environment which isn't being driven by the immediate priority of the day. Everybody's got day jobs, but the Institute gives us an occasion to get together and to have these conversations in an unpressured way. And I think that the opportunity to expand on those conversations over time is a critical part that the Institute has to play.